It's been a dominating performance.
He's had to go through a murderer's row. An incredible run for him.
Oh my goodness!
There's no room to give. You have to keep winning or else you're just done.
Look at that! He made it look so easy.
This is unlike anything we've ever seen.
If you keep working away, you can edge your way to the next rung of the ladder.
That's the real prize, making it to Worlds.
He has played more matches than anybody else in the field.
All of a sudden, I was in the final of the Pro Tour.
Finding the card that he needed to get himself into Worlds. An incredible performance across the entire week.
Up on top of the library. That's the way we like to see it happen.
Hey everybody, and welcome to coverage of World Championship 27, day number 2. We have 16 of the best players in the world playing in a brand new standard format for their share of a $250,000 prize pool and their image on a Magic the Gathering card, and of course, the title of World Champion. I'm Maria Bartholdi, I'll be your host for this weekend, and I'm joined here at my virtual news desk by some of my best friends in the game. We got Monty DeBooty, we got Riley Knight. Hey Monty, what are you looking forward to today?
Maria, I'm just looking forward to get our top 4 settled. By the end of today, we're going to know the last 4 people that have a shot at the title World Champion this year.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. Riley, what are you excited about?
Oh, look, I just want to see Ondřej Stráský get it done again. This bloke is at 5-0, undefeated, untouchable so far. I want to see how long this is going to continue, if he's just going to slam himself into the top 4 with 7-0 start. Let's get to it.
Yeah, Ondřej is just crushing it out there. Let's take a look at the rest of the coverage team who will be along with you today, giving you all of the action from the feature match area. Of course, there's me, Riley Knight, and Monty DeBooty. We've also got Eli Loney, Paul Chion, Cedric Phillips, Marshall Sutcliffe, and Corey Baumeister, bringing you all of the action from all of the hottest games in the booth. Well, how does this tournament work? Yeah, we've already had one day of competition. Riley's going to walk us through the format.
Let's talk about what we're going to see here across this weekend. Of course, we already know that yesterday we saw our 16 players assemble to do their best to stake their claim on that $250,000 prize pool. So far, we've had 5 rounds. 3 of them were draft. Of course, yesterday we had a Innistrad Midnight Hunt draft and then 2 rounds of standard. But as we move on to today, of course, day number 2, still 16 players in it, and it is standard all the way down. 5 rounds of standard as we make our cut to top 4. Now, if you get 7 wins at any point, you're in. That's it. Doesn't matter what how many losses, doesn't matter when you get those 7 wins, you're into the top 4. No worries. Apart from that, a tiebreaker process to determine the final slots. And those 4 players will play on day number 3 tomorrow. That's double elimination standard with best 2 out of 3 matches in the lower bracket. It is going to be cutthroat. It's going to be incredible to watch. So make sure you mark your dance cards for the rest of the weekend as we crown a world champion.
Yeah, this weekend's going to be great. Let's take a look at our standings and find out where we are at after one day of competition. Like we said, Ondřej Stráský is the lone undefeated player in the field, starting out at 5-0. Sam Pardee and Paulo Vitor Damaderosa close behind him, starting at 4-1. And of note, those 2 losses that Sam and Paulo have, both to Ondřej Stráský. Unbelievable stuff. Some players having a rougher start to their tournament. Huge names like Seth Manfield and Gab Nassif both starting at 1-4. Although I do want to emphasize that everybody you see here on your screen technically does still have a chance to make it into our top 4, which is going to be played on Sunday. But again, 7 wins is the magic number. That's where we're trying to get to lock up that spot in our top 4. Well, just in case you missed any of the action yesterday, Riley's got all the highlights for you.
Yeah, let's talk about what we saw yesterday, of course, kicking things off with draft. It was incredible to see limited Magic come back to the top stage in this World Championship, as we saw 40 card decks going against each other, and finally Ondřej Stráský, one of the only undefeated players at the end of that, 3-0, a great result for him. But of course, before too much longer, we moved on to Standard. Standard dominated by Alrund's Epiphany, although there are these mono-coloured aggro decks waiting in the wings, ready to punish people looking to resolve 7-drop sorceries here. And so far, we're waiting for the dust to settle on this Standard format here, with Grixis Epiphany looking really good at the moment, as as the real pick of the bunch for the Epiphany decks, but a lot of Magic left to play before we make our cut to top 4.
Thank you so much, Riley. Well, we'll be getting to know a few of our players a little bit better this weekend, and one of those players is currently sitting at 4-1, and that is Sam Pardee. You'll hear everybody say it. He's one of the nicest players in the game, and it's totally true, and he's such a great player as well. In fact, he's won the last 2 major tournaments that he's played in. Can he do it again? Let's get to meet Sam Pardee a little bit better right here.
Sam Pardee, 32, USA.
I love Sam Pardee. He's probably the nicest person I've ever met.
In any tournament like this one that's primarily constructed, Sam Pardee is a tough opponent.
Pardee is the challenger. He has many titles and PT top players. So I think he's a very, very good player.
Sam is the person I'm testing with for this tournament. And I think the most incredible thing about him is his positive outlook on life. He's really a cup half full kind of person. You know, he always finds something positive about everything. He's so genuinely nice. It is just a joy to be around him at all times. I really, really like Sam.
So Sam Pardee comes from like the Matt Nass, Sam Pardee School of Professional Magic, where like in constructed they're really, really potent preparers for an event because they have a sense of pushing sort of boundary strategies in terms of combo or aggressive strategies that to their max potential, and that can be really dangerous.
I learned to play Magic when I was about 4 years old. My dad played, and I wanted to, play the awesome game with dragons and knights on the cards with him. Playing Magic is the thing that I do, and hopefully I can do it well, and if I do it well again, maybe I can win one someday in the future. So cheering for me in this building, luckily, I have Matt Nass and Andrew Beckstrom and Caroline Kavanaugh, my 3 wonderful roommates. And then my parents are also cheering, definitely going to be watching and cheering for me back in Berkeley, as well as my 91-year-old grandpa is going to be cheering for me from New Jersey.
Oh, I love that. Sam Pardee's 91-year-old grandpa cheering him on. Hi, Grandpa, if you're watching. Check it out. Look at some of these stats. 4 top finishes, 15 Grand Prix top 8s. Feared Magic Online end boss. Someone in chat said, he's not so nice on Magic Online. Yeah, because he's beating you. Sam Pardee, 4-1. Well, we're playing Standard the rest of the tournament, and Mani Devuti is going to break it down here in our Standard metagame, talk about what decks the players chose to bring this weekend.
Taste of Standard yesterday in the last 2 rounds, but for today and the rest of the weekend, it's all Standard all the time, and it may be all Epiphany all the time, as Auron's Epiphany dominating the top of our metagame with 4 copies of Grixis Epiphany, 4 copies of Izzet Epiphany, but right behind them, 3 mono green aggro and 2 mono white aggro, not to be underestimated. And something I've got my eyes on to start, that 1 copy of Temur Treasures from Jean-Emmanuel Depraz. He's 2-0 with it so far, and on a bit of a comeback trail, so gotta keep our eyes out for that.
All right, that's a look at your Standard metagame. Very interested to see what happens, especially with some of these more rogue lists brought to the tournament. Well, it is time for round number 6. Let's meet our players for our feature match and find out who will be watching do battle first thing this morning. And we've got a great one for you, everybody. That's right. It is Ondřej Stráský, our undefeated player, versus Paulo Vitor Damadurosa, sitting at 4-1. 4 top finishes for Stráský, 17 for Paulo, your reigning champ. Izzet Epiphany versus mono green aggro. All right, let's take a closer look at Ondřej Stráský here. More than 16,000 games played on Arena with a 63.6% standard win rate. Got first in the MPL this season, so you know this guy is great at Magic. And of course, you know Paulo is reigning world champ, 65.4% standard win rate. Conversation that if he can go back-to-back here at these world championships, we just might end the conversation of who the best player in the world is and just give it to Paulo. So very excited about this matchup. But let's talk about these decks, Mani. How do these decks face up against each other?
Yeah, Maria, looking at the sort of Izzet Epiphany list that Ondřej Stráský and team brought, this deck is very exciting. They went for a bit of an innovation here in the 4 copies of Unexpected Windfall here in the main. The powerful instant has really given this deck sort of this edge, both in the aggressive matchups as well as against the other Epiphany decks, just giving you that boost in card advantage and speed. And we see a full 3 copies of Burn Down the House. One of the cool things I like about this list is they can feel comfortable playing cards like Test of Talents in the main deck, knowing because they have those copies of Unexpected Windfall, they can just discard them if it's not good in a matchup like this one. On the other side, Paulo Vitor Damarosa, one of our players on mono green aggro. This has been the big bad aggro deck of the format because all of his creatures are so darn efficient. We see Werewolf Pack Leader on 2, Old Growth Troll on 3, and the entire goal of this game, of this deck, is to get on the battlefield early and then use your creatures to capitalize on those fight spells like Blizzard Brawl and just keep your opponent's board clear. I think we saw yesterday that Ondřej just kind of dismantled Sam Pardee on this exact same list, and that's because Unexpected Windfall, really good innovation. I don't like Paulo's chances here.
All right, well, it's time to put in our predictions. We didn't do them yesterday, so we're just going to start today, brand new. Sure. First thing we're trying this. Yeah, right. We're all at 0-0. Very good. So yeah. I'm just going to go down the line and have everybody just say one word of who you choose. Riley.
Stráský and I'm 5-0 from yesterday.
I've rooted for Ondřej all weekend. All weekend I've been honest. I've supported him all weekend.
I've always chosen Ondřej, and I'm choosing him again today.
Rewriting history here. I've been backing him to the hilt from the very beginning.
We all have,
really. Well, okay.
The whole desk.
The whole desk.
We're all just.
It's a shame that there's no video record of what you two were picking yesterday. It's a shame that it is absolutely disprovable. There's no way to know what you guys were picking yesterday. So
well, we didn't pick yesterday because we were doing this yesterday. So today is the first day.
Okay.
So
Okay.
All right. All starting out on Ondřej. All right, it's time for round 6. Throwing it over to Eli and Cedric with the call here from World Championship 27.
Super duper appreciate that. Thank you, Maria. Appreciate that. We are going to start things off here with an absolute banger of a matchup, Cedric. This is going to be an awesome matchup. Paulo Vitor Damarosa versus Ondřej Stráský, 2 good friends, former testing teammates, and competitors in Mythic Championship 6. In that final, that was one of my favorite Magic games of all time, and I expect nothing less when these two do battle against each other.
It's a great way to start our second day of competition here for this tournament that means so much to all 16 of these players. We saw this matchup a little bit earlier in the day yesterday, as Monty and company did mention. Gotta say, there seems to be some underlying tension at the desk this week, and I don't know if you're picking up on that as well. Something about the picks, tough to say. But this is going to be an interesting matchup to be sure, because though when we watched it earlier it was Sam instead of Paulo, Sam did get destroyed pretty quickly there, I will admit. But maybe that's small sample. Maybe that's not how it always plays out. We're going to find out here once again. World champion, reigning and defending Paulo Vitor Damarosa against somebody who just is not losing very much Magic at all right now in Ondřej Stráský.
He is not losing. Currently 5-0, looking to improve that record to 6-0. And as the desk have mentioned, magic number here this weekend is, of course, 7. Stráský gets to 7. He will be ecstatic with that. So let's get this game underway. Sculptor of Winter sent back to hand with Fading Hope. And Stráský is going to do what we've seen him do most of the weekend so far with this deck, is just keep control of the battlefield until he can start doing nonsense with cards like, hey, Alrund's Epiphany.
Yeah, if you are new to this matchup, the plan here for the Is It side of things is very simple. Just buy some time, and buy a little more time, and buy a little more time with Fading Hope. Burn down the house, divide by 0 until you can get the Galvanic Iteration plus Alrund's Epiphany turns. Once you do that, the game is more or less over. If you're mono green, you're just trying to curve out 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop. Paulo's start here on the play, had there been no Fading Hope, would have been turn 2 Sculptor of Winter, turn 3 Asika's Chariot. Try to run away with this thing. Fortunately for Stráský, did find a Fading Hope to slow Paulo down quite a bit.
Yes, indeed, so Sculptor of Winter will hit the battlefield once again. Bit of a tricky decision there for the Expressive Iteration. So the land was put to hand, and just going to pass a turn back, as Divide by 0 is going to be the reactive player in game number 1 here.
And you do see Stráský's hand, this divide by 0, burn down the house is something to work towards. Unexpected windfall, a key card in this build of Is It Epiphany, allows you to accelerate, color fix, and draw some cards, not only in the mirror style matchups where it comes up maybe a little bit less, but very much so in the mono green matchup that we're currently in, because it allows him to basically say, you know what, I want to accelerate into that Epiphany plus iteration style turn and kill you very, very quickly. And there's really no risk at doing so. Nothing like unexpected windfall getting countered or anything like that. So Paulo's got the unfortunate decision of trying to figure out, okay, am I going to try to cast Chariot? Am I going to try to cast a Rangers class? Am I going to try to cast Ren in 7 and just hope that Stráský doesn't have anything?
A tricky spot to be in. It's going to be Esika's Chariot, and this is going to meet a divide by 0, so back to hand for the time being for the reigning world champ. And what do we pick from the sideboard here, or will we just draw and discard for Ondřej Stráský?
Well, you do see Teaching of the Archaics. Maybe Environmental Sciences might be of interest here because Stráský does just have 1 land in hand. Doesn't mean that, of course, Expressive Iteration can't find the next one, but Environmental Sciences in some way is a guaranteed land drop and a little bit of life as well. You do have to spend some mana in order for that to be the case. You could also make the argument right now that, well, he's got enough mana because he has a copy of Unexpected Windfall in hand. So he, in a weird way, might not want any of these cards, but I also think you can make an argument for all of these cards.
Well, he's eyeing out Mascot Exhibition, so he's thinking late game. All right, how do I beat this creature deck if I don't get to have several turns in a row? I'm just going to dump a bunch of creatures down. I have yet to see a Galvanic Iteration Mascot Exhibition, so maybe today's the day. Who knows?
Yeah, dream big. Dream big, it could happen.
Blizzard Brawl here is the draw for Paulo Vitor, as he is going to cast Esika's Chariot, will at least attempt to. Once again, Stráský has other plans in mind though, and divide by 0 will send this back to hand.
Yeah, this is so reminiscent of what we saw in the match between Stráský and Pardee yesterday. Pardee's only loss thus far is just this consistent, you don't get to resolve anything. Because if any of these things do get on the battlefield, obviously it's a problem. Now finally a Rangers class is here, but it's not turn 2. It's much further down the road than that. So Paulo would love to have resolved one of these big spells, Chariot or Ren in 7. Ren in 7, of course, making a large tree folk to give some beatdowns with, but it just hasn't happened yet.
It's looking okay, though. I say that knowing that there's a burn down the house in hand, so maybe not 100% okay in that regard. But being able to double spell against this deck is probably one of the ways that Paulo could potentially win.
I mean, that's the way he has to try to come back right now at this point, is to try to start kind of double spelling a little bit. I mean, the divide by 0 top decks that Stráský has had here has been very, very timely. And again, Stráský's game plan is coming to fruition in a very big way. I mean, this turn, sure, I'm going to tap out. Great, do your worst. It doesn't really matter what it is. I mean, you have to finally get this Chariot on the battlefield, but we see Stráský's hand of Burn Down the House, of Mascot Exhibition to work towards, Epiphany over there being foretold right now. I mean, and also we're on turn 6-ish right now.
Yeah.
And Stráský's still at 20.
Yeah. At this point, for the green player, you hope that your opponent is dead on Epiphany, because Stráský's gonna untap and do some crazy things next turn. So Paulo is gonna put foot and try his best to get this game over and done with. The first attack in here is the Wolf, gets the counter from the Ranger class, and 17 is now Stráský's life total, who draws into another Epiphany. So he's going to have at least 2 turns here to work with.
Yeah, now the good news is, if there is any good news right now for Mono Green and PVDDR fans, is that this Mono Green deck does attack for a lot very, very quickly. It's not the fastest deck out of the gates, but once it does start attacking, we're talking of chunks of 4, 5, 7. You think of Chariot attacking for 4, +1/+1 counter from Rangers class, Tree Folks from Ren in 7. It can get the game over with pretty darn quickly. It needs to do that now, though. And again, Stráský has done a great job of just buying time, and now he's getting another turn and a couple of chump blockers.
So these 1/1 bird tokens going to hit the board. We'll be able to deal with the creatures should an onslaught occur. Didn't find another land, so that's a bit unfortunate for Stráský, who did have the second Alrund's Epiphany ready and raring to go.
Yeah, that is worth noting, right? Because Ondřej does have did have the possibility, pardon me, of if he finds a seventh land, maybe cast another Epiphany, and then cast a Mascot Exhibition, and then he's got 7 creatures in the battlefield against Paulo's battlefield, and then it's just, more buying of time, gives you a nice wall of defense to cast cards like Expressive Iteration and Unexpected Windfall, but that's not where we're at right now, so I'm curious what his plan is this turn.
Possibly considering Expressive Iteration. It's going to be Unexpected Windfall, though.
Yeah, that's the one that he's thinking about, as the rope is starting to burn away here a little bit on him. He's been very thoughtful in his turns when we've had the opportunity to watch him play this deck. You can tell he's very, very well tested with it. It doesn't come as much of a surprise, and it looks like he's going to get rid of the Mascot Exhibition. Clearly not part of his plan for this game.
Unexpected Windfall, find the land. We're going to send the Elrond's Epiphany into Foretell, leaving up 3 mana, so that's still scary against any blue deck, if you ask me. But these little blockers, they're just going to hang back and wait for the onslaught here. So, land number 6. This is quite a key land when you're playing against, a Burn Down the House deck, because those tokens won't get hit by the Burn Down the House, as they'll be 6 power.
Yeah, these Treefolk tokens at Ren and 7, yeah, it does make, as you mentioned, 6 power, 6 toughness now, out of range for Burn Down the House, which is, again, as you mentioned, a key spot here. So Burn Down the House is looking a little bit worse. Now we're going to queue up the Chariot. These are the turns that everybody dreams about, right, with this style of deck, which is, play Ren and 7, make a Treefolk, turn it on,
yep,
copy the Treefolk. That's dream living right there. This is what you're trying to do.
A Blizzard Brawl available as well as a Snakeskin Veil, courtesy of that Sculptor of Winter. This has been an excellent addition to this mono-green deck. A couple of deliberations between the pro players as to what should be in the 2-drop slot, and I must say Sculptor of Winter has been a very, very good addition indeed.
Yeah, it has looked really, really good. Simon Nielsen is someone who kind of helped to bring this innovation along, doing well in some online events, most recently on the SCD Tour Online, qualifying for the next set championship with Mono Green, so kudos to him. But he did have some Sculptor of Winters in his deck. I know, as you mentioned, there's been a little bit of back and forth discussion about should it be Lotus Cobra, should it be Sculptor of Winter, should it be something else entirely. I think Sculptor has performed the best in my estimation, and you do see Paulo and Pardee with that as their 2-drop of choice here as kind of that mana acceleration card.
Here's a decision whether to pre-combat Blizzard Brawl one of these birds out of the sky just to be able to get in for more damage. Any pros and cons to either way?
Well, the question you have to ask yourself right now is my Blizzard Brawl going to get any better? Right? Mm-hmm. Like, this is the one kind of window to really kind of use it. Now, Paulo does also have Inscription of Abundance, which has a lot of modes that you can use on that card, so maybe that's better. Maybe that's better served to hold. But Snakeskin Veil is also a card that's kind of interesting right now, too. So it looks like Paulo's not going to cast anything at this exact moment and just say, I'm going to attack Triggered Rangers class, copy the Treefolk. As I mentioned earlier, this deck attacks for big, big chunks of damage. You see Stráský is just going to chump block both of these, maybe with the plan of casting Burn Down the House. And there's Memory Deluge, but it's not going to kill those Treefolks unless you draw a copy of Galvanic Iteration.
I love that the counter went on the Wolf token there, because if there is a Burn Down the House, Carla will be able to respond with the Inscription of Abundance and put 2 counters on the Wolf, protecting that creature too.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point. I think if you're Stráský there, as I mentioned, you're let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh yeah, you could Galvanic the Burn Down the House now.
Yeah, so he can Galvanic the Burn Down the House now, as you just did mention. There was also the possibility and the potential for him to, if he drew land number 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 plus 2 treasures, to cast 2 Burn Down the House.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you ideally want to cast both, but, the situation dictates that you might need to cast both. Deal 5 damage to all the creatures. It's 10 total to kill everything, and left with a Chariot, Ren and 6, and a Rangers class. But maybe Galvanic Iteration does solve the problem right now of still, again, casting 2 copies of Burn Down the House to kind of clean up this battlefield a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like Stráský may be leaning that way, as the land is going to go to exile. He'll play that for his land for turn. Galvanic Iteration on the stack. And here comes the pain. Burn Down the House. I think he's going to make the devils. 100%.
Yeah.
Let's make some devils. Nope.
Yeah. And this ends up looking pretty tough because also remember, it's going to kill the Renin 7 as well. So now Paulo's battlefield is gone. There's no Faceless Haven there. There's no way to turn on the Chariot, it looks like, as well. So the battlefield is cleaned up. You see that for Stráský, there's an Alrund's Epiphany over on the side.
Yeah.
There's a Deluge to play into a longer game. There's an Expressive Iteration that's a cheap way of continued manipulation and getting deeper into your deck. And for Paulo, who's drawn a copy of Blizzard Brawl, Inscription, Snakeskin Veil, Veil's kind of the best of the bunch in the matchup as far as like the spells in his deck. But Paulo had created a really nice battlefield, and now it's all gone.
It is at that, so you can just see a bit of a shake of the head there from Paulo. He knows that that was pretty much worst case scenario, and Stráský was able to get to that with that Expressive Iteration. So let's see what nonsense he gets up to now. His Galvanic Iteration is flashback from the graveyard. Let's take 2 extra turns and see how many more we can take, and if this game is over and done at this point.
Yeah, I would be shocked if it's not a wrap right now, right? Because you got 2 extra turns coming. You have a Deluge and an Iteration to cast. There's another Galvanic Iteration. There's an Expressive Variety as well. Burn Down the House can make the Devils if we want to go that route. And you know, copy Demon Bolt, that's damage too. So boy oh boy. Oh boy.
Could see 6 Devils here. That's what, 10 damage? I think he's gonna go with that. Let's see.
Yeah, I think we actually that actually sounds nice, right? So yeah, so we do Burn Down the House, we copy that. This is the 6 Devils, attack for 10, you get another turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now there is the Snakeskin Veil, there is the Inscription of Abundance. It can't be kicked right now, I don't think. But can gain the life or use the counters. Let's see how Paulo defends against this onslaught here of these 1/1 tokens.
That's how.
That's how he defends.
The perfect defense.
Yep. No, writing's on the wall, not much he could do in that situation, especially with a handful of gas like Stráský had. So let's jump to sideboard here and see if there's anything that Paulo can do against this incredible deck from Stráský.
Well, predictably, the fight spells are coming out. Blizzard Brawl, immediately the first card that's going to go to the sideboard. You also saw Renin 7 get out of here. Froghemoth. That's a real thing. Froghemoth looks like it's coming in at least 1 from the sideboard. And while, known Paulo forever, right, and we know about all the accolades and the accomplishments, he is someone who has said, he does the emotion plays into the game for him, not in a negative way. Like he hates making mistakes and gets frustrated by that. But you can also tell with him being the defending champion, I'm sure him wanting to run this back because why wouldn't you want to? A little bit of frustration, I think, for him in that last game because his start was good.
Yeah.
Sculptor of Winter into Chariot, like you really can't ask for a better start on the play in the matchup, right? And Stráský's stuff lined up perfectly. The Fading Hope into the Divide by Zero, into the Divide by Zero, and it's like, come on.
Yeah, how do you catch a break? And post sideboard, Stráský's deck gets better against mono green because you see the creatures coming in. You see the Smoldering Egg, you see Burning Hands, and the Goldspan Dragons. So this is going to be an uphill battle for Paulo to win.
Yeah, Paulo really, of course, wanted to get that first game there. That's exactly the spot you want to be in as the aggressor in the matchup as well. So we're going to see how his hand comes together this time around. And it's a slow start. And you can see him kind of grimacing at this because he does have some interaction, but he only has 1 creature. And right now, as things currently stand, Eli, he can't even cast it.
On the other side of things, though, Stráský's hand, that's not too shabby indeed. A Smoldering Egg, turn 2, pretty good. Divide by 0, and turn 3, Aura Jwari Disruption. And then all of a sudden, a couple more spells, you have a dragon that's killing everything.
Yeah, and Stráský, I'd be surprised if he doesn't keep this hand because, oddly enough, Jwari Disruption is actually a pretty solid card in this hand right now, given how Paulo's hand is kind of shaped up. Now, Paulo's going to send things back, and this does look better. It's going to be a snap keep. Ranger's Class is going to head to the bottom. And now Paulo actually gets to get the party started on turn number 2, which I think is a pretty big deal here. So he'll be able to get something on the battlefield to start pressuring Stráský, which is pretty nice. Then he's got a Mammoth to play on 3. So he's got the old 2/3/4 in Class Mammoth Chariot, assuming he draws a land. So I think this is a much better hand here for PVDDR.
And it's also assuming that things resolve, as we can see in Stráský's hand. It's going to be a bit tricky.
Well, Stráský's going to try to do just what he did the last game and his match against Pardee, which is, again, little bounce here, buy some time, and then, let the fireworks go.
Oh yes. So Frostboil Snarl, the first thing to hit the board, reveals that mountain in hand. Snow-covered forest is the draw for Paolo, so should there be an old growth troll hanging about, it will be able to be cast, but Ranger's Class hits the board. There is the 2/2, and he's gonna hope that he can just keep chipping away at the life total of Stráský before he gets to untap and do exactly what this deck wants to.
Well, speak of the devil, and it shall appear. Old growth troll was the draw step. Better draw step, one could argue, than, you know, just playing Kazandu Mammoth on turn number 3. So this is the start that Paulo is looking for, right? It's just 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Don't have all your stuff, please. Basically.
Pretty much, yeah. I was considering the Mammoth there. Now, typically you want to get Faceless Haven down on turn 3, so on turn 4 it can start smacking. But a little bit of deliberation there, and decides that Kazandu Mammoth needs to hit the board first.
Looks like Burning Hands, the draw step, as you mentioned during the sideboarding. The matchup continues to get better for Stráský. Burning Hands is certainly a reason. Smoldering Egg is another. And still the game plan is intact of just buy time, kill stuff, work myself towards Epiphany. And Stráský's hand, you know, it doesn't have the Epiphany tools just yet, but it does have the early interaction tools that he's looking for.
Yeah, for sure does. So as it stands, does have the lands to get to Goldspan Dragon on turn 5, so it doesn't need to cast, or doesn't need to play Jawari Ruins. So gonna pass the turn back, holding up that Divide by 0 and Disruption. Kazandu Mammoth gonna get nice and big and chunky. Has the Snakeskin Veil, so that's a really nice card if Burning Hands decides to work its way into the equation here.
That is one heck of a draw step there from PVDDR. That Snakeskin Veil is certainly going to end up mattering, I imagine, over the course of this game. Now he's probably going to go to the Chariot. See if we can get the old Cadillac here, and Divide by 0 says, hang on just a sec.
Yeah, get out of here. You can come down later. Environmental Sciences is the pick here for Stráský. Find a land, gain some life. You don't hate it up against this very aggressive deck that Paolo's playing.
Just imagine resolving a Chariot. Dream big. Imagine resolving a Chariot early in the game. I bet it's super easy to win when you do that. But
wouldn't it be nice?
Stráský's like, that's not happening to me.
That's not happening.
No. Under no circumstances is that happening to me.
Nice. Stráský will be able, in combat, depending on where he goes, will be able to create the Ashmouth Dragon from the Smoldering Egg, whether it's a Jawari Disruption or a Burning Hands. So that's something that Paolo is going to be keeping an eye out for.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting if he wants to do it. Like, he could just turn into a 4/4 now if he actually wants to, right? He can just go Burning Hands your Mammoth right now, not have to worry about Snakeskin Veil, and then just say, hey, I got a 4/4 right now. Now, I'm tapped out, sure, but I'm kind of locking it in to having it, not having to worry about like, any fight cards or any Snakeskin Veils or any nonsense. And there might be some interest in that, because he might be thinking to himself, Burning Hands, kill the thing now, kill the Mammoth now. I know you have a Chariot coming. But then I'm going to play Goldspan Dragon, and now I'm just going air beatdowns, air beatdowns, air beatdowns. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes, kill this, attack you.
I like that plan.
Yeah, let's race.
I like it. Let's go. This was the transformational qualities of this deck that you mentioned yesterday, Cedric. It's very controlling in the first game. Post board, it's creatures, it's beatdowns. It's I don't care what you're doing, I'm going to kill you in the air with my dragons.
Yeah. And I'm digging this plan right now. That Stráský is looking to enable. Now, the nice thing is depending on Ondřej's draw step, he can go, I'm going to slow down. Right? He doesn't have to follow through with the game plan of land, Goldspan Dragon, attack you. His plan can be, let me draw my card, which was Frostboil Snarl. Let me reassess. Do I want to keep attacking? Do I want to play Goldspan Dragon on defense and pass the turn back? Seems unlikely, but not impossible. So that's also one of the nice things about what he was doing, is he can reassess what he wants to do based off of what Paulo's turn is.
Well, this is a 2-turn clock, yeah? There's a Jawari Disruption in hand.
He has Jawari Disruption in hand, and he's making a treasure which will allow him to cast the Jawari Disruption, which will also trigger the Ashmouth Dragon. So I'm not saying don't attack, because always attack.
Yes.
But I am just saying, just think it through a little bit, which Stráský did do. You didn't see any immediate action from him. And now Paulo's facing down lethal at the moment.
8 more points of damage is all Stráský needs here. Has the Jawari Disruption as a protection spell, and also has removal in that Ashmouth Dragon, so if one of these itty-bitty critters does get a little feisty with that Inscription of Abundance, you know, there is a way to target it. We do know that there is a Snakeskin Veil, so let's see what Paolo does in this situation. It's basically do or die right here, right now.
the question for your reigning world champion is, what is he trying to play around? What is he thinking? What's going through his mind right now? Because he has a Inscription of Abundance in his hand, and he might be thinking, okay, that treasure, well, you can sacrifice that for 2 mana. Is it Burning Hands? Is it Disruption? Is it something else entirely? What can I do to get myself out of what is very clearly a rather sticky situation?
Yeah, this is certainly not the position that Paolo wants to find himself in, but Ondřej Stráský has played this deck beautifully thus far, and is looking like he might be 6-0 very, very soon, Cedric.
Looks like we're going to get in the Cadillac.
All right, kitty car. Let's go.
We're going to
might be thinking about the life gain off Inscription of Abundance.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I am very, very curious, because now you can put the counter on the Chariot potentially. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yep, you copy there. So now you got yourself a little 5/5. Get yourself some damage through. It's going to be 7. It's an 8-8 ball game right now.
Well, let's see. This will work.
Okay. He's got the 1 mana available to pay for the disruption. Also has Snakeskin Veil at the ready. So the Chariot's going to fight the dragon. Now we take a look at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Stráský. Now he's got some thinking to do. So what's interesting right now is, okay, disruption off, right? Not going to work. Do you still cast the disruption, cashing in the treasure, and say, maybe you say 2 damage upstairs?
Yep.
Right?
That is possible, because if he draws another Goldspan Dragon off the top of the library, that would be lethal.
Well, that's going to do it anyway, because he's already at 8, so 2 increments of 4. But is there a reason to maybe go after a token for some reason? Is it worth it to just go upstairs? Look, see, because he's cashing in the Jawari Disruption no matter what now.
Yeah.
Now it's just a question of, like, where do I want to put the damage? And you might be able to make the argument that putting the damage to a token doesn't do anything, but is there some other way to deal an additional 2 points of damage? Looks like we're going to go towards the Chariot with the idea of maybe I want to kill this now. Paolo might just be good with that. Okay, yeah, so he pays the 1. Great. Chariot and the Dragon trade.
Nice.
Smashing
takes care of 2 critters.
Smashing does take care of 2 creatures, but there's that creature land hanging back there.
Yeah, so Field of Ruin needs to be a little bit available here in this situation.
Yeah, this gets tough because Paolo's hand is lined up pretty well. So if you take a look at Ondřej's side of things, Shatter Skull Smashing can, kill some stuff, but it's not great, right? That's not ideal. Field of Ruin can take care of the Faceless Haven. We're not going to get into Snakeskin Veil just yet, but if you're drinking just on Ondřej's side of things, it's around, am I attacking, am I not attacking? Question answered. Love it. Always attack.
Wow.
Make a treasure. The treasure can be sacrificed for 2 mana to Field of Ruin, the Faceless Haven, which you can do now? So this is maybe it's
tense.
maybe what this is sack treasure, Field of Ruin, kill your Faceless Haven while you're tapped out. Smashing for 2 on something. Right? Because then Paolo is attacking for 7 in combination with the Rangers class.
Ranger class, yeah.
But it's that Snakeskin Veil that again might cause the issue here. Not so much on the Field of Ruin on the Faceless Haven for pretty obvious reasons, but it's maybe that additional point of damage.
That could be what Paolo needs to squeak through the victory here. Field of Ruin, as you mentioned, going to take care of Faceless Haven. Gonna go find another land and clear out some of this battlefield here. Expertly navigated by both players to get themselves in this situation. They are just, it seems like they're just 1 attack step away.
So let's see, if
you from a win here.
If you Snakeskin Veil, yeah, this is tough. So if you Snakeskin Veil a thing. Yep, that's it.
Oh, man.
Huge. The +1/+1 counter. +1/+1 counter makes it one of those into a 3/3. You have a 3/3, 2 2/2s. That's 7. Ranger's Clash trigger. That's 8. That Snakeskin Veil.
That's lethal.
Huge. Once again.
Snakeskin Veil MVP.
And remember, with their deck building coming into this tournament, 1 Veil main, 3 in the board. 3 in the board. So clearly Paulo and Sam Pardee have put a huge priority on this card in this matchup, and you see exactly why, because that was huge. Game winning.
We have a battle here indeed. What a great way to start off day 2 of the World Championship. Defending world champ Paulo Vitor Damodarosa up against the man who cannot lose in Ondřej Stráský. Don't want commentators curse you, but man, these two are good.
These two have some great battles between them. That finals matchup at Mythic Championship 6 in Richmond,
so good.
where Stráský beat PV. I think it kind of goes a little bit undersold a little bit. That had PV won that would have been like a 3rd PT win. Like, come on, man. Yeah. Give us a chance. Give us mere mortals a chance.
Insane. Ondřej actually tweeted this morning, just before the tournament started, that he's currently 4-0 in the last 4 matches up against Paulo, but their record overall is 4-10. So he's looking to go 5-10 up against the reigning world champ.
I have to imagine most people have a negative record against Paulo.
Oh, of course.
But here's one thing I'm going to point out as this game kind of unfolds. There's a big difference between being on the play and being on the draw in this matchup, and you're seeing it firsthand because Stráský being on the play here, he has been allowed to foretell in Alrund's Epiphany. Now he's able to cast an expressive iteration, as opposed to when he's on the draw, it's kind of like Fading Hope something, Divide by 0 something, maybe I'll find a window to do some card draw. Now he gets to be proactive right off the jump, which is, again, foretell Alrund's Epiphany, cast expressive iteration,
Can you guys hear
not
me?
worry about all that much, and I have a Fading Hope in hand right now, where maybe I bounce the Sculptor, maybe I don't. He's going to keep that thing off of the battlefield, no acceleration to something crazy. So a beautiful start here for Stráský.
Beautiful indeed. Also finds the expressive iteration off the top, courtesy of the Scry. And one thing that's a little awkward right now for Paulo is he didn't find the untapped land number 3 to get Old Growth Troll down. So you can see a little bit unhappy there with his draw.
Yeah, not ideal if we're keeping track of the snow-covered forest count as well. If Faceless Haven works itself into the equation for snowlands and turning up that creature land, it's going to be a little bit awkward right now as well. So PV struggling a little bit.
Old Growth Troll on the stack, divide by 0. Gonna put that back to hand. But Paulo is in a position where he's able to double spell here, courtesy of the Sculptor, so we could see a Werewolf Pack Leader here.
Yeah,
which ain't too shabby.
One of those spots where you just want to get something on the battlefield. Now, if he can get something to stick, you do see the 2 copies of Snakeskin Veil, and those are really good. We saw how great that card was in the last game, but Paulo's shaking his head now because Goldspan Dragon has shown up, and that card is problematic with the treasures that it's going to generate and the lack of a fight spell right now here for PVDDR.
Yeah, he can protect his stuff, but he can't get rid of this dragon, and it's going to deliver the beatdowns. It's going to accelerate Stráský. It needs to be answered pretty darn quickly. Now, he can get a card off of the Werewolf Pack Leader, but it's a little bit awkward to do so, because it's either the activated ability of the Pack Leader, or it's using a Snakeskin Veil pre-combat.
Ooh, the
so where does he go from here?
Adversary.
And that's so many avenues to go down, because you have to think of, if you're Paulo right now, that one of the key things I'm sure you're probably thinking is, okay, what's your card that has been foretold? It's almost assuredly Epiphany. And if it's Demon Bolt, what does that look like? And Demon Bolt I kind of got covered. So now it's okay, so Dragon's going to come in for 4. I'm going to go down to 12. You're going to cast Epiphany, get 2 birds. Then it's 4, 5, 6. I go down to 6, and I'm probably dead to another Epiphany. You know, you're just kind of thinking to yourself, probably just, what's the turn cycle going to look like? What are the next couple of turns going to look like for me? How much, do I need to add to the battlefield? Do I need to just put the shields down entirely when we're talking about Snakeskin Veil? There's Old Growth Troll. Okay.
And so Paulo does have a board. He's going to hope to keep it this turn, or this time around. Crossboil Snarl, not the best land off the top here for Stráský. Does, of course, have the expressive iteration to go and find an untapped land. Can fire off the Epiphany if he wants to. Does have the treasures available, courtesy of the Goldspan Dragon. So let's see where he goes.
Goldspan Dragon doing some serious work in this matchup. Now here's that Epiphany.
I mean, if you can take extra turns, you're going to take them, yeah?
It's hard to pass it up, especially in a spot like this, because 1, 6, 2. Yeah, so if he finds another Epiphany, we're lights out.
Yeah,
we know that. There's 2 birds.
And he can go digging for it with Expressive Iteration. Can scry with a Fading Hope too.
Yeah, iteration it would be I don't know if Ondřej wants to do that or not. And then there's Teaching the Archaics as well. He could try Fading Hoping something, but I think Paulo would snap off a Snakeskin Veil to counteract that and stop the scry. So
let's see what he draws. Yeah.
Yeah. It is an enormous draw step. Now let me 4, 5. I want to see if there's anything to be done as far as getting cute here is concerned. What I'm thinking right now is, are you supposed to Fading Hope your own token?
Maybe.
I mean, it's a little. Look, it sounds crazy. I know.
I would say that's probably correct.
Divide by 0.
Divide by 0. All right. So in this case now, without the Epiphany, if he Expressive Iterations into an Epiphany, he would have enough mana, I believe, with the treasures.
Correct. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 mana total right now. Epiphany is going to cost 2, brings you down to 6. Treasure will get you 2 more mana. So, yeah, I mean, you find an Epiphany, it's lights out. Now, do you need an Epiphany in this spot when you draw Divide by 0?
Yeah, because you're not dead on the crackback, yeah?
Yeah, I don't think you do. And Divide by 0 gives you a lot of cover around a lot of different stuff.
All right, Burning Hands.
So does copying a Burning Hands.
Yeah. It's like, how would you like to kill these creatures? You have several ways to do so.
Yes, I think we're done now. Because we can go copy Burning Hands, kill 2 things, attack with Goldspan, make a treasure, have Divide by 0 up.
Yep.
That's just
yeah, you
all
can
of
see.
it.
Paolo knows. He
that's
knows.
just all of it.
It's impossible to come back from this.
Sick turn.
That was absolutely incredible stuff from Stráský.
Yeah.
Paolo did his best. He is, if there was anyone who was going to be able to deal with Stráský in this situation, it was going to be Paolo. He did his best, but Stráský is just far too dominant right now. Unbelievable stuff.
Guy can't be stopped. He's on a roll, and again, you are seeing him, as far as the game plan is concerned, you're seeing it in action from start to finish, which is again delay, interact, and then try to win with something. This time around, it was Goldspan Dragon. Epiphany, of course, worked itself into the equation, but more importantly than all of that, you see a big difference between play versus draw. Pardee talked about this a little bit yesterday about, he thinks the match was really, really close, but for him and for Paulo by proxy, it's ideal to just win the die roll and be on the play. And what's so disappointing when you're playing an aggro deck against that kind of strategy is when you win the die roll game 1 before the Burning Hands are there and everything else. Trust me, I know this, aggro career. You're like, I won the die roll. Okay, we have to win game 1. We have to. And there's cascading consequences, right? Because if you win game 1, okay, I'm gonna lose game 2, obviously I'm on the draw. And then you're like, okay, I'm on the play game 3 against the Burning Hands. Maybe he stumbles, maybe he fumbles. But Paulo didn't win game 1. You saw him win game number 2, and then game number 3 with Stráský on the play. It's a world of difference, especially at the sideboard games. Looked pretty easy there, game 3 for Ondřej, and he wins once again.
He does. He is just one more game away from locking up that top 4 spot.
One win away!
He's making it look easy. Look at this guy. Unbelievable stuff. My friends, we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll see how Paolo's teammate Sam Pardee does.
I wouldn't define my success
in the
in this
hands of
tournament
Jean-Emmanuel
by how well I performed in terms of record, but rather in terms of how I played. I remember Reed Duke going last in his first World Championship, and then going on to become one of the best players of all time. And all I want to do is to play well and feel like I played well.
So what do we think, guys? Pretty crazy, huh? I reckon out of all the Izzet lists that I looked at in the deck list submitted, this one that Stráský's running is a little bit different from the others, and I think it's the best one, man. It's so potent, and it's even better post-board. He's got the best answers for the aggro decks, and loads of answers for the mirror, with so many tested talents and things. I think he stands a good chance. I wonder if Paolo can, swing it around. I haven't yet seen the mono green and Grixis Epiphany matchup yet. And it's only one of the few decks that's running some copies of the Field of Ruin, which, I don't know, everyone's a little bit like uncertain about it, but I think at least one or two copies should be like staple. There's so many Hall of the Storm Giants. I'm not sure who's on next, Salander. As soon as they come back, I'll switch the audio so we can hear what they have to say. I just thought I'd pop in usually during these breaks, and we can just sort of like discuss a bit what we thought about the match. That second game, that last turn with Paolo, was so close, like down to the wire. One hit point of difference, one snakeskin veil. Pfft. Yeah, John, even Hello Good Game's got like a few email addresses in there just to like spread his chances. Yeah, exactly. And Faces Haven, which is nuts. All right, I'm gonna switch back to the audio from the stream. See you guys later.
Into the super top tier of Pro Magic. I think he's like won the past like major tournaments he's played, so he's just been kicking it. He wasn't originally in the Magic Pro League, so he's one of those guys that has kind of come up from the bottom all the way to the top, and he's done that through pure skill. So yeah, he's very, very good at Magic.
Very, very good at Magic indeed, and we're going to see Sam Pardee kicking it with his mono-green decklist up against Jean-Emmanuel Depraz on Temur Treasures. Now, Cedric, no one else bought the wet gruel, I guess we could call it that, as it's just splashing the blue for negates. Yes, you can laugh. It's soggy gruel. Like, come on.
As someone who like does deck databases and names decks that kind of influence the community, gruel. I'm in pure pain right now. Just, that would never make it through anything. Soggy gruel indeed, I guess, for one day only. Look, JED, Jean-Emmanuel Depraz, he's a little surprised that no one's playing this deck in this tournament. He has a hard time figuring out why in some of our show notes here. He said basically it's the gruel deck from last standard season with all the greatest hits. Chariot, Goldspan Dragon, Magda plus Jaspera Sentinel. Why isn't anyone else doing this? Well, his constructed record so far is 2-0. He's beaten Mono Green and Mono White, Seth Manfield and Ray Sato individually. Can he do it again? Is he right about this deck? He hasn't played against Epiphany yet, but all you can do is beat what's in front of you. And he's off to a good start so far here with Sentinel and also has Prosperous Innkeeper. So perhaps other people have taken this deck a little bit too lightly and he's dead on. We'll find out.
We'll find out indeed. The record will tell. And like you mentioned, this deck has been very, very powerful historically, and with the addition of Moonveil Region 2, there's some awesome things that he can pull off, and I'm hoping we'll get to see some of it here in this matchup up against Sam Pardee. Now, Pardee has also been on an absolute winning streak. He's looking to improve his record here to 5-1, and both of these players, they're going to be tough biscuits to beat, so yeah, let's settle in for a good one.
Now, I will note, in this creature matchup that we are in here, on Pardee's side, one thing to keep track of, just like when we saw him play against some other creature decks earlier in the tournament, when he played against the Azorius deck, it's about fight spells and how many do you draw, right? It's about Blizzard Brawl, it's about Inscription, It's about additional fight spells after sideboard, interacting with the creatures that Jean-Emmanuel is going to be bringing to the battlefield. So just one thing to kind of keep track of. He doesn't have any fight spells or creature removal just yet. And speaking of creature removal, Sculptor of Winter is going to slow down Pardee's draw a little bit here, but just one thing to keep your eyes on. And I swear I'm not from the future as he draws Inscription of Abundance. I swear.
Time traveling Cedric, I believe you. Werewolf Pack Leader is going to hit the board along with a suspicious forest being left up. We do know that there is that single copy of Snakeskin Veil. Let's see where we go with this turn as it's a Moonvale region time. Yeah. All right.
It's not
Let's
a bad
get
start.
Big dragon.
It's not a bad start here for Jean-Emmanuel. The goal here is to just get some dragons on the battlefield ahead of schedule and kind of run away with things from there. But do remember, in addition to these fight spells that I do talk about here from Pardee's deck, one of the appeals to mono green is that you can play a long game as an aggressive deck. You have Rangers class. You have Werewolf Pack Leader drawing cards. You have ways to dump excess mana like Faceless Haven and kicking Inscription of Abundance. So you've got a lot of ways to use your mana. Primal Adversary with the ETB trigger. So he's never going to run out of things to do. That's just one thing to think about.
Now that is quite the benefit for playing the mono green deck over another mono aggressive deck like mono white. So here's an interesting...
Oh, continue, please.
I was going to say, here's an interesting decision here. Could get rid of the wolf and ditch the hand and draw some cards, but with the draw of Ranger class here, I don't think we're going to see any discarding of hands just yet from Jean-Emmanuel.
Yeah, it is optional, and if you want to cash that hand in or not, and it looks like we're not going to see that be the case. So Ranger's class will generate that 2/2. Looks like we might be headed to level 2, and we are. And I got a 5/5. Okay.
Yeah, the 5/5 is not going to stick around for too long, unfortunately. No protection spells for Jean-Emmanuel's side of things. We do see that Inscription of Abundance looming there for Sam Pardee. And so he's just going to keep doing what he does best, and that is swing.
See if we're going to have any blocks here or not from JED. Sam's hand starting to shape up. It's a pretty nice one. Has Inscription, drawing that fight spell again. Very, very important against this dragon-based deck. And again, as far as sinking mana is concerned, he has a Rangers class on the battlefield, Primal Adversary as well in the grip. So it's a pretty good-looking hand here for Pardee.
Yeah, I very much like the look of Sam's position at this point, seeing both hands and both battlefields. And it makes blocking awkward too, knowing that there are these instant speed fight spells. He's going to try. He's going to see if he can get rid of this 3/3 here.
Sam is going reaching for the Inscription. Virtually.
Which one? Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Do we care to protect this wolf, or are we just gonna... Yeah, Wolfie gets protected, and the dragon lives another turn.
Yeah, kind of interesting, right? Because the thought process here with the dragon, the Moonvale regions on the battlefield is, okay, you got a big flyer. I'm at 21.
Yeah.
You know, just 5/5. You want to attack me and turn into a 6/6 because I'm happy to attack you back, right? Yeah. So this Moonvale region, as far as casting cards and discarding and drawing new cards, that might be on the menu now.
Yeah, curious to see where we go, because Shadowskull smashing along with the Riverglide pathway can kill the 3/3. And then ditch the hand, see what we draw. No blue needed for this matchup, particularly. Let's smash some things, shall we? Oh, we're leveling up. Okay, I like it. Oh, all right. Chariot on top. That's very nice indeed. Also, the Despair Sentinel can hit the board, saving that Shadowskull smashing.
Smashing down.
That, yeah.
Chariot in the grip. Okay.
Nice. Now, one way that this deck is pretty resilient against aggressive decks. I'm going to say it, and a lot of people probably can disagree with me, but Prosperous Innkeeper with Essica's Chariot going, bunch of creatures, yeah, that life gain adds up over a while.
No, those points matter. Look, in a tournament like this, players of this caliber, every little thing matters. Every little thing. So, you know, the life gain from the Prosperous Innkeeper, you know, we can, of course, touch on the treasure and all that other stuff, but no, every piece of the puzzle matters for the Prosperous Innkeeper. Looks like the region might be hanging back on defense now. All right. Changed his mind.
Old Growth Trolls draw here for Pardee. Would love to find some more interaction. Just to be able to get these creatures out the way and get this game over and done with quickly.
Yeah, Chariot of his own, more fight spells. I think those are ideal draw steps there for Pardee. Old Growth Troll is just kind of a big O. Doesn't mean it's a bad draw necessarily, but maybe not exactly what the doctor was looking for.
Yeah, it's just another big creature on the board. Faceless Haven is going to get feisty now, swinging in with a team. What is the draw here off the pack leader? Counter going on to the 3-3. There's a Kazandu Mammoth.
Yeah, Mammoth's not a bad draw step. Going to be able to get across 8 points of damage. Again, this is what I've talked about a couple of times over the course of this weekend. This mono green deck, it attacks in chunks.
This is nice. This is one of the interactions I was mentioning with Moonveil Regent and Ranger Class, because you can just empty your hand. You can play a creature, like Eska's Chariot, or play a spell, and then you will draw the card that's off the top of the library. If there's a land in the way, you'll be able to get that out the way and keep drawing playables.
Sam Prime been ready for a big attack next turn too. You look at the three creatures on the battlefield: 6/6, 4/4, 4/3. Then Faceless Haven also ready to send in. Life total pretty darn high at 15 for Pardee. Here's the Chariot. You mentioned the life gain. Let's see.
Life.
That.
Woo! Unfortunately, can't get down the Stormseeker at the same time.
Doesn't look like it.
Just doing some quick maths.
There's a difficult thing here insofar as I don't know if you can attack with the Regent. I think you want to, because you attack for 7, bring you to 8, and then you attack for 8 in combination with Ranger's class, right? But can you chump block? Can you chump block enough? And yep, if you're not attacking. And I understand why Jean-Emmanuel is not attacking. I'm not sure if you're winning. You know, this might be I can't attack, and if I have to sit back and block, then I'm losing the race, and this allows Sam to queue up. You know, this allows Sam to attack in the best way he thinks is reasonable in this situation, and then also further develop his battlefield while still staying at 15.
I do think this gives Jean-Emmanuel an extra turn, though, because if he had swung in with that Regent, there's trample coming potentially from the Werewolf pack leader and the Primal Adversary, so if there's any combination of pump spells, he may just be dead then.
Yeah, I think it's just rocking a hard place where you can't attack, and then also, if you're not attacking, I don't know if you're winning. That's the issue. It's not his fault. It's just the reality of the situation.
Because currently that pack leader is what, an 8/6 if it uses its ability?
Yeah, it's a big one. Okay. All by myself.
That's a scary attacker, though. What's that, 9 damage, potentially? 10, 11 if there was a consideration for an inscription.
Yeah, we don't really see the second ability all that often. Of base power toughness turned to a 5/3 trample isn't a human. Like, it's there. Doesn't get used that much, but it's there.
I mean, it must be so tempting to kill this, but at the same time, Moonveil Regent is the one that's filtering through the top of your library and keeping you in here. Yeah,
that's what I mean. A rock at a hard place. If you're not attacking with it, which is kind of like leading to your victory with the attacks in the air, that means you're probably blocking with it. But like, that thing's the way you're kind of winning, you know. So you're not. You probably have to hang back, but you're just not thrilled. It's kind of like waving the white flag without waving the white flag. Maybe the Regent trigger and the top of the deck is kind. But this is a trade that I think if you're Sam, it's like, okay, I've made the perfect trade here because now I get to play like 2 more just creatures that are on the battlefield. I can handle this Chariot. I've got Rangers class going. Things are going pretty well here for Pardee, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. Shadowskull smashing. How many things can we kill? Not enough.
The creatures are so big!
They are.
They're so big!
Do 4 damage. Ugh, I don't know if that's enough here for Jean-Emmanuel.
Yeah, he just... The next turn, if you're looking at Pardee, with what's going on with him, you know, the next turn could be the Faithless Haven activation turn. You can play a land, make Mammoth into a 5/5, activate Faithless Haven. You're swinging in with 4 4-power creatures, a 5-power creature in Kazandu Mammoth, and a Ranger's Clash trigger. That makes things really difficult. It looks like Chariot's going to get fired up on JED's side. And we'll see what kind of attack... Well, there's going to be an attack. You're not going to do that, not attack. Copy a cat, trigger the Ranger's Class.
Yes, it makes it a 5/5. That means 2 things have to jump in the way to block. This is actually a very clever attack. If Pardee falls for it, Jean-Emmanuel could kill 2 things on this battlefield, but he is happy just to take 5. It's like, yeah, no, I'm fine with this.
That's what I was going to say, too, is I don't think there's any combination of cards that Jean-Emmanuel can have to kill Pardee, so it's like, okay, this is one of those times where I'm just going to use my life total as a resource. I don't have to block. I'm not really worried about... You know, just a random card I'll pick out of thin air. Embercleave. Doesn't exist anymore.
Please no.
Doesn't exist anymore.
No more Embercleave.
Yeah. So you don't have to concern yourself with such things.
So very much rock and a hard place here for Jean-Emmanuel. Does have 3 blockers available if the Reckless Stormseeker hits the board here. Could also go to the Den of the Bugbear if he wanted to use that as a blocker, but just doing a few quick calculations. Seeing if he can survive this onslaught from these enormous creatures on the other side of the battlefield. Oh, that's nice.
Another copy of Ranger's Class.
Yeah, why not? Let's get another counter on our big creatures.
Yeah, I think, okay, so we can do this. This will net you a 2/2. You can activate Ranger's Class. You can activate the second one. Yep. And then you can still queue up Faceless Haven. It's a really good turn.
Ugh,
use all
so
your
gross. It's so gross, but it's
use all your mana.
Whee! Swinging on in goes Sam Pardee. Says, here, you count. Catch.
Yeah. Attack all. How the game was meant to be played.
I agree.
That's right.
Okay, let's go to sideboarding. So get out of there, negates. Well, maybe they can stay in, considering some of the non-creature spells that Sam Pardee's playing.
Yeah, it's possible that having a copy or 2 is okay, because the non-creature spells that Sam is playing, as you mentioned, are good. What this matchup comes down to, kind of talked about it a little bit at the top, it comes down for Jean-Emmanuel's side. It comes down to the dragons. I think Goldspan more important than Moonveil region. But it also comes down to, do I have the Despair Sentinel Mag to start? Right? Because that start is incredibly explosive and powerful. Don't get me wrong. It's great. And on Sam's side of things, said it before, I feel like I'm a broken record at this point, it's about the fight spells. One fight spell that game changed, turned that game on its head, right?
Yep.
That's all it took was one. And if he draws multiple copies of Blizzard's Brawl and inscriptions and stuff like that, it's going to be a bad time for Jean-Emmanuel. And he's got a Blizzard's Brawl queued up right now. He's got a good hand. Something to do on turn 2 at Ranger's Class. Yeah, it's a really good hand. Really good.
Oh my goodness. Could even use Tangled Florahedron as a land, but does have the 3rd one in hand there, so yeah, that's a very, very good start for Sam Pardee. Unfortunately, no 1-2 punch of Despair Sentinel into Magda, but does have a Burning Hands to take care of a creature, and Tangled Florahedron is going to be the target here for Dragon's Fire.
It is a little interesting with the Tangled Florahedron if Sam is supposed to play that as a land or play it as a spell. I understand why he played it as a spell, right? Because as you play as a spell, if it doesn't die and you're playing Chariot on turn 3, and the game is probably over because playing a turn 3 Chariot's busted. So it's a high upside.
Yeah, and also I think it's alright to lose a Tangled Florahedron to a burn spell over the wolf.
Yep.
Ooh, Eska's Chariot, nice. Okay, so these Sentinels are going to be pretty big here for Jean-Emmanuel, considering the lack of land. As it stands, he will be able to get out Goldspan Dragon. There is no untapped land for Blizzard Brawl.
Nope, it's just gonna be time to. It could be just time to 1, 2.
Oh, let's go
3,
dragons.
4, 5. Yeah, you could.
Let's go dragons. Copy treasures. It's totally fine. Oh,
Looks
darn
like
it.
I'm gonna go to Rangers class. Okay.
A girl can dream.
And then we're gonna activate Rangers class. Okay. And then you queue this up.
Okay, cool.
Attack trigger. Attack, you're going to get 2 triggers. One for the chariot copying either a wolf or a cat. We'll see which one. And then Rangers class going to make that into a 5/5, so no good blocks.
Yep.
That's a pretty good turn.
Yeah.
You can do dragons a follow-up turn. Yeah,
Very
there's a lot
nice
to like on that
indeed.
turn. That's a lot to like that turn.
Yeah. I mean, I still prefer dragons, but that was the better. The better choice, I think.
We all have our preferences.
Yes. Jessica's Chariot from the other side of the battlefield now, Sam Pardee, is going to jump on up. Let's see if we're going to do any fights of any sort here. Oh, imagine if he double Blizzard Brawls the Despair Sentinels now, though.
Yeah, I don't love it. I mean, does it short the mana? Yes. But how are we dealing with all these 2/2s in the chariot? I think that's the bigger question.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure right now. I think Sam is kind of far behind right now as far as catching up is concerned. Some timely removal spells there from Jean-Emmanuel with Burning Hands and Dragon's Fire.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned all these fight spells, and the fight spells are great in the matchup, but not having the opportunity to pick off a chariot right now or a Goldspan Dragon is making things difficult.
And Sam Pardee is going to kill something here. Looks like the wolf is the target. Where does this first Blizzard Brawl go? Huh? Okay. Oh, nice. I love this. I love this.
Make a big people. Okay.
Big people, yes.
Yeah.
Seen that a few times with Jessica's Chariots, so there is still the inscription, so these little creatures are going to die underneath the wheels of the chariots.
Yep.
And there's also a big old 4/4 troll on the other side of the battlefield now, courtesy of the old growth troll that died.
It's a good turn for Sam.
Very good.
He gets to play land. He uses all of his mana, uses a bunch of resources, still has 2 fight spells in the holster. Not a bad draw there, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can still go to the dragon if you want to.
And then have mana for Burning Hands.
Yeah, and then have the treasure and then Burning Hands if you want. That's a pretty clear turn. What's the chariot turn look like? The chariot turn looks like use the cat and the wolf, activate your 4/4, which is actually a 5/5. Put a counter on it, copy something, leave Burning Hands up, maybe. I think those are the 2 avenues.
As it stands, the Burning Hands would kill the chariot. It's a 6/6 at the moment.
Yeah. Alright, so we're going to do a chariot turn.
Couple more triggers. Get another creature, get another counter. There goes a 6/6. Sam Pardee is down to 7. Kill or be killed in this game.
You ain't lying. Okay, let's see. Looks like he's going to kick things off with the Rangers class. Nope.
Nice. Oh, that was a very timely removal spell here for Jean-Emmanuel. Able to take care of the opposing Jessica's Chariot before it got out of hand here. Still a lot of things in the battlefield, but little does Sam Pardee know that there are 2 dragons itching to get on this battlefield.
Yeah, and this is where things kind of line up pretty nice. I think Jean-Emmanuel's played a pretty nice game here. He's maximized his chariot over the course of this game, and now he can go the dragon route. And because dragon has haste, great against Blizzard Brawl, pretty nice. Pretty nice, I gotta say.
Yeah, and also if you look at Sam Pardee's lands, he doesn't have that 3rd snow permanent.
Mm-hmm. If that does add up, which it does right now when it comes to Blizzard Brawl, so I think it might be time finally to go to the skies.
Yes! Let's go, Dragon time! I love it. Let's get a 5/5 dragon.
I thought for a moment he may not attack.
Oh no!
For a brief moment, it looked like there was a little bit of a pause there.
Look at this. Down to 2. He's at 20.
Yeah.
He did this with 3 lands, effectively.
More or less. I mean, you can see the explosiveness of the deck. You can see the appeal. I mean, the Jaspera Sentinel turns have been pretty good. We still haven't seen Sentinel plus Magda yet. But maybe that's what the third game is for.
We shall see shortly as Werewolf Pack Leader and one of the trolls is going to swing in here, try and draw land. Let's see what is going to be found. Esika's Chariot will crew up some of the critters and get in the way of the 5/5 maybe here. Yeah.
Yeah, when you basically you can make this you can make this
illegal
block.
Blocks.
Yeah. You can make this block pretty safely because like, you know, Sam, if he has kind of anything to interact, you've just got your dragon still either alive or a backup dragon in the holster.
Yeah.
So
That was super well navigated there by Jean-Emmanuel. I'm so impressed. Every time I see him play, it's just he just blows me away. He's so good at what he does.
He's super good. Super good. It's been awesome watching him over the past, I guess I would say 2 years now. Just super good player who just gets, it feels like he gets better every tournament.
Yeah.
Really does.
And that's rare for, you know, players of this caliber. It's to be like, hey, you're playing a bunch better than you did in the previous tournaments. Like, it's impressive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, one of the things I love about my job of doing coverage, I've been doing Magic coverage for, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, 9.5 years.
Wow.
Way too long. Is getting to watch people, like, getting to watch their career arc. You know, kind of go from, all right, you're pretty good. You know, you definitely deserve to be here, qualifying for various tournaments, and then it's like, okay, a little bit better, all right, a little bit better. You see people just continuously improve, and I know Jean-Emmanuel is very self-critical, you know, of his own performance and what he can accomplish and everything else, but the confidence continues to rise, and the way he plays the game continues to impress. And one of the things I like about him is he's opinionated in a good way. You know, he believes in the things that he believes in. He believes he's one of the best limited players in this tournament. And he believes that this deck that he's playing constructed is very good and doesn't quite understand why more people aren't playing it. And thus far, he's won his first 2 matches with it. We'll see if he can get a third one.
I don't want to go so far as to say that this deck that he's playing is an unknown quantity, but I don't think too many people were prepared for what is essentially a Gruul deck in the tournament.
I'd say it was overlooked.
Yeah.
You know, the narrative coming into this event was Epiphany this, Mono Green that.
Yeah. You know, the Mono White players decided, hey, if everyone's going to be playing that, then we've got a pretty good matchup against them. So I don't think too many people expected to see this kind of deck at the Magic World Championship.
Well, there is a reason that people do like this Mono Green deck, though, and it's why it was one of the decks to beat coming in. It starts like this. It starts like Sculptor of Winter into Esika's Chariot into I have other cards in my hand to cast. That's some of the appeal of what makes this strategy so darn good. Now, Jean-Emmanuel is kind of doing a similar thing with the mana acceleration into threats ahead of schedule. So we are going to have ourselves a little Chariot off once again. Now, last time we did this, Jean-Emmanuel had the Chariot first. Sam was catching up. This time, Sam has the Chariot first. And now we'll see how the game plays when he gets to do the attacking with Chariot before Jean-Emmanuel does.
Yeah, and also has Ranger class if he wants to go that route to start putting counters on it, making it unable to be killed in combat. Okay. Gonna throw caution to the wind here. Esika's Chariot swinging on in from Sam Pardee's side of the battlefield, copies the cat token. Now what does Jean-Emmanuel do?
Yeah, you can make an attack like this because after sideboard, Sam's got these fight spells. Some of them come at instant speed. So even though he doesn't have Inscription in his hand right now, he can make an attack like this and just say, I dare you to block. You know, do you want to wade into these waters when I have 5 mana available?
You know, I think he's gonna.
Huh? Just did.
I think it's too tempting. If you don't have it, I win, basically. In that exchange, at least.
Yeah, and I think Sam might just be okay with that exchange too, because my chariot's gone, yes, but now your battlefield's a little bit diminished.
Yep.
Right. So you turning on you can't really turn on your chariot as things currently stand. So right now, I'd say that Pardee has the better battlefield, and Depraz is playing catch up.
Yeah, for sure. Now, also, it makes attacking with Esika's chariot on this side of things a little awkward, because there's now too many creatures to punch through. But the thing that Jean-Emmanuel has over Sam Pardee's deck is aerial attacks with a Goldspan Dragon. It is online, but the swing or the crackback would hurt.
Yeah, you play a dragon here and you attack, and Sam goes, dope, I'll attack you.
Yeah.
Right? So
That hurts just a little too much, so I don't think we'll see the dragon just yet. Instead, Ranger class is going to be leveled up. Oh, we're going for it. Okay. I take it.
I'm curious if we're going to see a double block here or not.
I mean, again, too tempting, right?
I mean, yeah I think, just cash it in. Troll's going to die, put on the land, then you could start Ranger classing. Okay.
It seems like whoever has the biggest thing on the board tends to win. So if you can keep the other biggest thing off your opponent's side of the battlefield, you're in a pretty good position.
Also, with the troll land, in combination with Sculptor of Winter, Sam can do a lot this turn mana-wise.
Yeah.
That's pretty darn appealing, too.
Oh yeah, we're gonna level up.
Yeah, man, dude. Got a lot to do with your mana.
Kitty Cat's getting feisty here. Counter is going to go onto the Sculptor of Winter. Let's see if we'll have any blocks from Jean-Emmanuel. Okay. Yes, indeed.
I wonder if we want to kill the Sentinel.
Yeah.
I'd rather kill that than a wolf. Yep. Untap, play Mammoth.
Very nice. Shadow Skull Smashing is a land. It hurts, though, so Jean-Emmanuel would go down to 11 to get the dragon on the field. Is he more incentivized to just level up to 3 here on the Ranger class?
Well, I guess the problem with that is a little bit is that I'm trying to figure out how Jean-Emmanuel's going to catch up here. I think the question is kind of answered. He's got to go to the dragon. I don't know if he can attack the dragon. Okay, well. Okay.
It's risky. It's going for it.
Sam draws a fight spell. This game's probably over.
Yeah, I agree. Snow-covered forest, that ain't it, but does have mana available to up Ranger class to level 3, and there's a Kazandu Mammoth on top of the library, so he'll be quite happy to play that.
The race is on.
Oh, yeah.
There's some chump blocking to be done, trade with some 2/2s, stuff like that, but the race is on. This could get fun.
Oh, yeah. It's not often we get to see just 2 players swinging on in with all their creatures each combat step, so I'm here for it.
Double block there. Trade, take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, go to 2. So if you double block the 3/3 and you trade 2/2 for 2/2, you take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you go down to 2. So this 2/2 might just be chump blocking the Mammoth, which doesn't really get you very far. You take 6, you fall down to 5, you have 1, 2, 2, and a dragon left. It's just that continuously over the course of this game, Jean-Emmanuel has been behind. The trades have been in Sam's favor, and Sam just kind of has the better battlefield. And he's continuously had the better battlefield, and I'm not sure. The tough thing here is I'm not sure what Jean-Emmanuel's catch-up mechanism is.
I would say it's Esika's Chariot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's step 1. I think like a single removal spell doesn't really do it, and we know that now here comes a Mammoth. So Sam continues to just add to his battlefield. So it's 2 creatures to 6. See, Burning Hands is a single removal spell. It's not like that's a bad draw or anything, but I don't know if that's enough.
It's not. At least it doesn't feel like it at this point. So curious to see where he goes. Goldspan Dragon would be able to block one of these Kazandu Mammoths.
This feels, Eli, a lot like the first game, right? Where Depraz was with the Moonveil region. He's like, okay, I'm going to attack, right? Because I got to keep attacking to try to kill you, especially when you have Rangers class on level 3 in this particular game. But the one turn that you stop attacking, it's kind of like waving the flag, right? Because then you're decreasing your chances of winning to like try to play more turns.
Yeah.
but Sam has a Rangers class going, right? So so it's just we're in that rock and a hard place again right now, where I'm sure Jean-Emmanuel is like, I need to keep attacking to win, but then that's one less blocker that I have, and if I stop attacking, that gives Sam more time to do his thing with Rangers class and everything else. So I understand why he's doing this. I really do.
I mean, on the plus side, it does give him extra mana from the treasure to Shadow Skull smashing the bigger creatures on the board.
True.
Still not great. I don't think he survives here, but let's see. Does have the Lair of the Hydra, so would be able to jump up in front of something. But
2, 4, 5, 6. Are we just killing 2/2s maybe?
Yeah, I think you need to kill some of these creatures. Get this board a little bit more manageable.
So this is 6 mana. So you can kill a 6 mana. 7. Okay.
Gonna go for the mammoths. Okay.
Yep, okay, so you do this, you kill those two, you can fire Lair of the Hydra, block a Mammoth, 2/2, blocks a 2/2, you take 5, you go to 1. Okay, I see what we're doing. This keeps you alive for a turn, you peel a gold span, you win. Am I right? Wanna block. Yeah. Okay, so yes, oh no, you don't need to peel gold span. No, you just do. Oh no. Nope, hang on. hang on.
Yeah, it doesn't even need the Lair of the Hydra, yeah.
Well, no,
that.
yeah. And but Sam dead. Wow!
What a play by Jean-Emmanuel Depraz.
Wow!
Using his life total as a resource, going down to 1 against mono freaking green, Cedric.
Okay. So that last turn, the turn before obviously Depraz going to attack for a win, he had to think through that turn about what I was talking about. Is like, if you keep attacking with the dragon, it gives you a higher chance to win because you have to keep attacking. If you stop attacking, you're probably going to lose, right?
Yeah.
So he found an avenue to be able to keep attacking, chump block out just enough, and win the following turn with the dragon, the Rangers classes, and the Lair of the Hydra, while Sam just kind of bricks off on the top of the library. So that's a game that Burning Hands was a clutch draw. Yeah. And the management of resources, because remember, that's the game where Sam has the chariot first, and it's just kind of running downhill, and it's weird to think of him running out of gas there with the Rangers class being active, but the only way that Depraz can win is just by saying, I have to keep attacking with the dragon, because we saw the first game, he stopped attacking with the dragon, and then it comes up a little bit short, so really smart there from Jean-Emmanuel, and able to kind of sneak out a victory. And Eli, you know what this means?
Yeah.
The Teamer deck is 3-0.
It is.
In Constructed. 2 wins against Mono Green, 1 win against Mono White. Hasn't got paired against Epiphany yet, but it's 3-0 in Constructed.
It is the mono killer, or the aggro killer, I should say, because that's
Maybe.
3 aggro decks in a row that Jean-Emmanuel has taken down. So he's got this matchup. He's easy peasy.
Apparently.
Well, I mean, it's still stressful, but sure. Oh, my friends, we are going to go and decompress after that absolutely crazy game of Magic. When we come back after the break, we'll be with Maria and the Death Team.
Wow, guys. Insane matches so far, huh? Holy cannoli. So back and forth, so tight, so many decisions. Those two, one with Paulo Vitor and this last one where it was literally down to like 1 point of life, more or less. Insane. I'd really like to see how that teamer list fares against the Epiphany decks. He hasn't played against them yet, so I think he's kind of had a slightly easier time of it. That game was insane. I wonder what we have next. I kind of want to see like Gab Nassif on the Grixis list. I haven't seen him piloted yet.
in on our standings now after 6 rounds of play and see where we are at. Ondřej Stráský remains undefeated with this incredible run at 6-0. And I do want to update people now on Gab Nassif and Keisuke Sato. You see them there at 1-5 in 15th and 16th respectively. Both of those players, unfortunately, are now out of top 4 contention. They can still keep playing the tournament for money, of course, but they are out of top 4 contention. Congratulations to both of them on making it here to the World Championship and indeed getting that one win in the hardest Magic the Gathering competition that exists. Now a note on some other players. Yuta Takahashi with Is It Dragons translating an 0-3 start into 3-3 now. Really, really impressive stuff. Noriyuki Mori on Azorius Tempo sitting at 4-2, and Jean-Emmanuel Depraz also at 4-2 with Teamer Treasures. What that means is the 3 players who are the only people playing their deck are combined 8-1 in Standard right now, which is really, really interesting stuff. So congratulations to them. We'll see if those players playing the Rogue decks can continue their hot runs here today in Standard. While turning our attention back to Ondřej Stráský, our lone undefeated player, Riley talked to him after his big win last round.
I'm here with Ondřej Stráský, who continues to just run roughshod over the entire field. You've just beaten PV again. I mean, Ondřej, you're making a habit of beating this bloke.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting lucky, and it's no secret that I think that Paul is one of the best players, if not the best player of all time. And I mean, he showed it in this match. I think game 2, he just played incredible. I don't think there's very many people in this field who would beat me in that game. So yeah, hats off to him. I mean, my draws in the end were just superb, and yeah, I got the win.
Only one more win needed before you lock up that top 4. What's your perspective like heading into the next round? You nervous? You excited? Or are you just business as usual for you?
I'm not very nervous. I feel like this year we played so many matches, so many important matchups against like great players that I got a lot of experience, and I don't really get nervous that much. I'm just hoping to play well and hopefully get the one win I need.
All right, mate. Well, we'll see how fortune favours you in the next round. Best of luck. Maybe see you in the top 4.
Thanks. Maybe.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Here we've got Mani Devuti and Riley Knight. I'm Maria Bartholdi, and Riley, you actually had a chance to also talk to Yuta Takahashi last round.
Yeah, I did. I wanted to talk to him and get his perspective on how he's gone, because as you mentioned before, Maria, he started 0-3, the nightmare start here for Yuta Takahashi, but he's turned it around into 3-3. And I asked him about this. He said that he's feeling very, very confident in Standard. He said that Standard in his home is his home. And fortunately for him, Ondřej's winning a lot, because he says he's got a very bad matchup against Sifka and Ondřej, the deck that they're playing, which means that he's unlikely to be paired against Ondřej, of course. But look, he's feeling confident, he's feeling optimistic. He says that his deck has a good matchup against the rest of the field outside of those 2 Czech players. So, I mean, look, if he can keep this momentum going up, we may be talking about a top 4 slot for this bloke. He only needs a couple more wins to be really in the conversation for it. So well done, Yuta Takahashi, turning around a nightmare start into a really, really, really strong performance so far.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Thanks so much, Riley. Well, something that we're going to be doing today, which I think is really cool, is we're going to be taking a closer look at all of the deck archetypes in our tournament, in the hands, of course, of some of the star players of the game. The first deck we're going to take a closer look at is It Epiphany with Corey Baumeister and Arne Huschenbett.
I am joined by Arne Huschenbett, who is playing Is It Epiphany, kind of the deck with the biggest target on its head. What made you play this one, Arne?
Well, you always try to find a deck that beats like the metagame, but for this one we just couldn't find it, and we just had to stick with the best deck. It is super, super resilient. It has all the tools. It has 50% matchups. We're happy with our list, so that's why I took this choice.
Makes sense to me. So first, let's get into the disruption sweep that you have. And we've seen a lot of these cards before in other Is It lists, Fading Hope, Burn Down the House, but Burning Hands and Tested Talons, especially in the main deck. Tell me a little bit about why you chose to play those.
Well, with choosing Disruption, you want to choose them for the metagame, right? We expected Is It Turns to be the most played deck, so that's why you see the Test of Talents. We expected Mono Green to be like probably the 2nd most played deck. It is very strong, right? So I wanted those couple of Burning Hands. Fading Hope, Burn Down the House, flexible, good against any creature decks, right? The Demon Bolt just as a one-off.
Yeah, and Demon Bolt foretelling when it could be an all run. You gotta love that sneaky aspect of it. So now let's talk about a little bit of the card advantage you have here. We have Memory Deluge and Expressive Iteration, but I really want to hear about Unexpected Windfall. Tell me a little bit about this card. This isn't what we see in a lot of lists, so yeah, tell me about it.
Well, we're trying to figure out how to beat the mirror, and I'm testing with Stráský and Sivka. They're even playing 4 Windfall. Wow. I chose just to play 3, and the card is just really, really good, especially with Galvanic Iteration. If you get to copy it on turn 6, you just draw go in the mirror, and it's fine against any other deck. Essentially, just ramping you up on turn 4 with these 2 treasures is just such an immense tempo advantage that is really crucial.
Yeah, especially when you have some extra cards that are maybe dead in the matchup to be able to toss them away and get ramp. That makes sense to me. Card seems really sweet when you can ramp straight into Epiphany. Speaking of Epiphany, let's get to this last slide here where we have Alrund's Epiphany, Hall of the Storm Giants, Galvanic Iteration as kind of these win cons. Let's talk about that first. What made you choose to play mostly 3 Galvanic Iteration? I think that's the thing that sticks out to me the most.
Yeah, Galvanic Iteration is very, very important, especially with Time Warp. It's what you're doing with this deck, right? Some people might look at this and think, oh, he's not playing much kill conditions. How does this work? But yeah, you just copy the Time Warp once, and you have the birds, you have the man land potentially. You can get Mascot Exhibition with Divide by 0. And yes, I didn't want to play 4. I just wanted to play 3 Iteration because drawing them too many could be awkward. They're not good in the early game, right? But 3 is a good number, so that's what I'm.
Yeah, even when you can copy Burning Hands or some aggressive or some removal against aggressive decks, it still seems completely fine to me. And when you get that combo of Galvanic Iteration All Run plus Hall of the Storm Giants, that's a lot of damage for you. And now lastly, let's talk about Divide by 0. What made you really want to play this? Is there a lot of threats that are tough to deal with removal that you wanted this, or is it really just because of the lessons in the sideboard?
Well, on the one side, you want to have counter spells for the mirror match. On the other side, you don't want to have counter spells against these lean white aggro and mono green aggro decks. Divide by 0 kind of fills that middle ground, that is good when you're behind on board, but also fine when you're ahead or just on parity in the mirror when you're trying to interact with flashback cards or with Epiphany. Yeah.
I love it. Well, hey, Arne, I wish you the best of luck here at the World Championship. I hope you're taking a lot of extra turns. And we're going to send it back to you at the World Championship.
Thank you so much, Corey Baumeister, for that deck tech. All right, now we've got some more analysis here from Mani Devuti. Established play patterns and how they can either help or hurt you in a game. Mani, take it away.
Thanks, Maria. Yeah, there was a really cool situation in the match between Ondřej Stráský and Paulo Vitor Damo-de-Rosa in this last round, specifically Game 2. I noticed something that I wanted to talk a bit more about. So when we're coming into this clip, it's turn 4, and Paulo has just cast an Asika's Chariot. Now, immediately, the first thing I noticed that Ondřej has a Jwari Disruption, and if my opponent's tapped out for a Chariot on turn 4, I have a Jwari Disruption, I am slamming it and I am countering that Chariot. But that's not actually what happened. Instead, Ondřej pretty immediately casts a Divide by 0, which has me puzzled for a bit. And then I take a moment to think about it. I'm like, why is Ondřej doing this? And I realized that he had that Smoldering Egg in play. And Smoldering Egg, well, it wants you to cast 7 mana worth of spells. And what Ondřej has is Divide by 0 making 3. He gets Environmental Sciences for 2 more, and he has a copy of Burning Hands in hand to make that 7 mana that's going to flip the egg. So suddenly it makes sense to me because Ondřej and their team, when they're bringing this deck, they probably have this play pattern. Turn 2 egg, turn 3 you divide by 0, that's 3 of the 7, and then you get Sciences, that's 5, you cast another 2 mana spell, of which the deck has many, and that's 7, the egg flips into Ashmouth Dragon, and you've got a very big threat, right? So it makes sense to me, and suddenly I understand what Ondřej's going for. But now is where things get interesting. Ondřej has played the Divide by 0, he's played the Environmental Sciences, and then we see him take pause for a bit. We see him actually starting to think about how this play is going to end. Because while, yes, the play he had lined up was Burning Hands, get rid of the Kazandu Mammoth on the other side, flip your egg, Well, there's still the chariot in hand that you don't have the answer for. So what if you leave up Jwari Disruption? But what if Paulo has a 5th land? What if you just leave up Burning Hands and Jwari Disruption, and then Paulo has a Snakeskin Veil? So there's so many ways for this play to go wrong that suddenly you see Ondřej really thinking about whether he wants to follow through with this, whether he wants to cast the Burning Hands. He uses his full timer here, and ultimately what he decides is, at this point, if I pass, too many things can go wrong, so I just have to play the Burning Hands. I have to flip the Ashmouth Dragon. But now here's where things get interesting. Was it the right play? And while we understand why Ondřej did the things he did, when we really think about it, and I spoke to Ondřej, I asked him, did you consider Jwari Disruption? And what he told me was, you know, I tunnel visioned on the divide. That was the line I had ready. I went with it, and it was a misplay. And tunnel visioning can happen to players at the highest level, the very best of the world. And for Ondřej, he recognized that immediately. It's a learning opportunity, and I think it was really cool to just see that this line that they had established actually ended up hurting him in gameplay here, and he went on to lose this game against Paulo.
Wow, Mani Devuti, expert insight analysis there on established play patterns. That was super interesting, man. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. You'll be doing that the rest of the day, taking cool plays and dissecting them there for us here at the featured at the news desk. Really cool stuff. All right, well, let's talk about our next feature match coming up. Pivot to round number 7 here at the World Championship. Taking a look, we're gonna watch Ondřej Stráský again, taking a note of all of his play patterns and if he chooses maybe to disrupt some of them in this matchup versus Noriyuki Mori. 4 top finishes for Stráský, 1 for Noriyuki Mori. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Ondřej Stráský remaining undefeated in the field, 63.6% standard win rate for Ondřej Stráský. What about the opponent, Noriyuki Mori? Kind of the Cinderella story of this tournament, bringing a brew to the Challenger Gauntlet that isn't control deck that got him here today. Plays so much Magic, it's almost unbelievable with this Azorius Tempo deck, bringing something really unusual to this tournament. Not disappointing us here this weekend. Let's talk about this matchup though, specifically, Mani. How are these decks going to face each other?
Well, Maria, this is an Epiphany deck. We've been seeing Ondřej crush with it yesterday and today. We just saw Deck Tech breaking down this list, and against this specific tempo deck, we're really going to be looking at some of the cheaper removal. The Demon Bolts are going to have to come up big. Divide by Zero is extremely important. Fading Hope is extremely important, and eventually Burn Down the House is going to be extremely important. But one of the key aspects that specifically only Noriyuki Mori has here is he has the cheap white disruption creatures that put pressure on the opponent with counterspell backup. So he has a few different aspects going here. We haven't gotten a chance to see this deck in its full entirety yet, but one of the most important cards is Redain. Redain is going to be huge in this matchup as Ondřej's team has a lot of very expensive spells, so if Noriyuki is able to land a Redain and have something like a concerted defense backup, I think this could be kind of rough for Ondřej.
Wow, I am so excited to see this matchup. We have arrived at prediction time. All of us have perfect records so far across the entire tournament.
Some
truly.
more perfect than others, yes, certainly.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, sure. Riley, who are you picking here?
Look, I'm going for Ondřej once again. This bloke can't be stopped. He's got one more win needed until he gets into the top 4 here, and I reckon that he's going to get the job done. 7-0, easy game. Let's get it done, Ondřej.
All right, how about you, Mani?
I'm picking David over Goliath. I'm going with Noriyuki Mori.
Yeah, I've also chosen Noriyuki Mori. This deck is so cool, and I want to see a rogue deck really do things here and get things done. But yeah, this is a winning into the top 4 for Ondřej Stráský. It's coming up after this brief break. Don't go anywhere. This should be an awesome matchup that you do not want to miss. We'll be right back with more from the World Championship.
Ondřej Stráský is someone who burst onto the scene and sort of brought some friends with him or met up with some friends in his part of the world, and that Czech Magic House type of approach where they really went into the lab for multiple tournaments, prepared together, and emerged with strong approaches and really solid technical play. So he's had obviously great results, but to emerge from that MPL league season at the top like he did, that gives me a lot of respect for what they've done. I mean, you were playing as the top players in the world every round of those things, and to emerge at the top of that shows, I think Ondřej is one of the best players in the field.
Okay, little 2-minute break. We get to see the other one-off deck from Noriyuki Mori against the current best deck. I remember when I played it, it felt pretty funky. There's a lot of cool little interactions. I sort of discovered something as I was playing with it that I didn't know when I first went in. The blue adversary, I thought you could only, you know, what do they call it? Fade out your own stuff, but you can also do it to the opponent's stuff. And I hadn't realized that until I was mid-game. That makes it much, much better. There's so many things you can do with that card. But yeah, I don't know. He's gonna have to hope he like snipes the Owl Runes out of his hand with the Elite Spellbinders early and try and shut the game out before he can get to another one. I predict a 4-3 games. Mori won't just lose 2-0, but I think Ondřej will probably still take it, unfortunately. Yo, yo, yo! Chrome Dome, how's it going, bro? Yeah, man, this is gonna be a good one. I would love it if Mori wins, of course. I would love that. But I have a feeling it will go 2-1. All right, back to this. See you guys after the games.
Mori is the rising star in Japan and the world. I think he's but he has a very good talent. He never played in Pro Tour, but he is now in World Championship. Yeah, amazing.
And welcome back to coverage here of the World Championship. Yeah, in the words of Ikawa there, he really kind of summed it up. He's never played a Pro Tour, talking about Mori here, but he's played in the World Championship. It really is a pretty incredible feat to see how this player has risen up, and we've got him in the feature this round against the juggernaut of this field. Ondřej Stráský is currently sitting at 6-0. Now, if you've been paying attention, you know that you only need to get to 7 wins to lock up that top 4, and he may be doing it straight through, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, he's been completely unstoppable. But kind of coming into this matchup, I expect Mori to potentially kind of put a wrench in his plans because, you know, Mori specifically chose Azorius Tempo here, an off-meta deck to target the Izzet Epiphany decks. You know, Mori's always been kind of that person known for playing slightly different decks to success. He's showing that here, and I mean, if you just take a look at this list, it looks like it could be a potential nightmare matchup for the Epiphany deck. I mean, you're playing a deck with main deck copies of Malevolent Hermit, main deck copies of Concerted Defense, Redain, Elite Spellbinder. This deck is able to put on a clock while also having disruption to prevent, you know, getting blown out by potential sweepers such as Burn Down the House or even stopping the combo altogether.
Really looks like a nightmare. And when we asked Mori about why he chose this Azorius deck for the tournament, Paul, he said, first sentence, my deck is targeting Izzet control. Like, he built this deck because he predicted the metagame to be Izzet control heavy, and well, he was right. It ended up being exactly the case.
Yeah.
All right, let's get underway here, Paul. How do things look here for as far as opening hand goes for our players?
Yeah, it looks like we have the player and hand cams a little swapped here.
You're right, we do.
As Mori is, of course, on the Azorius deck here, and it looks like Mori doesn't have land number 3, but he does have that Loyal Warhound, so looking to run out the adversary instead and run out the Warhound to try to find an additional mana source next turn.
Yeah, the Warhound does a really good job of helping you get caught back up again.
Yeah, but I mean, take a look at what Mori's working with here in his hand. I mean, he's got a couple of creatures on the battlefield. He's going to put the Warhound and the adversary into play, and then he's going to have, I mean, just look at all the cards that he has to kind of try to disrupt Ondřej here. He's got Redain, Spellbinder, Concerted Defense. You can flash in the adversary if you're concerned about counterspells from the opponent as well.
Boy, you can really see how this deck was aimed at the... I mean, when you're trying to resolve a 6 or 7 mana sorcery, boy, your life is difficult when your opponent's packing Spellbinders, Redains, and Concerted Defenses. He's also got Malevolent Hermit in the main deck, which is another problem. And he's going to kick things off here with Elite Spellbinder.
Yeah, some interesting decisions here. Probably not going with the divide by 0 here. Iteration and Demon Bolt are probably the considerations there.
Okay. We're getting these cameras all swapped up for you. Again, apologies for that, but thanks for your patience. And now you can see exactly what's going on.
And for folks who maybe have not seen Concerted Defense too much, one important element of that is also keeping track of the party types that Mori will have on the battlefield, as it basically counters a spell and forces you to pay 1, but if you have creatures of a party type, it costs an additional 1. And there are creatures in Mori's deck that do follow this condition, and a lot of the times this Concerted Defense will kind of act as a Spell Pierce effect, forcing Stráský to pay 2 mana to resolve his spells.
That's right. As it stands, though, double Demon Bolt there off of Galvanic Iteration from Ondřej Stráský cleans up the board nicely. Now, we know Elite Spellbinder, that will persist, that ability, but the damage will not. They are now in the graveyard, and Stráský is sitting at 17. Wow, Spikefield Hazard off the top. Pretty good against Mori with all of his 1 toughness creatures.
Yeah, that Hazard is looking really, really nice against that Loyal Warhound in play. I'm sure Stráský is also maybe thinking, is this the opportunity to run out this iteration? I have a pretty healthy life total. Or do I want to just preserve my life total even more, resolve this Spikefield Hazard, and then still keep up Demon Bolt and divide by 0 here?
It does look like the plan here, Paul, as we see yet another creature go to the graveyard, and it's getting a little thin here for Noriyuki Mori. Taking a look at his hand, he's got Spectral Adversary, Redain, and Concerted Defense. Still enough to affect the board, but you got to start getting a little worried that he hasn't been able to keep a single creature on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Stráský just kind of had the ideal draw here so far for this matchup, right? Just able to deal with every single one of Mori's creatures. You know, part of the problem or some of the issues that this Izzet that kind of runs into is the fact that you are playing sometimes a deck that has some clunky draws, right? You're playing a deck with a bunch of 7-drops, and if your hand is glutted with those cards in your opening hand, then you just run out of interactive spells and you get run over before you get to combo off. But with Stráský's hand this game, I mean, double Demon Bolt, Spikefield Hazard, multiple divide by 0s, he basically just kind of has all the answers.
Yeah, you know, you and I were talking about the matchup earlier today, and, you know, we were talking about how you often don't want to have, you know, your really expensive combo pieces, your non-interactive stuff in your opening hand. You want to kind of use the interactive stuff early and then set up for that. You know, we call it a combo finish. It's not exactly quite that, but close enough. And that's exactly what Stráský's doing here. He just has all of the reactionary stuff. Now, it is a little interesting that he hasn't found any pieces of the combo yet, so he will want to get that going at some point, but he's got a lot of time. We see Spectral Adversary go on the stack here for Mori, but a little awkward with his mana here, Paul. He's got all white sources and just the 1 blue.
Yeah, so he can't pump it up. You can pay 1 colorless and a blue to give it +1/+1 counters. Also, it's a nice way to save your creatures from maybe a potential sweeper, as you can phase them out. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's still a threat that's on the battlefield with flash, right? And
right.
it just means that basically you can kind of play this tempo game where you play cards on the end of your opponent's turn, which kind of throws them off balance a bit in terms of how they spend their mana.
Elite Spellbinder off the top of the library for Mori is a nice find as he gets to run this out perhaps ahead of a Redain and figure out what he wants to do as far as game plan goes.
Yeah, and this is kind of awkward here for Stráský. I mean, you can divide by 0, but Mori has 6 lands in play, so he can just simply replay the Spellbinder.
That's right. So this one is going to resolve, and this is where Elite Spellbinder really shines, right? A big part of Stráský's defense are in bounce spells, and they're just not very good against Elite Spellbinder. Ooh, burn down the house off the top of the library.
But keep in mind, Elite Spellbinder is a cleric. So that concerted defense in Mori's hand will act as a spell pierce. So Stráský will have to pay 2 mana. So if he runs out burn down the house here, it'll just get countered.
It's got to be tempting from Stráský's side. It looks like he may just be lining up Galvanic Iteration Demon Bolt here, Paul.
Yeah.
Is that the plan?
That's what it looks like. I'm wondering when he's going to kind of choose the timing on this, though. Doesn't seem to be a huge reason to go for it right now on his main phase. Could potentially consider doing it on Mori's upkeep to prevent him from drawing maybe more counterspells.
Okay. Yeah, he has passed the turn, and you do see he's got to stop on his upkeep, just like you described there, Paul. So here's Galvanic Iteration. This one's going to get flashed back. And now he has Demon Bolt to do 4. Well, in this case, to each of the creatures.
Right, and concerted.
This is the second time he's done this game, Paul.
Yeah, and taking full advantage of this iteration. Oftentimes you just see iteration being saved to just go for the quote-unquote combo, right? It's like, oh, I need these iterations to combo with my Auron's Epiphany, but Stráský just using it as just an additional removal spell, and I mean, he's still sitting at a pretty healthy 15 life here. He's done a great job of mitigating Mori's attack, and keep in mind, he still has that expressive iteration, kind of on the side to just kind of get ahead on cards here too. So he's just playing a straight Izzet control deck right now, and it's working out very well for him.
So finally Redain hits the battlefield. There's Fading Hope off the top of the library, and the interactive spells just don't stop here for Stráský. Normally you'll see a much bigger mix of card filtering or card draw in addition to these type of things, but for whatever reason he's just drawing basically every spell that can kill stuff. Outside of this is kind of key here, is expressive iteration, and it looks like he can go expressive into Galvanic.
Yeah, and it's really nice that he was able to find an untapped land here. This does allow him to use the Field of Ruin that he has to deal with that Cave of the Frost Dragon that's in play, and if he does, then I mean Noriyuki Mori is just only swinging in for 2 damage a turn here.
Yeah, Stráský at 15, even at this late stage of the game, has done a fantastic job of controlling the board. Finally, a second blue source here for Mori, but I'm not sure how relevant it is at this point. Looks like he's going to fire up Cave of the Frost Dragon to try to turn that 2 into a 5. But as you can see, Stráský has numerous ways to deal with, well, really whatever he wants here. The cave, sure, he can even get an island and still cast Fading Hope here.
I think the thing that Stráský is maybe considering is just the fact that Noriyuki Mori's list does play 4 copies of Fading Hope in the main. And so he could potentially use that to save his own creature.
As it turns out, nope. Down goes the cave, and it is just 2 damage coming in from Redain, and this clock is just not enough to get the job done here. Now Stráský, with a ton of mana available, just needs to get through his library and start finding these combo pieces.
Yeah. And I mean, he does have those divide by zeros, right? He can also just maybe try to go for a mascot exhibition win here, right? I mean, sure, he doesn't have Epiphany, but I mean, if you can get that Redain off the battlefield, you can copy Mascot Exhibition and just put a ton of power onto the battlefield.
Yeah, this deck transitions to Izzet tokens quite seamlessly, as it turns out, with the Exhibition, and then sometimes the Devils. Hey, there's an Auron's Epiphany.
All right, so he's 1 mana short from trying to copy the Alrund's Epiphany, so we're going to see a foretell here. And the next turn, he will have the mana to be able to copy that Alrund's Epiphany because it requires 8 mana. Now, we might see Stráský be even a little bit more patient to maybe try to play around Concerted Defense.
I'd be curious about that. I mean, currently, why not, right? He's not facing any damage at all on the battlefield, so he would certainly take that luxury in that scenario. But that's up to Mori, and Mori's going to put Elite Spellbinder on the stack. Nice little draw here. And that's going to reveal some important information, Paul, primarily Burn Down the House being in hand here for Stráský.
Yeah, so this is going to probably take Galvanic Iteration, which will make it really difficult for Stráský to combo off. I wonder if there's a slight consideration. It almost feels like it's a potential waste of a spell, but maybe a consideration of just casting the Iteration, because if you do that, then it costs 1 mana less to copy Alrund's Epiphany because the flashback would cost 3.
Oh, a consideration for just putting it in your graveyard, basically.
Right.
Yeah, that's one of those narrow cases, an interesting point for sure. Oh, look at this. Teachings of the Archaics goes into hand here. That was one of his 3 choices off of the Learn mechanic. But of course, we're going to see the Spellbinder go right back on the stack, and this time it will resolve. And Stráský seems content to just let Mori do some spellbinding here.
Yeah, and interesting to see what Mori takes here, right? Because he has the 2 copies of the Concerted Defense, maybe he wants Stráský to go for the combo, as he can actually counter both the Epiphany and the copied Epiphany, right? Because Stráský has exactly 8 mana here. So if he goes Iteration into Epiphany, Mori just goes defense, defense, counter what you're trying to do, and then hopefully try to win with his flyer.
That'd be pretty sweet to get both of them.
Right. But then if you're Stráský's side, then you're wondering, why didn't he take the Iteration? I have something that's foretold. It's probably Epiphany. Do you really have double counter in your hand? He might be able to sniff it out if that happens.
Well, it's going to be Burn Down the House. It's going to get given that extra tax there.
And so he didn't take the Iteration. So now Stráský's got to be thinking here. It's like, what do you have? You know I have Epiphany.
Well, here's Galvanic Iteration. And you can see he's going for it. So there it is. Alrund's Epiphany goes on the stack. And here we go with the double blue available here for Mori. He can actually fight back.
And you have to counter both copies here. I mean, your game plan here is to win with that Spellbinder. Even just letting it resolve and having those 2 birds in play is going to be problematic.
Wow, what a play here from Noriyuki Mori.
But keep in mind, if Stráský draws a land, he can still just cast that burn down the house. Right? He is 1 mana short, so an untapped land here would be very, very big here for Stráský. Oh, no.
Another Epiphany was the draw step there, Paul. And all of a sudden, Mori is really threatening here. Let's see what happens, though. This Epiphany, it will resolve.
He is 1 mana short from casting it, it looks like.
You're right.
So
you're right. He's actually a mana short. My fault. Wow. So now he has to go for Divide by 0?
Is he going for Divide by 0 to... What is he looking for here? I suppose just the extra mana source here. So now you do have the mana to cast Burn Down the House next turn, right? You go Divide by 0, Environmental Sciences for the land, Foretell Epiphany, right?
Yep.
You stay at 10.
He's certainly not dying this turn to a blue-white deck. There's 3 damage coming across. Knocks Stráský down to 7. There's Redain back on the battlefield, but it's a land, but it's a good one. But does this give Ondřej the window to do what he needs to do to clear this board with Burn Down the House?
Yeah, I mean, Mori has no cards in hand, right? You just run out to Burn Down the House. There's a Cave of the Frost Dragon that's in play. That's going to put you down to 4. But now that you get the Redain off the battlefield with the Burn Down the House this turn, that sets you up beautifully to get a clean iteration into Epiphany on the following turn.
Oof. This got a lot closer than it looked from the early turns, but it looks like Stráský may be able to turn the corner here. Starting off with a sweeper is not a bad place to be when your life total's getting low.
We're probably
one expensive burn down the house.
Hey, you know, a sweeper's a sweeper.
9 mana burn down the house, but it's worth it. It's worth it for sure. Intrepid Adversary was the draw step. Boy, he could have used that a turn ago.
Yeah, and he definitely doesn't have the mana to kill with that Cave of the Frost Dragon. But, I mean, this is probably the biggest adversary I will have ever seen.
Yeah. He's got 10 mana available, Paul.
Yeah, so that's what, a 7/5 adversary?
Not the worst.
Or just one pump.
Yeah. All right, hit you for 4 down to 3. This gives Mori effectively 2 lethal threats. Wow, Galvanic Iteration here. He's already got one in the yard too.
We're doing we're counting the mana here. We have 10 mana, so he is 1 mana short of being able to go double iteration. Yeah.
Yeah, so close. All right, but here we go. 2 copies of Alrund's Epiphany go on the stack. That's going to be an extra 2 turns plus the 4 birds. Hall of Storm Giants could be a piece of the puzzle here as well. Perhaps forcing some action.
Yeah, I mean, we're just looking for another Epiphany to close out the deal here. You know, we have the deluge into the flashback, it looks like. Oh, it looks like we're just going to copy the Windfall here instead.
Okay, well, this is going to get him a lot of cards. He's going to have to ditch one, but he'll get 4. Okay, Test of Talents, Expressive Iteration.
Not
Fading
quite.
Hope Mountain, so he did not hit another Epiphany here, Paul. He's got another turn, though, after this, and plenty of action.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, sure, he's not going to be able to kill Mori off the combo necessarily, but, I mean, look at his hand now, right? It's just, how can Mori even just come back from all the resources that Stráský has access to now after...
It's an avalanche, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's going to cast Burn Down the House for the tokens here, it looks like, as well. Perhaps smash the adversary.
I don't think he has lethal. We got to count up the mana here, but I don't think he has enough to double copy Burn Down. Oh, he can't even double copy Burn Down the House anyways. I think he's just going to run out the three devils here.
Yep. That'll let him attack in for a nice healthy hit. Well, he will want to take care not to forget the
cave.
The cave, that's right.
Yeah, and it's pretty safe to just keep 1 bird back. Even if Mori draws a removal spell, right, you do have the Fading Hope in your hand to bounce the cave if you really need.
That's right. So he's got kind of backup plans for his backup plans here. There's a Jwari Disruption, as we see the same draw step there for Mori, a Jwari Disruption. Just really pure misery at this point here for Mori, as I think he's looking over at his sideboard now because the writing is on the wall here. Ondřej Stráský is going to pick up game number 1 and bring him tantalizingly close to the top 4. And this is putting him in a position that we just haven't seen before. You know, he's looking to run the tables into the top 4 at the World Championship. This is unprecedented, crazy stuff. We have had a few players before really kind of run away with it with incredible records. But I mean, we're talking literally undefeated march into top 4 here for Stráský if he can pick up one of the next 2 games.
If he wins this, he would have only had to play 2 rounds on day 2 to lock up his seat into the top 4. No sweat.
That's a brag.
Yeah, no sweat needed. And yeah, I mean, at this point, we found Epiphanies. Mostly a formality at this point, given how far ahead he was. But yeah.
And there it is, Alrund's Epiphany off of another Galvanic Iteration. And this is just going through the motions here for Stráský. And it's got to feel like that's what he's been doing the whole time. He has 3-0'd his draft, and now he's up a game in his decider for top 4. Paul, you know, you and I were slated to come in here on the second round of the second day here. I did not think that we would be calling a match that had top 4 implications now. You know, like, thought maybe we'd be setting somebody up for a good run, but it turns out Ondřej Stráský had other plans. So game number 1 goes to Stráský. He picks it up in impressive fashion. It really did play out pretty close to exactly how he wanted. I would say that what Noriyuki Mori was able to do there was slow him down. That's it. He just put a bunch of speed bumps out, but there was nothing stopping Ondřej in that first game.
Yeah, if any of you are interested in a how-to course on how to utilize the card Galvanic Iteration, well, just watch that game that Ondřej Stráský played, right?
Yeah,
it was
huge.
He used it to copy the Epiphanies, but he was just able to use that to get ahead on cards, use it as an effective secondary copy of Demon Bolts. I mean, he just completely maximized on what you can do with that card.
Yeah, Galvanic Iteration that game represented 2 extra Demon Bolts, an extra Windfall, and a couple extra Epiphanies. I mean, you know, he wasn't paying that much mana for the privilege. Like, that was really a clinic in how to use that card in the early game, mid game, and late game from Stráský.
Yeah, and it looks like Stráský probably had a really straightforward sideboard plan against most of the decks that he expected in the field. Looks like he's taking a little more time here because Mori is the lone person submitting this blue-white tempo strategy here. Looks like he likes the eggs, but curious if he likes the Goldspan Dragons here as well. Boarding out some copies of the Unexpected Windfall definitely does make sense when you're playing against it with counter magic, as you know, you don't want to be setting yourself up for some negative 2-for-1s here when you do discard a card in addition to trying to cast the Windfalls.
It gives me a shiver just to think of it, Paul. I can't even fathom it. And apparently Ondřej can't either. Okay, let's take a look at the opening hands here. Can Mori fight back? He's really brought this deck with this matchup in mind, and game 1 didn't go his way. You have to feel like post-board he feels better.
Yeah, and Mori
aimed this deck for this matchup.
Yep. He was a little more concerned about the mono-green matchup, as the creatures are just higher quality in the green deck, just on a mana per mana basis, right? Pound for pound, nobody's going to beat mono green in terms of how efficient the creatures are. But if you look at the types of creatures that Mori is playing, I mean, you see that Hermit, you see the Spellbinder. It was tailor-made to try to fight the Izzet decks.
Mori's garnered a fan base very quickly as he's risen up the ranks here of the professional play, mainly because he is unafraid to build his own decks and bring something a little different to the table, and he really has a knack for it. He's done this now multiple times, and you know, I've been doing coverage long enough to know that if you want to get fans, you bring some rogue decks, you bring something that you brewed up, and they will respect it, and that's what's happened here for Mori.
And what a start here. Mori, the only thing that was missing was land number 3, and he found it, and now, I mean, he just has all kinds of action here, right? We have the Hermit, we have the access to counter with that, we have the defense, we have the Aspirant, so a lot for Stráský to kind of try to fight through here.
This is going to be a lot of early pressure. This is one of the ways that this deck can play out. You know, we see the more disruptive elements with the Spellbinders and stuff like that, but this is just going to be a lot of power and toughness early in the game, backed up by some cheap counter spells, and that is a tried and true strategy. It works.
I wonder if we're just going to see a concerted defense here.
I bet we are.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. So Spell Pierce, as you put it earlier, Paul, very effective here. That's going to get Mori in for 3. Okay, burn down the house for a little later might be the answer that he needs. Right now, for Stráský, the shields are down, and he does have Divide by 0 if he wants to set back Mori a bit.
Yeah. I think Mori, the card that he really wants again is probably land, right? That allows him to run out that Elite Spellbinder, play around Jawari Disruption, and also keep at the counter for the Hermit if Stráský tried to do something to respond to the Spellbinder here.
Really interesting spot here for Stráský as well, as he's got some stuff to do down the line. Epiphany, burn down the house, even has an expressive iteration which he can cast a little bit later, but what does he do now? And it is going to be Divide by 0. This is going to set back Mori the maximum that he can set him back. The most mana, Tied in this case, but also the most power. And here comes that Spellbinder. It was a land off the top, Paul, but not the one that he was hoping for.
Yeah. Yeah, but
tap land's a little tough there.
Yeah, this will still be okay given that Stráský chose to main phase that divide by 0. You're going to see this play pattern a lot from Ondřej now because you're playing against a deck with Malevolent Hermits and Counter Magic. It plays very similarly to kind of how you would play if you're playing against a mono green aggro deck, because after sideboard they bring in 4 copies of Snakeskin Veil. So if the shields are down, you're going to see a lot of main phase removal spells being used to kill some of these creatures.
So the Aspirant gets to do its thing. It's going to put the counter on itself and attack for 2. It was actually Expressive Iteration, by the way, that got the extra tax from the Elite Spellbinder. That's putting a lot of pressure on that Malevolent Hermit, given the burn down the house that now Mori knows about.
Yeah. I think maybe perhaps Mori believes that, look, that Expressive Iteration just lets you dig 3 cards deeper to finding a lot of those cheap, efficient 2-mana removals spells that Stráský has access to, and just kind of wants to slow him down for that, knowing that, you know, it's pretty tough resolving a 5-mana sorcery in the early phases of the game against this blue-white deck with all the counter magic. Interesting sideboard tech here, too, from Noriyuki Mori. A singular copy of Ray of Frost as a way to basically deal with the sideboard package that a lot of these Izzet decks have in Smoldering Egg and Goldspan Dragon, as if the creature is red, it shuts off all abilities on that card.
Very cool. Yeah, those are the type of decisions that let you know that somebody went really deep. Right, you know, when you end up with 1 Ray of Frost for the Izzet mirror or the Izzet matchup, you know what you're doing. All right, well, it looks like Stráský is going to force the issue here. The Malevolent Hermit is on the battlefield, but this really is a must counter, so it's effectively just going to be 5-mana kill your Hermit here.
Yeah,
which isn't good for Stráský. He's fallen behind pretty hard here.
Yeah, Mori is 2 points short, it looks like, because he does have the adversary. He could potentially get it for 9 points of damage here.
So close for Mori.
Very, very close.
What is Stráský going to need to see here to get back out of this? Does he need another burn down the house?
Yeah, another burn down the house would be great. I mean, the only creature land that Mori has in play is Hall of Storm Giants, so he doesn't have to worry about dying to the Hall just yet. He needs 2 more lands to kind of be able to do that. The thing that Mori's probably concerned about is, okay, I can get in some damage here, but what can I afford to play around, right? Can I afford to play around another burn down the house? Or do I just need to keep adding creatures onto the battlefield? And I think he probably just needs to play creatures. And you know what? If you play Legion Angel, not the end of the world if a burn down the house. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's a burn down the house off the top of the library for Stráský. Exactly what we were talking about. And he's just going to be forced to run it out here. Yeah, there's a blue mana from Mori, but he's facing lethal from, well, actually all 3 creatures are going to be lethal here. So he just has to play burn down the house. What a top deck, though, for Stráský. And we are right back in the game. Mori takes it in stride. But that was devastating for him. He does have a way to rebuild, though. The Legion Angel, the adversary, even the Hermit. Oh, and there's a concerted defense.
Oh, and the Angel is a warrior.
Yes, it is.
Right? So if Stráský just goes for Epiphany this turn to try to stabilize and survive, then it's going to get countered. Now, he does have a divide by 0 here to stay alive, right? And he can probably he might just go for that to try to go for the iteration into Epiphany next turn.
This is a really sweet play here by Stráský, because this is playing around a top-decked concerted defense. Like, he knows he didn't have it last turn or he would have cast it. So this is like really next-level stuff here from Ondřej. You know, you would probably feel pretty confident that your Epiphany would resolve here, but he's still going to take his time and play around everything that he can. He even gets to teachings here for full value, as it is 4 extra cards that Mori has. Incredible.
Drawing 3 as the control deck against blue-white with teachings on their cake.
So can Mori rebuild in a way that actually lets him get there? I mean, yeah, right? Like, Mori's still in this.
He is, but I mean, Ondřej now has a few answers, and he's not going to go for the combo just yet, right? He is 1 mana short. Those Frostboil Snarls will come into play tapped, but he can just go for the kill on the Angel. There is no risk of death here. He can now go for the iteration here. Maybe even potentially play into a concerted defense. And that gives him even a bigger window to try to get that combo off and not have to worry about that instant.
Wow, that top deck from Stráský. I'm still
Huge.
recovering. That was so huge for him. This guy sitting at 6-0, facing down 3 lethal threats with no answer for any of them. And all of a sudden, he's right back in it and knocking at the door of that top 4 again.
Yeah, and you can see Stráský really pondering, deciding whether or not he wants to run out that iteration or just wait and play around the concerted defense.
Yeah, the defenses are getting stronger here, Paul. Now there's 2 of them.
Yeah,
Although he only has... that goes.
Okay. And you can see now Mori shifting gears here, going for the Geist instead to have 2 defenses up here. And now Stráský can go for a disruption to potentially play around double defense or a negate type effect here for Mori.
This is really sweet from Stráský too. He is playing so well. You know, running out your Jwari Disruption into a spell that you know your opponent can simply just tap a land.
Yeah, and this way it guarantees that you'll be able to at least resolve 1 copy of those Epiphanies, even if your opponent does have a concerted defense.
This has been a sweet match. These 2 players going at it in the depths of Standard. They know every single interaction. And it looks like we're going to see Ondřej Stráský fire up the Galvanic iteration. Once you see that thing go on the stack, it gets ugly for the opponent. Here comes Alrund's Epiphany, and yes, one of them can get countered, but the copy will not.
Right, and that now Stráský on the following turn can go egg into iteration here. And keep in mind, by the way, that egg will get 4 counters when you cast that iteration because it just counts the mana that you spend to cast spells. So,
and you mean expressive iteration
Expressive
here, right?
iteration, excuse me.
We have 2 different iterations, Paul. We're iterating a lot.
We could just do all the iterating here, potentially.
Actually, wait a minute. He's going to iterate the iteration? Oh, God. And that means that the Smoldering Egg is going to transform now.
Oh, wow.
Wow, what a turn here for Stráský. And look at what he finds.
Did he play a land turn? I don't think he did, so he can even cast the Spike Field Hazard here. Or play it.
Good God, that was only the first expressive iteration, by the way. So he's going to find 2 Alrund's Epiphanies off of these expressive iterations. This is unreal stuff here from Ondřej Stráský.
Oh,
it looked like he was dead, and now all of a sudden he is right back in business.
1 to the face, get that Geist off the battlefield, and now, I mean, we're looking at double Epiphany in hand with an Ashmouth Dragon and the 2 birds here. I mean, I don't see how Mori can fight through all of this.
Man, I love how Mori played this. He really did make it difficult for Stráský, but Stráský has just found the things he's needed at the time that he's needed them, and now we see the full power of this deck on display. Galvanic iteration last turn just doing work, and now it's going to be Epiphany into Epiphany. Taking a look at the library real quick there.
Yeah, we're going to field and foretell here. I guess he doesn't really have a great attack. Well, I mean, he probably just doesn't have an ideal attack here. That Ashmouth Dragon, keep in mind, it's tapped, but it also doesn't have abilities.
Okay, and drawing a land here is also relevant, right? He does. This is a time when he really wants to find one of those 4-mana card draw spells, or an expressive iteration or something to get him through the library. And he finds another Smoldering Egg. Not the worst, but he doesn't have anything to back it up here, Paul.
Yeah, and, you know, he can't really get in a good attack here. So, you know, it's now kind of, we're playing the waiting game here. But if we're talking about better top decks, you have to side with the Izzet deck here.
Right. Now, this is going to be interesting because it looks like it's going to be Intrepid Adversary here for Mori. And this Angel is going to be massive.
Yeah, it'll be a 6/5 here. So if Stráský wants to get it off the battlefield, he's going to have to put 5 tokens in front of it.
Yeah, he sees those as 5 turns of blocking. He finds Fading Hope. Not great.
Yeah, he could use the Fading Hope to try to reset the Ashmouth Dragon, right? Get that Ray of Frost off, and then replay it, and then hope for a big spell. Or he can just choose to use it to surprise, ambush an Intrepid adversary.
Yeah, that could give him... Yeah, it feels like he's content to just... Ooh, is that Memory Deluge on top of the library, Paul?
That most certainly is.
Wow.
So now, I mean, we have access to all the mana in the world.
12
so yeah.
mana. Yeah, so he's got enough. So both of these Smoldering Eggs are set to transform next turn.
Yeah, and I just don't see how Mori can fight through all of this. It does a really good job of trying to prevent you from doing something, but once you do the thing, it is really poor at actually coming back from behind.
That's right. And, you know, typical for blue-white decks, right, it doesn't have a lot of ways to get in any extra damage. Like, the creature lands are kind of the best thing it has. So here comes Memory Deluge now from Ondřej Stráský. That's double triggers on the eggs. And depending on what he finds, he can flip it without. But even then, he can still use the Memory Deluge flashback to do so. Wow, and he found burned down the house here as well. And I'm looking at a top 4 competitor here, Paul. I just don't see how Mori can get out of this at this point. I mean, he's got an adversary and a huge angel, but what is he supposed to do here?
Yeah, and Ondřej has a couple options. He can just make devils here, and then just flip.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can just flip the Smoldering Eggs. Noriyuki Mori's probably interesting. Probably going to use a Fateful Absence here on one of the Ashmouth Dragons.
Yep, that would make sense.
But that's going to give Stráský a treasure, which increases the likelihood that he finds spells. But you do have to get one of these off the battlefield.
Give him a clue, you mean? Yeah.
Excuse me, a clue.
Even better. He's going to use it right now, Paul. He's like, hey, let's see
find something.
All right, well, it's just an island this time. Elite Spellbinder, nothing to see with that. It does put out another big flyer. Because so far, Ondřej's been content to just use these birds as, you know, buying him additional turns.
Right. Yeah, and the Memory Deluge. Ooh.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Oh my goodness.
That is so gross. Divide by 0 for the adversary. He's also just going to be able to kill it the good old-fashioned way with his Ashmouth Dragon, it looks like, because he's going for Memory Deluge. And this is going to be a board state no longer here for Mori. Concerted Defense is a desperation tactic for him here.
And Stráský can clearly just pay the mana here. And yeah, whatever you want. The world is your oyster at this point.
Pick 2 non-lands, Ondřej, and have some fun with it. This is every Control player's dream, by the way. Now you're in the driver's seat fully. And Noriyuki Mori just took his headset out because he's seen enough. Hey, it would be hard to watch. It would be for me, too.
I'm grabbing a glass of water here. We got a lot more Magic to play. Although if you're Stráský, you're good. You're done for the day.
Real good for Ondřej Stráský, especially in this particular game where he found himself quite behind. And now he's going to crash in. And it's going to be a Redain off the top.
So somehow a ghost is playing for Mori.
Well,
how did that happen?
Just be in a different chair or something. It's kind of funny though.
Yeah.
It is hard to blame him. Here comes the devastating Divide by 0. Again, in conjunction with Ashmouth Dragon, these things are just getting worse and worse. All right, well, Mori's back.
Yeah, and everything here is just a formality at this point. I mean, there is just no way Mori can fight through this. Are we going to see a copied mascot exhibition? I think we are.
I would love to see it. Again, tokens deck, right?
Yeah.
Is it tokens?
Right.
Yeah. That does seem to be the name of the game here.
Oh, geez, going.
Really, Ondřej?
Style points here.
Double
Marshall.
galvanic iteration. Okay, buddy.
All right.
And now the mascot
Here we
exhibition
go.
×3. Wow, this is really just a question of how much more can Mori take. But he seems to be into it. He's watching.
Hey,
he says,
come
okay,
on. I
you're
mean, how much power did he put into play? That was like 30.
That was incredible. That was absolutely incredible.
Oh, man.
Even Ondřej Stráský is smiling at that one. And that is victory for Ondřej Stráský. He locks up top 4 after just 7 rounds. A clean 7-0. I did not think that we would see this, Paul. For people that haven't watched these smaller field tournaments, we've got 16 players in our World Championship this year.
Insane.
This doesn't happen. It's very, very rare for somebody to run away. More typical is that the players kind of converge in the middle. So, you know, you'll get some people in the top 4 that have a record just a little bit above 500. Not here, though. Stráský has ran away with it 7-0 into the top 4, Paul.
It's like the more I watch
this
that
is
deck,
just a continuation of Stráský's run throughout the entire year. I mean, arguably one of the most difficult things that you could do, I think Ondřej accomplished, which was win the MPL. That is the league where you're playing week upon week against the best players in the world. So he's used to this.
It's like so many different lines
he
you
came out
can
on
take.
top here, so not that
powerful.
surprising that Ondřej is first again going into the top 4 here.
Incredible stuff from Ondřej Stráský. Congratulations, Ondřej, for your top 4 berth. There's only 3 slots left, and we're going to spend the rest of the day filling them out. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more coverage of the World Championship. Don't go anywhere.
I wonder who it's going to be next. Yeah, I mean, we already had 2 other copy spells in the format. But one can't copy the Alrunes, the dual strike, whatever. It can only be like mana value 4 or lower. And the other one that's in with the dual color pips can't be flashed back again. So it's just the better one. Of course, it got rare. It's insane. Yeah, Aegis of Honor. I didn't they learn their lesson with Nexus of Fate? And it's like better than Nexus of Fate. I wonder what the standings are. I kind of want to watch like 2 of the best. Grixis Epiphany versus Is It? Or I actually want to watch a mono white against like one of the less good Is It spells ones. Yeah, exactly. But just watch, they'll ban it. There's too much pressure from the community. I'm almost certain they'll ban it. There's nothing else that they could instead that would like balance it out. Unless, like I said, there might be something in Crimson Bar that they know about and we don't know about. That's like the answer to the Epiphany, but I doubt it. So yeah, almost guaranteed that it will get banned. 4 wildcards, yoo-hoo! And a whole new format. I think it's gonna leave way. It's gonna create a space in the vacuum in the meta, and it's gonna new stuff will like flow into the gap that Epiphany leaves. Hopefully, it leaves way to a few more like mid-rangey type decks, which I kind of are my preferred style. But yeah, like I said, I'm so surprised there isn't a single copy of Dimir Control at the whole event, or Azorius Control, or even Mono Black, or you know the Blood on the Snow deck, the Orzhov one with Kaya. Nothing. Just goes to show these guys have play tested so much, all the different ones, and they settled on this. You heard in the interviews with Arne as well. Like it's just the numbers are there. It's just got the higher win rate. Period.
everybody. Welcome back to coverage
guys,
of
I'll be
World
back.
Championship 27.
Keep on
Maria
watching.
Bartholdi here with you. Some awesome magic and lots of birds and turns in the feature match area. Let's take a look at our leaderboard here after 7 rounds of play, and that is correct. Ondřej Stráský, with a blistering run here, locks up his appearance in the top 4 on Sunday with a 7-0 tournament. Just unbelievable. Sam Pardee and Matt Sperling after him, both at 5-2. Paulo Vitor Damarosa there at 4-3. Hasn't won yet today, your reigning world champion, so having a rough start to his morning. Jean-Emmanuel Depraz picked up his first loss in standard to set him to 4-3 as well. An interesting story for Yuta Takahashi, turning an 0-3 start into a 4-0 in standard so far, sitting at 4-3. Incredible stuff from Yuta Takahashi and his standard deck. Sadder news for Seth Manfield and Arne Huschenbett, now dropping both to 2-5, out of contention for our top 4. Let's look at our overall standings. Ondřej Stráský locking up that top 4 berth. Talk to Riley just after his win.
I mean, with Ondřej Stráský, the first player to get into the top 4 of this World Championship. Ondřej, I know you're a pretty reserved bloke at the best of time, but you must be feeling pretty good about this one.
Yeah, I feel great going 7-0. Now I get to take a break, don't have to stress while the other competitors do. You know, they will get more exhausted. I can just rest, chill out, and watch the coverage, the great coverage on my laptop. So yeah, and I'm excited for tomorrow. You know, for me, I really want to win this tournament. You know, if I finish second, I'm going to be disappointed. So this is just the start, and yeah, I'll aim to do well tomorrow.
I mean, I can tell I've been chatting with you, obviously, a lot with all the winners' interviews I've been doing, and I can tell how focused you are. Obviously, as I say, pretty reserved bloke. You're kind of playing your heart, your cards close to your chest here. But this means a lot to you, doesn't it? I mean, people watching these interviews might not think that you're up and about, you're excited about this, but I can tell that winning this tournament is it would really be a huge thing for you.
Oh, of course. I mean, I won Grand Prix, I won a Pro Tour, I won the MPL. I haven't won Worlds. You know, it's the greatest achievement in this game, and it's the one that's missing. So, look, I'll give my all. Our deck is great. I think I'm playing pretty well. So yeah, hopefully it works out, and I'll get the trophy.
Well, keep up this form, and you're looking very, very good for tomorrow. We'll let you go and get some rest, Ondřej. Congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow for the top 4.
Thank you.
And that is Ondřej Stráský there, locking up his berth in the top 4. Monty Devuti and Riley Knight here at the virtual news desk. And Riley, you've also talked to somebody who's on 4 wins now, Eli Kassis.
Yes, indeed. Got the chance to catch up with Eli in the middle of that round there after he picked up another win. He's currently 2-2 in standard after a 2-1 finish in draft. Asked him about his deck. He's playing Grixis Affinity. Grixis Epiphany, sorry. Affinity would be a very different deck altogether. He's playing a deck that he feels is pretty good. He says that it's lined up with his expectations, although he said he felt a little disappointed and a little jealous that the Czech team came up with an Izzet version that he considers to be better than his Grixis deck. The good news for Eli, however, is at this stage, he's very unlikely to play against it. Ondřej, of course, already in the top 4. We won't see him again today. Arne Huschenbett, who's playing that Epiphany list, is out. And finally, Stanislav Sivka, a different record here to Eli. So outside of some pairing maybe coming on later on in the tournament, at the moment, things looking good for Eli. And he says he's feeling confident. He says he's feeling pretty good. And even if he said, even if he only picks up one more win in the coming 3 rounds, he said, if I walk away from this tournament with a 50-50 record against the best in the world, I'll be satisfied with that. So very good, and also very unsurprising to see that Eli, very positive bloke, he's got his head held high as we head into the later stages of the Swiss play.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Riley. Well, it is deck tech time once again, everybody. And if you're like me and you love playing creature decks, what about some mono green aggro action with our current reigning world champion, Paulo Vitor Damarosa and Corey Baumeister?
Today, I am joined by Paulo Vitor Damarosa, and Paulo, you are playing an interesting deck here. You're playing mono green aggro. Tell me about why you chose this one.
Well, we thought the format was pretty binary, that Izzet Turns and mono green aggro were the 2 best decks, and they were about equivalent power levels, so we had to choose which one we thought was going to be the least targeted. And in the last tournament, the very last tournament, mono green was all over it. But before that, it was really all Izzet. So we thought Izzet was going to have a bigger target on its back. which I think turned out to be kind of true. You see people playing main deck Test of Talents, splashing for Duress, and stuff like that. Like the white decks, they play Raidane and Spellbinder instead of Apparition. So I think in that, we kind of got it right, that BrewLab was more targeted. But yeah, we wanted to play one of the two best decks, but not the targeted one.
Wanted to give some beatdowns. I like it. So let's get into the 2-drops here. We got Wolfpack Leader, we got Sculptor of Winter, Ranger Class, and Tangled Florhedron. Sculptor of Winter is interesting. Why did you play this over Lotus Cobra?
I think there are pros and cons to both, but it's mostly that it says no permanent, so it counts for a brawl. 2 toughness, it dodges a Spikefield Hazard. And you can use it for instant speed cards. We have 3 Inscription of Abundance in our deck, which is basically a 2/5 mana instant speed card. And that doesn't work very well with Cobra because you really want to be casting it in combat most of the time.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's go to the 3-drops here. We have Old Growth Troll, Kazandu Mammoth, and then a 1-of Primal Adversary. Tell me about why you chose to just play 1 of this card.
Well, we basically wanted another 3-drop. We didn't want to play another 5. We only have 2 5s, 2 Rems. So it's a 3/5 hybrid card, right, that you can play later on. And we thought Trample was going to be pretty important if anyone played black decks because they have so many chump blockers. And it turns out no one did, but that's what it was there for.
Okay, makes sense to me. And then going on to the next slide here, you talked a lot about Inscription already, but then we have Blizzard Brawl and Snakeskin Veil. What made you choose to just play 4 Blizzard Brawl and only 1 Snakeskin Veil? Any decision to mixing up those numbers at all?
I mean, the Brawl is the best removal, right? We'd always play 4 of that, but most people play 2 Inscription and 2 Veil, and we chose to play 3 Inscription because we expected more mirrors, and in that, I think we missed. The Veil would have been better, I think, for this field that happened.
Okay, makes sense to me. And then the last slide is kind of the meat of the deck, what really holds this deck together. And we got 4 Azeka's Chariot, an insane card. Don't really need to know too much about that, but Renin 7, only seeing 2 of. Why did you land on only 2 of this?
I think this is not that good in this deck. The plus doesn't do that much. You do get to copy the token with the Chariot, right? That part's pretty good. But the deck has a lot of mana sinks. You have the creature lands, you have Ranger Class, you have Wolf activated abilities, you have Inscription. So we just didn't want to play more 5s.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. You already have a lot to do with your mana, especially with Faithless Haven as being one of the best creature lands as well. But hey, Paulo, I wish you the best of luck at defending your title, getting yourself another card, and we're going to be sending it right back to you at the desk.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Corey and Paulo, for that deck tech. Well, we are getting set here for round number 8. Let's take a look at our matchup for the feature match in round 8. Set up to be a good one here. Yuta Takahashi versus Noriyuki Mori. 3 top finishes for Takahashi, 1 for Mori. Is it Dragons versus Azorius Tempo? Let's take a look at Yuta Takahashi, undefeated in Standard today with his Is It Dragons list. So I want to see him play it. He's won multiple modern GPs playing fairies back in the day, using the card Bitter Blossom to just tempo people out. Here's a look at Noriyuki Mori, much newer player to the scene, running Azorius Temple, the home brew. I want to see if this deck can win. So many arena games playing. Famous for his 888 schedule, study for 8 hours, sleep for 8 hours, play Magic for 8 hours. Seems like a good day, Monty. Let's talk about these decks.
Yeah, Maria, first off, the Is It Dragons list from Yuta Takahashi. This deck is very cool. It's kind of the OG list, as it were, before people started bringing Galvanic Iterations and focusing more on a combo turns aspect. We see the full 4 copies of Goldspan Dragon and Smoldering Egg in the main deck, as well as 4 copies of Dragon's Fire as some extra removal. I like the list that Yuta brought. It was actually one of my favorites going into the field. I do think it has a bit of a rough matchup against the Czech Epiphany build, but he has a lot of removal, he has a lot of interaction, and I think it's actually one of the better suited Is It decks against aggressive decks like the one that Noriyuki Mori has brought. Now, Mori does have some of the same benefits that we saw theoretically he should have against the Is It decks. He does have the 3 copies of Concerted Defense, as well as the 2 main deck copies of Malevolent Hermit, and those Redanes are still going to be important, but really he's going to be relying on those Fading Hopes to just keep these Smoldering Eggs in check, especially in game 1, and make sure that he doesn't get run over by Yuta's deck.
All right, excellent stuff. 2 decks. It's tough to choose who to root for here in this matchup, but we're going to make ourselves do it anyway. Riley, who do you pick?
Look, I'm going after Noriyuki Mori. I think he's done really well so far. Going down to Ondřej Stráský, obviously no shame in doing that, but I think this list is reasonably well positioned against the field. I think that he's got a couple of tricks up his sleeve, and I just want to see him win as well. I want to see this rogue deck get it done, so I'm going for Mori here.
All right, what about you, Mani?
As much as I want to pick Mori, I've got to go with Yuta Takahashi. I just think he has a better suited deck for the matchup.
Yeah, I'm going to pick Yuta Takahashi as well. It was really tough for me. Both of these decks are super cool. And we're going to find out who's going to win round 8 coming up here from the World Championship. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll be right back.
I already have Black Lotus, but I will upgrade to Veda. It's good luck charm for the World Championship. Give me more power.
Okay, actually, I have never expected that I was going to the Worlds, but I just, I've kept enjoying Magic and and also enjoying thinking how can I win and improved, and finally I came to here.
Welcome back to coverage of the Magic World Championship. I'm Eli Loney alongside Cedric Phillips, and we are going to see a battle of the two best positioned Japanese players next, Cedric, and I'm looking forward to this one. Yuta Takahashi versus Noriyuki Mori, who you just saw.
The rogue decks.
The rogue
fun
decks.
part, right? We come into this tournament, we think to ourselves, Epiphany this, mono green that. Not right now, and that's what's going to make this pretty fun. Azorius Tempo on one side, Is It Dragons on the other. I know a lot of players were expecting Is It Dragons once the rotation happened to kind of just pour it over. Goldspan, you got some other good cards there, Expressive Iteration, all this other stuff, but it's been Is It Epiphany that's been trying to steal the show and has mostly done that. But for Yuta Takahashi, 0-3 draft. Yikes, big trouble. Or is he? Or is he? 4-0 and constructed so far with this Is It Dragons deck.
Yeah, things looking very, very good here for Yuta Takahashi indeed. As you mentioned, 4-0 with his Is Dragons list. It is rocking some of the Epiphany shenanigans that we have seen from the other decks, but more focused on the creature side of things. And I know you and me, we both love creatures, so I'm looking forward to this battle here between these two players.
Yeah, creatures of plenty of interaction as well. Kind of a, I don't want to really call it like a mid-range slog, but we might kind of end up in a situation like that. The thing that kind of makes this one interesting too, on both sides. Again, you imagine both of these players tested a ton against Mono Green, tested a ton against Epiphany strategies. How much did Takahashi test against an Azorius tempo-ish deck? Probably not very much. And the same can be said for Mori. How much did you test against a Is It Dragon style deck that you probably didn't expect to show up? So maybe these players are going to be kind of playing things out a little bit more by feel, as opposed to I've tested this matchup a ton and I know exactly what to do. Yeah. So we might see some unorthodox lines, maybe some interesting guessing taking place, but they're both great, and they're both still very much in top 4 contention.
Yes, we were just discussing earlier, the 4-3 record. In any other competition, you'd be like, yeah, it's not that good. That's probably not, going to get me into top 8 or whatever it is. But these players, they're sitting tied 5th, so whoever wins here is looking very, very good indeed for a top 4 spot if everything keeps going their way.
Yeah, and that's what makes this tournament both unique and special, because there's so few players, and because the competition is so fierce, right? 4-3, as you said, may not normally seem like a very good record at all in any tournament, but in a tournament like this, your top 4 dreams are still very much alive. Every single match matters a ton, and that's the kind of Magic I absolutely love watching.
Likewise. Both players getting their lands down. Several things that they could be doing, but just gonna wait to see who moves first. Smoldering Egg looks to be the go-to here for Yuta Takahashi. He'd love to get this turned into an Ashmouth Dragon as soon as possible, and we've seen how powerful this card can be, especially in the hands of Ondřej Stráský, who is already qualified. If anyone has missed that, we already have one of our top 4 spots locked up.
1 down, 3 to go. Stráský has retired for the day, so we'll have the opportunity to see him tomorrow.
Dry Disruption takes care of the Smoldering Egg, and we're going to see Luminarch Aspirant get on out here, start putting some counters on. Unfortunately, there's a Dragon's Fire ready and waiting in Takahashi's hand, so let's see if he dispatches of this card right now.
Powerful creature. That is certainly worth answering. Looks like we're going to kick things off with an expressive iteration, however. You do see that there are some, of course, reactive elements here in Takahashi's deck. Would Dissipate, a card that's not huge this weekend at all. Jawari Disruption, there's some flexibility there with it being a spell and a land. We've already seen Disruption be cast on Smoldering Egg, as you mentioned. So Takahashi, he loves this style of deck. You know, we did some player interviews and stuff like that, and our team had us write up notes about our predictions and players we were looking forward to watching and everything. And Takahashi is actually one of my favorite players in the world and one of my favorite players of all time, because he just plays the kind of decks that I suck at playing, frankly. You know, these kind of tempo-y, you know, when I think of him, I think of Bitter Blossom and Fairies, but I think of blue cards with him and definitely not attacking very much. These sort of tempo-y, counter-spell-y, keep you off balance, card drawing style decks, which just doesn't really fit in my skill set very, very well at all, and he's so darn good at it. He really is.
And he's pretty good at this World Championship thing, too. This is his first small field World Championship. But in his previous large field worlds, he's finished 24th, 36th, and 13th. That's pretty darn impressive indeed.
He's super, 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 super good.
And that just shows you like the strength of his, you know, his mindset and his focus. You know, being 0-3 to start off the World Championship, well, plenty of players would just be like, I don't have a chance. And look at him, he's 4-0.
Yeah, and coming into this event, you're going to see an Elite Spellbinder here get disrupted. But coming into this event, I was hoping that he'd be able to find something like this style of deck, you know, like something that is tempo-y that has counter spells and removal spells and some card drawing, like the style of Magic that he very clearly has shown over his career that he prefers to play. My hope is he'd be able to find something like this because he's so good at playing a strategy like this, and clearly he's found something that works because, again, 0-3 draft, 4-0 constructed. Tough to say who's going to win this first game, but he's kind of doing his thing, right? Answering some stuff, using life total as a resource, now going to kill that creature, trying to stabilize the battlefield. This is how he likes to do it.
So far, answering everything that Mori has placed onto the battlefield or onto the stack. Luminarch Aspirant number 2 is going to hit the board, though. One thing that Mori would love to hit the battlefield too is another land, which he's been short of for the past few turns. But Takahashi is going to notice that, and I think it's time to put the pedal to the metal here.
Yeah, there is a little bit of difficulty here for Mori. You're seeing a Prismari command now. 2 modes there. Looks like we're going to deal 2 to the Aspirant and then create a treasure token. And you do see Takahashi with a Negate, Dragon's Fire, Shatter Skull Smashing, and Epiphany in hand. So a pretty good hand. The only thing it's really missing here, as far as I'm concerned, is just missing a gold span.
We did see him agonize a little bit over the opening hand. Had to send something back. First considered sending back an Expressive Iteration, because he had one in hand already. Eventually ended up sending the first Goldspan Dragon that we've seen to the bottom of the library. So valuing being able to dig through the deck just a little bit more.
Yeah, a deck with only 8 creatures in it, and Goldspan Dragon and Smoldering Egg. Of course, Ulrun's Epiphany is going to create a couple of Knuckleheads as well, but and I don't want to sell Hall of Storm Giant short either as a way to go about winning the game. As you see, once again, no land here for Mori, unfortunately. So it looks like he's going to turn to the Hermit, and more importantly, have that available to sacrifice to attempt to counter an Epiphany.
Yeah, and in this deck, doesn't look like there are any other Foretell cards, so if you see something foretold, you gotta know that, yeah, bad news bear is coming soon, but Shadow Skull Smashing will take care of the Malevolent Hermit. Concerted Defense is looming in hand. They can't do anything about this now, though, so that counter spell, as it were, is now off the battlefield.
No land once again. I mean, plenty of spells to play. Can't really double spell, though. That's the difficulty right now. It's just the inability to double spell.
Yeah, still no land. Malevolent Hermit number 2. Oh, excuse me, there is 1 sword coming in the main deck for Utah.
Let's see, perhaps we clean this up, and then we follow things up with an Epiphany, perhaps?
Seems good to me.
See what the draw step is. Okay.
Oh, land, that's helpful.
And when you are playing in this tournament, open deck list, all that jazz, you know about considered defense being a thing that people can do. So now you resolve your Epiphany around that, come in for 2, got your creature land and Hall of Storm Giants as the draw step. And again, we're not looking at, hard counters that we know Takahashi for, like something like Cryptic Command, in hand right now, but it does have a Negate to take care of a non-creature spell, and has Dragon's Fire to take care of a creature spell like Elite Spellbinder.
Yeah. If this was turn 3, as it looks like it is on Mori's side of the battlefield, I'd be like, yeah, this is pretty good. You get that Negate out of hand, but Takahashi's got so much mana available to him right now that this is looking so bleak indeed for Noriyuki Mori.
I think this creature land, well, I was going to say this creature land was going to get in if the draw step wasn't good, but the draw step was really good.
Oh, there's a dragon.
Now, we got 2 dragons to choose from. Inability to cast Goldspan right now. Looks like we're short of mana of doing that, so we could go the Smoldering Deluge route. You can make an argument for Thundering Rebuke in a spot like this. Heck, you can make an argument for all 4 of these cards, so excited to see what Takahashi's going to take in this instance.
Looks like he's pretty sold on the Smoldering Egg. I like that card very much against the Zorius Tempo deck that Mori has brought to the party here.
Yeah, it looks like it will be Egg Rebuke. Get this thing down on the battlefield. Come across here for 2 points of damage. Still do have Hall of Storm Giants, pardon me, to attack with. The lands are finally starting to show up. Might be a little too late for those to be as impactful as Mori would like. We'll have to see.
Oh, Memory Deluge can turn on the Smoldering Egg right now if he so chooses. But just gonna be patient. Take his time. Just keep pecking away at the life total. Down to 14 goes Mori.
There's the adversary. First of potentially many, as you see 2 other copies in hand. Gonna try to phase out this Smoldering Egg.
Yeah, just keep control of that as best as he can.
1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Yep, just gonna let this happen now.
I wonder if he wanted to do that.
Not sure. A little.
Saw a slight look of confusion on his face there.
Yeah. Rarely do I see, when I've watched Takahashi, it's very decisive.
Yeah.
Not so at this exact moment. Okay. All right, well, flashback's good. All right.
Engagate pathway, as you mentioned, the lands be flowing, and Spectral Adversary is going to get smacking here. In for 3 points of damage, down to 11 goes Takahashi. Still has 2 Spectral Adversaries to keep the Smoldering Egg under control here.
Yeah, and if you're Takahashi, you know that there are 2 hermits in the graveyard for Mori, and Mori hasn't brought either one of them back, so now you kind of playing this little guessing game of, okay, what's going on in your hand if you're not actually bringing those back from the graveyard. Answer is somewhat transparent in my estimation. At least another copy, of Spectral Adversary. So there you're going to see that trigger. Going to do some phasing once again. Yep.
There they go. In response here, now that the shields are down, Dragon's Fire is going to look to take care of one of these Spectral Adversaries.
Again, one of the reasons why you might see some careful play here from Takahashi as opposed to more confident play, I guess I would say, or more decisive play, again, is because these are like the 2 rogue decks of the tournament going up against each other, right? So again, I imagine that these 2 just haven't played against each other's deck list all that much comparatively when you think about how much they've played against mono green and Epiphany strategies. So not to say that either player is making incorrect decisions, far from that, just to say that lacking the decisiveness that they probably would have if they were playing against the decks that they very much tested against and caused them to select the decks that they're playing.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the more reps you get in with a deck, you start to recognize the different play patterns, what you can expect from the other opponents, but in this situation, I'm going to pretty much bet that nobody tested against Azorius Tempo.
Yeah. Or is it Dragon Jewel, kind of flying, not flying blindly, but just flying carefully. As it looks like Divide by 0. We got some learning to do, Eli.
Oh yes. Mascot Exhibition or Environmental Sciences. It's gonna go for the Sciences, padding the life total. Seems like a pretty good place to start here. As does an Alrund's Epiphany. Is he gonna fire it off now?
Rarely is Alrund's Epiphany a bad place to start. This is gonna cost 6. Can work around Concerted Defense, I believe. Okay, so yeah, you're going to want to cast this to phase out the egg so that it doesn't transform.
No counter Renos there. A second egg. Gonna get added to the battlefield here.
Yep, so no attacks, but an untap. You can go Sciences. Let's see, that'll make it so it's 4 and 2 counters respectively.
Yeah, so no dragon at this moment, but we'll have enough for the negate.
If you want to make it a little cute. No need for that.
Oh, no, not negating your own stuff, but,
well,
surprise.
I'm a little wild sometimes, I guess.
Sure, you could do that, I guess. If not, why not?
Looks like we're thinking about leaving at least 1 bird back. Let's make it 2. Negate still at the ready, as you did mention. And then a land in hand. Negate off to the side because of the Elite Spellbinder.
Yeah. So that is known quantity for Noriyuki Mori on the other side of things. Spectral Adversary gonna swing in here. The 2 birds will block.
Snap them off! Snap them off!
Oh yeah. You give me creature to kill, I will kill it.
Yep. Because if you have a way to interact with me, that's a spell. I'm going to negate that, transform dragon, take it from there.
Dragons, because it will see the negate is 4 mana, so both of them would flip. That's pretty cool.
There's another hermit. Oh, good time to draw a spell. Didn't this time. Okay.
Well, there's the hole. Let's see if he goes that route now, or if he's happy to just sit back, relax, and try and get around these benevolent geists. Time to get swinging. Oh yeah.
I would say the draw steps right now favor Takahashi as opposed to Mori, given how the game is currently playing out. Mori does have some good draws, don't get me wrong, but I think the better draws are available on Takahashi's side. And all that means, as this all comes in, going to bring Mori down to 5, is that his draw steps over this turn and the next couple need to be good, and Island is not one of the good ones.
You know, you enjoy finding lands after you've been a little bit screwed in that department, but however many in a row, please stop.
Yeah, and now you kind of get to put your opponent in the abyss, as we like to say sometimes, which is basically you need to block every turn or you're dead. So here's your first block.
And Tutu's doing a good job of keeping those birds at bay, but this Hole of the Storm Giants has no answer for it right now. Intrepid Adversary is a very good draw with a battlefield. By itself, sure, it's okay.
Something to do. Now, one thing that we might see happen here, even though... Oh, actually, we'll saw it coming is actually just going to be flat good right now, I think, just because that's going to do some transformation of these eggs. So I think whatever gets cast is just going to get attempt to be countered, is what I imagine. Mori trying to figure out what's the best way to sequence.
Yeah, it's tricky because there is the sword coming, and Takahashi wastes no time snapping that off. And here be dragons. That's gonna do it. Noriyuki Mori can't come back from that, unfortunately, so Yuta Takahashi takes the first game down. We're gonna go to a very short break. When we come back, we'll see what happens in game number 2.
Hey guys, I'm just in that part of my evening where I've got to take care of the little one. I'm just gonna get him bathed and dressed for bed, and then I'll be a little bit more active. But keep on enjoying the stream. Be back later.
Welcome back to coverage of the Magic World Championship. We are going to join back with Noriyuki Mori and Yuta Takahashi. Takahashi picking up a pretty convincing victory as Noriyuki Mori just ran out of steam, unable to deal with a bunch of dragons and birds on Takahashi's side of things.
Takahashi playing some Takahashi magic right there. Just, you know, some card drawing, some removal, some counter spells. Just the way that he likes to do his thing, picking his spots, you know, trying to figure out when's the right time to cast these negates and these dragon fires and everything else. Look, he's made a career of playing this style of strategy. And again, like I said during that first game, what I love about watching him is that this is a thing that I do so poorly, but I appreciate people that do it well. And he does it extremely well. You know, I think of back in the last decade, going to date myself a little bit, but just watching Paulo Vitor Damadoros like play Farius, I'm just like, man, just look at him go. Just look at him go. Just playing everybody like a fiddle and just, you know, picking his spots beautifully with his counter spells and his everything. It's so much fun to watch players play these styles of deck really, really well. It really is. But for Mori, who's playing this tempo strategy, we got to remember, for him, it's about getting ahead. Getting ahead and staying ahead. Because think about that concerted defense that we saw that game. Never cast.
Nope.
Never did anything. You know? And that card gets turned on when you're ahead. When Takahashi is forced to play into it and hope you don't have it and then you're able to counter something. When we're on even footing, and Takahashi can pick his spots and also play around that card like he was, or if Takahashi is ahead, like he was at various points in that game, considered defense is no defense at all. So just something to keep track of here as we get ready here for this second game that Mori clearly is ready for.
Yeah, he's ready and raring to go, Takahashi, just deciding whether or not he wants to bring in heated debate. Opts to leave it in the sideboard, and here we go. Game number 2. Let's see how the game plan changes from both these players going into the second one.
It's a good start here for Takahashi. I'd be surprised if he doesn't keep this hand. Got a 2-drop into a Premier 3-drop in Elite Spellbinder, not only giving information, but making things a little bit more expensive. Gonna have to find another land, which he hasn't done yet. This is how this story could go, Eli.
No more land issues. Just good magic. Come on, please. That's all we want this weekend.
Huge
It's gonna be a battle of the malevolent hermits. These little guys are feisty.
Such a big draw step to find a third land there and didn't do it. And you can see now that Mori, the turn would have been easy if he finds a third land. That enters the battlefield untapped. It's just Elite Spellbinder, take a card, get your information, figure out how you want to plan the rest of the game. Now the struggle's real.
On the other side of things, Takahashi looks absolutely solid here. Joy Disruption if he wants it. Another Malevolent Hermit. Removal. And 2 dragons, which he can cast on curve because he has that Joy Disruption as a land if needs be.
Now the good news here for Mori, pardon me, is that there's still plenty to do. You know, adversary on the end step. Maybe draw your third land this time. Move forward that way. So missing the land drop, obviously not ideal. Maybe I think we'll see a trade. Didn't think so though. You still draw that third land. You're okay.
The one benefit of this tempo deck is that the cards are relatively cheap to cast, but eventually you're going to need to find a third land, which he hasn't done, unfortunately. Just another concerted defense. The Spectral Adversary and Malevolent Hermit are going to get in here and try and keep control of this board state as best he can.
Yeah, really, really, really tough spot here for Mori too, because when we're talking about a deck that's playing 24 lands, you can count Jawari Disruption as lands if you want to. In this instance, we're talking 26 lands. And the mana troubles that he has had, not only in this match, but kind of over the course of the weekend, definitely frustrating, right? It's understandable why you see some frustration for him.
Benevolent Geist is going to come back down. Turn is a 2/2 flyer and get in the way of the Spectral Adversary, and here we're going to see Jawari Ruins hit the board to ensure that Goldspan Dragon on 5 is a possibility. There's the second Spectral Adversary, not going to be phasing anything out, and there, finally, is land number 3. So, Alavitor, in Elite Spellbinder form, is going to hit the board.
Yeah, and you would have loved to be able to do this, and this is an obvious statement, obviously, but do this last turn and the following turn. You hit Goldspan Dragon number 1 and number 2. Now maybe the decision's a little bit harder than you'd like for it to be.
Yeah, look at his face.
You see him, it's 2 dragons? No!
You gotta be kidding me. That's
2 dragons,
such a rough
2 removal
spot.
spells. Can I take the island? Can I take, how about the island? Can I take that, please?
If only. And the unfortunate thing as well, even if you do put something to the side, the Goldspan Dragon just gives you that 2 mana that you would need to cast that thing. Ugh. I do not envy Mori's position right now. Such a rough spot for him. But here we go. Goldspan Dragon number 1. It's gonna swing on in.
Yeah, and
Interested
Hermit
to see if there's a trait here with the Hermit. No, we're just gonna Dragon's Fire the blocker out the way.
Yeah, I like that we're gonna ramp up the aggression a little bit right now.
Yeah.
Because what Takahashi wants to do is he wants to get ahead because Mori's deck doesn't play well from behind. So he's like, no, get that out of the way. You don't get the opportunity to trade with me. Now you need to interact with me in order to kind of catch yourself back up. And Legion Angel is far from a good draw step right now.
Yeah, this just feels so hopeless right now for Mori. I really feel for him.
It's tough. It really, really, really is tough. And You know, I don't want to pick on these conservative defenses because it's not their fault, you know, but they've looked quite poor in these games because he hasn't had the opportunity to play from ahead. That's the unfortunate thing.
It's such a tricky situation to try and work yourself out of, but on the other side of things, Yuta Takahashi smells blood in the water, and he is just going for it.
Yeah. You know, so much of this tournament coming into this, right? Everybody knew Epiphany was going to be good. What's it going to look like? Tough to say. We found out there's a couple different versions that people were going to play. Mono green, known entity. And we talk about Epiphany and Rangers class and Seeka's Chariot and how powerful those cards are. I think maybe folks maybe forgot about how good Goldspan is a little bit. The card's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
I mean, between Goldspan Dragon and Seeka's Chariot, like, between those two, who would you say is top dog in Standard right now?
I mean, if I had to choose one, I got to go with the Dragon because it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me doing its thing, so I'm going to choose the Dragon.
Well, here's an extra one. Goldspan Dragon #1 will be told to sit down and be quiet, courtesy of this Ray of Frost. But nothing that he can do against the second one. Gives the good game to Yuta Takahashi and picks up the victory in a clean 2-0. It improves his record to 5-3. So 2 more games he needs, and he could be in the top 4.
But we cannot undersell what an impressive turnaround this is for Yuta Takahashi. Now let's think about things here.
Unbelievable.
In the most simplest of fashion, we've all been there, right? We've all played Magic tournaments on Arena, on Magic Online, in person, yada, yada, yada. You start a tournament 0-3, you know what? I'm good. Just come back next week, just get a new queue, whatever it is.
Events.
Yeah, right? We've all been there. I've 0-3'd my fair share of Grand Prix over my way too long playing Magic. You just move on to the next thing. You don't get to do that in this tournament. You just have to keep playing. And this is one of those instances where Yuta Takahashi could have given up and said, man, unbelievable. I don't even know if I don't know how good my constructed deck is. Maybe I got everything wrong. And just, it's a cliche as can be. One game at a time, one match at a time, one turn at a time. And now, 2 rounds left to go. You start 0-3. If you 7-0 all the way back?
That's impressive.
That's unbelievable.
I mean,
unbelievable.
Not taking nothing away from Ondřej, but if Yuta Takahashi manages to 7-0 in Standard,
right?
Bravo.
With a deck coming into the weekend that really nobody was talking about, and it's in those Is It colors that Epiphany is in. Is this the better Is It deck? We got some more rounds to figure things out, but for Yuta Takahashi, this display is unbelievable. 1, because of the deck that he's playing, which is a little bit unexpected, but 2, the mental fortitude to just say, hey, the draft did not go well. I'm going to put that over here because I can't do anything about it now. Focus on what's in front of me. 5 wins in a row. Unreal.
Well, let's see if he keeps his winning ways going. After the break, we're going to see Matt Sperling versus Sam Pardee. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be one heck of a match.
Sam is the person I'm testing with for this tournament. And I think the most incredible thing about him is his positive outlook on life. He's really a cup half full kind of person. You know, he always finds something positive about everything. He's so genuinely nice. It is just a joy to be around him at all times. I really, really like Sam.
Monday. I know it shows that I'm a little nervous. I've just realized that I can't let go. There's something about me and you. So let me stay here a little while. At least until I calm down. Please don't say it's all about me. It's something I thought was, something I like to try. Please don't say it's all about you. That is so too late, 'cause I don't mind waiting for you. No, I don't mind waiting for you.
Matt Sperling was a player that I knew from my local area back when we both used to live in the Bay Area, and he was always, really well respected, and I feel like had results slightly under his skill level, so it's nice to see him, sort of punching at his weight class.
And we're going to bring you the next matchup of Sam Pardee versus Matt Sperling. It's the Grixis Epiphany deck versus Mono Green. And Cedric, I want to know who you like in this matchup, my friend.
Well, there's this Lear card running around this Grixis Epiphany deck, which is really, really powerful if you get to untap with it against anybody, but especially against Mono Green. I think that one might be important here, so it's going to be fun to kind of watch this unfold. To me, for me, to not be rooting for an aggro deck like Mono Green is a little difficult, but more than anything, I'm rooting for a really, really good match between two players who know each other really, really well. These games could be very, very dynamic and interesting, so this should be fun.
Now let's jump in here, take a look at these opening hands. Not a great opener for Sam, and he is not happy with the second hand here that he sees. On the other side of things, though, Sperling, he's got a pretty good start there. A Joy Disruption to interrupt any early nonsense from Sam Pardee, and the Celestis. That card has been putting in a ton of work this weekend so far.
Yeah, it's been impressive, to be sure. Now, if you're Sam, you've got what you wanted insofar as you've won the die roll. You're on the play. Sam is desperate for a 2-drop right now. He gets a 2-drop. The dynamic of this game changes.
Oh, hey-oh, never didn't have it.
There's. I was like, if Sam doesn't give me a little something down there about peeling that, I'm going to be a little upset.
You're welcome, Cedric.
Give
you
me
totally
a fist
did that.
pump. Give me something, Sam. Because that's an enormous draw step right there. He needs to get on the battlefield early and often. We have seen this Mono Green versus Epiphany matchups, and one, it's about winning the die roll, but two, it's about get on the battlefield, pressure them as best you can, and make them have Fading Hope. Make them have these removal spells early and often, because if they don't, they're going to die fast. And so for Sam, if he got the party started on turn number 3, I don't know what this game looks like. Instead, he's cooking now.
Yep, he's got 2 threats down on the battlefield. There's only one answer so far from Sperling, unless we see the cheeky play of Galvanic Iteration into Fading Hope, just to reset the battlefield here and preserve his life total.
That might not be the worst of plays, really. Because Sam right now, his start has been 2-drop, 3-drop, so realistically, he may not be able to deploy multiple threats again the following turn. So here is Fading Hope right now on the Mammoth. This is a sequence of events that we talked about, of course, during our pre-show and have watched it some as well, which is why the Celestis, one of the many reasons the Celestis is in the deck, right? Accelerate, +1 mana spell.
So Fading Hope able to send back the Mammoth, prevent the Werewolf Pack Leader from drawing a card. Due to pack tactics, and Mammoth will rejoin the battlefield here. And just one spooky green mana left open. It'll be interesting to see if Matt Sperling suspects anything in hand.
Yeah, the old Snakeskin Veil, which has been very powerful for both Sam and Paulo here this weekend. 1 main deck, 3 in the sideboard for both of those players.
So where are we going now for Matt Sperling? He's floating 2 mana. Galvanic Iteration into his Mari command?
Yeah, he might be thinking about doing that, right? It's do this and then copy Prismari command.
Mm-hmm.
I get to deal 4 to something. This feels like deal 4 to something and create 2 treasures.
2 treasures, yeah. That's a great way to ramp.
It's like, it's kind of like unexpected windfall, but not.
Yeah, it's a few more steps in between.
Yeah, but you are also getting something off of the battlefield. Now, this is one of those times you mentioned where Snakeskin Veil would be, whoo, baby. Now, it's not here, but boy, would it be a doozy if it were.
Sperling is going to have to be happy about that for sure. Again, Werewolf Pack Leader. Oh, you cheeky little instant. I had another choice word for it, but yeah. Come on.
A little late to this party.
Ay. Snakeskin Veil off the top of the library.
So this is
in for 3.
This is actually a little bit fun though, and I'll tell you why. Because Snakeskin Veil wasn't there on that turn, but it is here now for future turns. So Sperling may think to himself now, oh, he doesn't have Snakeskin Veil. You know, like if he did, he would have played it last turn. When the reality is that Sam just drew it. So maybe it comes up. Maybe Sperling thinks he doesn't have it and chooses not to play around it moving forward, and then Sam actually has drawn it.
Well, on the plus side for Sam, Pardee doesn't have to worry about another removal spell right now, but does have to worry about Elrond's Epiphany. That is online as it stands. There's also Memory Deluge available for Matt Sperling, so let's see how he navigates this next turn. I bet he'd love to find some removal spells to deal with this battlefield, because you mentioned this deck hits hard, and it hits pretty darn fast too, so down to 11, he can't be feeling too comfortable right now.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that Pardee can do, he can present lethal next turn, right? You fire up Faceless Haven, that's 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 with the pack leader. Snakeskin Veil up for protection. I mean, that's pretty attractive. Yeah, so is this, though.
Let's take some turns, get some birds out. And see what Sperling draws off the top here, if he can find something useful against these creatures. Third copy of the Celestus, that's not what you want to see.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, gotta say, it's looking pretty darn good for Pardee.
Yeah, Sam is just going to kind of sit back here and say, you know, I got what I got. I got a Veil to interact. Probably going to queue up Faceless Haven next turn. Probably drawing a card with Werewolf Pack Leader. And just hope for the best.
It does go to nighttime, so Celestus can be binned. There's a Hall of the Storm Giants. Not what Sperling wants to see, a bit of the shake of the head there. Ranger class may change some of the plans here for Pardee.
Yeah, a little bit of interesting draw here for Sam. I wonder how this works itself into the equation at all. There are blockers in the way now, of course, so perhaps he's more interested in a Ranger class turn as opposed to a fire up a Faceless Haven turn.
Let's see a Memory Deluge. What does Sperling get? Fading Hope. That's an excellent find.
2 good cards, really.
Yeah, and he can copy it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's probably the best thing he could have found.
Maybe, honestly. So here come the beatdowns. Looks like we're going to do a little trigger action. All right, Sam's going to get a card. Sperling looks like he's going to do at least 1 block. No sense in blocking the Old Growth Troll. Okay. Sperling can do... So what Sperling can do right now is he can take this 4, maybe, and then Sam... I mean, this kind of goes back to that Snakeskin Veil thing, right? With Prismari command a little bit ago.
Yep.
You know, do you think he has the Veil? Do you think he's drawn the Veil over the past couple of turns? When do you want to fire off this Fading Hope? Because what Sperling can do also, which it looks like I'm going to guess he's going to do, is he takes the 4, maybe end step he goes Iteration, Fading Hope, bounce 2 things, then play Leer, then bounce another thing, Battlefield's clear. Right? I think that's totally in play.
We're going to see an end step Fading Hope to bounce the Old Growth Troll. Will this get the Snakeskin Veil out of hand here for Pardee, or is he happy to just let this happen?
Alright. Well, there's the Veil.
There's the answer. But this is great, because now we can get the Leer down and do all the bouncing that we please, now that the Snakeskin Veil, the one-off, is out of the question.
Yep, no longer have to concern yourself with that. So here's Spikefield Hazard.
Haunted Ridge, untapped land for turn. Decent draw here for Matt Sperling as he's deciding how to navigate these 3 very large creatures on the other side of the battlefield.
It's the scary thing about playing against mono green, right? They're a little slow out of the gates. Not the fastest aggro deck anybody's ever seen, but these creatures are ginormous. Faceless Haven also hanging out back there, ready to get activated and serve in for 4 points of damage as well. So Lear has got some work to do.
Oh, he's gonna do it pretty darn well, I think. That Fading Hope with the Galvanic Iteration available to him. That's a pretty good spot to be in now if you're Sperling.
My thoughts on this matchup basically is if Sperling gets the opportunity to untap with a Lear, it seems extremely difficult for him to lose, but he's got to get to that point. That also means now for Pardee, it's a pretty important draw step too.
Looks like Sperling might be firing off a Galvanic Iteration along with the Fading Hope now.
Yeah, because this turn, right, you can do this, Fading Hope, bounce 2 things, and still have a Fading Hope at the ready from the treasure token too. So that means you're pretty well protected around a fight spell that might get top decked. So, coming into this tournament, when deck lists were revealed, saw a lot of copies of Fading Hope in these Epiphany decks. A lot of copies of an unsummon that doesn't really kill one of these big creatures, but again, it's just about buying time. Just about buying time, and it's doing a beautiful job of that once again.
Memory Deluge scried to the top of the library there. Kazandu Mammoth drawn here for Pardee. Now, this would have been the turn to get the game won and done for Pardee, because now that Sperling is untapping with Lear, yeah, it doesn't look super good for the mono green deck.
Quick little chump block with the birdie. Now Sam can deploy 2 threats. Looks like it's going to be Old Growth Troll and Ranger class. Yeah, scary times ahead right now, though, for Sam.
He just has to keep dumping stuff down and hope like heck that Sperling doesn't draw into an Elrond's Epiphany.
Yeah, more or less. It's just play on my stuff, play on my stuff again, play on my stuff again. Yeah.
Now, plus side, Sperling doesn't have a copy of Galvanic Iteration, so can't do the same thing with Fading Hope. Let's see if he goes digging into the library for some more answers.
Remember that Matt did keep Memory Deluge on top. That was a choice.
Okay.
Maybe things have changed enough that he's willing to just put it away now. Doesn't want it in hand anymore. All right. Gonna keep it. Ooh.
If he wasn't forced to use a Fading Hope on this turn, he would have been able to look at 7 cards from the graveyard. So maybe that's somewhere along the lines he was thinking.
Perhaps. This adversary is kind of an interesting little draw step here.
Ooh. Heck yeah. How many times can he activate that?
Access to 6 mana. Looks like we might want to go Faceless Haven route. The thing that I love about this mono green deck is you got a lot of options on how you want to play your turn, right? Do you want to go the Ranger class route? Do you want to go Adversary? Do you want to fire up Faceless Haven? Stuff like that.
Well, here come 4 attackers. Against Lear, Disciple of the Drowned, Matt Sperling has a lot of work to keep his life total intact here. So where does he go first?
Yeah, does Matt want to make a move before blocks? Does he want to do something like cast Memory Deluge, look at the top 4 cards before making a decision about any blocks at all? And how does he want to interact? So this is very much a, hey, let me get my information up front.
Yeah.
It does come at the cost of 4 mana, of course, but let me get some information.
Oh.
Epiphany and Pyre are a delight.
Yep, that's 2 creatures dead.
Yeah, that is a delight right there.
Yeah, because now knowing that Snakeskin Veil is out of the question, every single removal spell he draws is gonna land.
Yep, just clear for takeoff. The thing you have to think about a little bit is just, Inscription.
Yeah, Inscription's the only thing that'll prevent him from getting creatures off the board.
Yeah,
now he's gonna go down to 1.
Maybe.
Maybe? Yeah.
Okay. Will. Hey, mono green doesn't have any burn.
No, they don't.
Right?
They don't.
So,
it's still scary though.
So if we go bounce your pack leader on the end step, Epiphany, Hallstorm Giants works itself into the equation. It might just be lights out.
Yeah. It's looking like it with that Elrond's draw being able to Memory Deluge into something else, perhaps. Let's see, it's a Demon Bolt on top of the library. That's a pretty good way to clear this board out, too.
Yeah, if he needs it, right? Because I
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you attack for 3, play Epiphany. That's 3, 17, 5, it's 12 minus 6. Yeah, okay.
Now hear me out, Cedric.
Talk to
if
me.
If he doesn't win here, Sam Pardee could win with the Primal Adversary and the Hasty Lands.
Very much so.
Yep.
Very much so. It's in play.
Ooh. Turn is passed back. Primal Adversary.
Can you stop 3 attackers?
Yeah. Let's
Sam's
find out.
Sam's hoping the answer is no.
Well, there's a
That's
Demon
block
Bolt, a
one.
Cathartic Pyre, and a block, so stays alive.
Does stay alive.
And keeps Lear, which is pretty darn good too. There was no land drop there.
Yeah, this is what we talked about right at the jump, right? You get to untap with Lear, losing is extremely tough.
Yeah. Oh, and gets to cast the other demon. Oh, Demon Bolt from the bin.
Yep.
That's so gross.
You can fire that Demon Bolt off at the Primal Adversary if you want to. You can get a little deeper into the deck with Memory Deluge. And
Yeah.
Matt has done a really nice job of kind of using his life total as a resource, balancing things out, not moving too quickly with Epiphany.
Oh, yeah.
And I think securing. I think now.
Yep.
I think now he probably has it. That first Memory Deluge that we saw.
Yeah.
That very first one, where it found Lear and it found Fading Hope. Absolutely
That was crucial.
backbreaking.
There's Demon Bolt from the bin. Takes care of that puppy dog on the battlefield. And Lear's gonna get to swinging along with these 1/1 birds, courtesy of Alrund's Epiphany. We're gonna take another turn here too. Would love to find a Galvanic Iteration to make it 2 more turns. So let's see what Expressive Iteration finds. Ah.
Not running perfect, but still running pretty good.
Oh, I mean, it's an iteration, I guess. Sure.
So this is 3, 4, 5. Put you to 12. Cast Epiphany again. Looks like he's gonna iteration again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Need to? When you have Hall?
I think he's just trying to set up for a surefire slam dunk.
There we go. Yep, we got it now. The Epiphany now. You attack for 5, put you to 12. Untap, draw, activate Hall, clean it up that way. So there you go.
Goodness me, Matt Sperling using that life total down to 1 against mono green aggro. A bunch of cheeky, tramply chonkers on this battlefield. And Matt Sperling pulled it off, so let's go take a look at sideboarding here.
Well, they got.
See what comes in.
There's an unexpected windfall coming in. The Cyclone Summoners, which I'm very excited to see. This card is extremely powerful and quite good in this matchup. You know, you got a little additional removal there and Power Word Kill, Soul Shatter as well, so you get to really kind of juice and gas things up. Looks like he's going to move away a little bit from Galvanic Iteration and Alrund's Epiphany to just have more and more creature interaction. Mind Flayer, more removal spells, stuff like that. So.
Yeah, we saw this happen yesterday as well with these with the Epiphany decks. Not specifically the Grixis or the Izzet one, but taking out the extra turns, taking out the Galvanic Iterations, making sure you have more interaction, and just stealing their creatures, because, you know, they're going to be bigger than yours.
They will be.
And just a reminder that these players are playing for the 6 and 2, which means that they will then be competing for a top 4 spot. They'll have 2 shots at locking up that 2-4 spot, being at 6 and 2. So you definitely want to be in that position, and Matt Sperling is 1 step closer to it.
Every single match, so important. Every game, so important. Matt navigated a beautiful one there, as did Sam. Sam just came up a little bit short. Speaking of coming up short, missing a 2-drop here on the play. Pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough hand. Snakeskin Veil, very, very good in this matchup, though. There's the 2-drop, just 1 turn too late. Now, what goes down first?
Yep, that's the question. I think you just want to use all your mana.
And there's Fading Hope, right on time. Celestis into Fading Hope is something we're going to see quite often this weekend.
Now, do we want to actually
Let's see if
go
it's
that
Cathartic
route this
Pyre
time?
first.
Yeah. Interesting. We're going to go a different route. Okay.
Cool. The Kazandian Mammoth is taken care of.
All right.
conscious decision there. Conscious decision. Could have gone the Celestis Fading Hope route that we've seen Matt go before.
Mm-hmm. Or could have gone Celestis and then just hold up the 1 red for the Demon Bolt. That's foretold, so...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, Cinderclasm.
Okay.
That's pretty good to get up against a bunch of kitty cats.
All right, things getting interesting now because Matt's missing a land drop. He has Celestis, which is a 3-mana land in some sort of way, but...
Kind of a land, but not in the traditional sense.
Yeah.
But that's going to hit the board, and Demon Bolt is ready and waiting for a kitty car crew, but as is the Snakeskin Veil, so let's see how Matt navigates this combat step.
Absolutely. So this is where Snakeskin Veil is so darn good.
Yeah.
This is why Sam and Paulo have 1 main and 3 board to be able to board up to the full amount, because it's spots like this where Matt wants to go Selectus plus interaction, right? To kill the chariot or bounce the chariot, whatever, and Sam just goes, yo man, I'm ready. I'm ready for whatever you're bringing.
So Sperling's going to try and nab this cat that's being targeted. Snakeskin Veil. Will it say no, sir?
Mm-hmm. Looks like it will.
Yeah, protect the kitty cat. You're a good pet owner, Sam Pardee.
Does he have a land for the Mind Flayer? Looks like it.
Hey, nice.
Now, do you want to go the Mind Flayer route? Do you want to go the Demon Bolt, Cinderclasm, like Blood Chief's Thirst route?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Do you believe, if you are Sperling, that Sam has another Snakeskin Veil? You got to play your removal spells anyway. How do you want to sequence them? Looks like he wants to start here with Blood Chief's Thirst. Sam says, yeah, I'm going to go and fire this off right now. No time like the present, Eli.
Oh, this is actually pretty gross, because that's going to be that's a 4/4. So Cinderclasm can get kicked and take care of the tokens. And still also be able to cast the Demon Bolt. And Foretell is good.
It's something else.
Now, what does Sam suspect? Is he going to leave the cat car back for the time being? Essica's chariot. Will it get crewed here? Or is he content to just swing in with the team? I like this.
And leave it back.
Yeah. Keep chariot back. Werewolf pack leader triggers. What gets killed? Faceless Haven, pack leader.
If you're Sperling, are you going to try to play around Snakeskin Veil number 3? I imagine the answer is no. Also, I think if Sam had Snakeskin Veil number 3, he would probably queue up the chariot.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a bit of a read there for Sperling, and a good one indeed. Cinderclasm takes care of the rest of the board, barring the 3/3 and the 4/4. But there is Faceless Haven number 2, so it's gonna be a bit tricky to deal with. Of Mind Flayer, though, it's gonna have its pick of whichever critter it wants here. But Inscription of Abundance can kill the Mind Flayer to get back whichever creature is stolen. If it is the token taken, though, you won't get anything back. You just kill the Flayer.
Yeah. Just gonna kill the Flayer. Flayer comes down this turn, right? You just kill it with the effect on the stack. I think you're good.
Oh, never mind.
Well, you're actually good around that too, right? Inscription, put 2 counters.
Yeah.
So, Inscription, I don't want to say it's the perfect draw. It's obviously a really, 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 really good draw.
Yeah.
as we're seeing right now, because there's the fight with the Mind Flayer of the stack.
No touchy.
No touchy at all. And then
nice.
Those creatures plus Faceless Haven gonna take it down.
Yeah.
So we're all tied up, Bailey.
Yeah, even with that draw of Burn Down the House, there wasn't anything that Sperling could do in that situation, because then it's just a case of putting 2 counters on the 4/4. Can't kill that. Whoop. So, yeah, very, very good. Good game 2 there for Sam Pardee. He is super stoked. He's gonna just submit it as is, pretty much. And let's see what changes Sperling makes here going into game number 3.
I do want to bring up what Sam said a little bit earlier in this event, talking about playing its Epiphany decks. Likes where Mono Green is positioned for the weekend, pretty obviously, because he's playing the strategy. But he said, I think the matchup is really, really close. Me paraphrasing here. But he said the matchup's really close, and he said, I just prefer to be on the play. He said, I don't really want to be playing the other deck. It's just I think the matchup is close, and for this matchup, I just want to be on the play. Well, for game 3, he's going to be on the draw. And we have seen what that has looked like in this matchup. Tough for Mono Green. So first thing I'm going to be checking out here for Sam's hand, 2-drop on the draw. Gotta have it.
Gotta
Let's
have
see,
it.
Ranger class or pack leader, please, and thank you, library.
Sculptor will work too. There's
Yeah.
Sculptor.
That's actually really good. Turn 3 Esika's Chariot, yes please. On the other side
Yeah.
of things, though, what does Sperling have to do against that? Has some removal in Cathartic Pyre and Cinderclasm, but no blue mana for that Leer that's hanging out, so we'll see a mulligan there.
Okay. Epiphany down, so Sperling's hand right here. This is the old buy time hand, right? This is,
yeah.
I got Fading Hope, got Power Word Kill, got Soul Shatter. Kill, kill, kill.
Yep. Kill everything until I find stuff I want to do. Another Fading Hope. That's a very nice draw indeed.
It's another time buyer.
Alright, let's get... Ooh, hey! Pack Leader, very nice too. It's going to be Sculptor of Winter that hits the board. Will this get sent back to hand or killed on the end step here by Sperling?
Yeah, you gotta imagine Matt's gonna use one of these spells on the end step, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Option to bounce or kill.
Get out of here. Nice. I do love watching their faces while they're playing. Oh, this is a nice draw indeed.
Yeah, this isn't bad. I do like that Sam has left in a little bit more removal, maybe than normal. You see this Blizzard Brawl, I think it would make a lot of sense to board a card like that out, but he's leaving it in. Snakeskin Veil, very, very nice draw here. That's come up so much. You have to imagine it will come up again over the course of this game.
Oh, goodness me. Another Fading Hope off the top. I was going to say, like, Fading Hope at this point, especially if you think that there's fight spells, is great to protect the egg. But now you can just be like, no, I'm going to remove your things too, because of having both of them. But no 2 mana, no 2 blue at the moment too.
Yeah, we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun now about how each of these players picks their spots. How Matt's going to pick his spot with his removal spells. How Sam's going to pick his spots with his Blizzard Brawl and his Snakeskin Veil.
Oof. Demon Bolt and no land again for Matt Sperling. Where does he go from here? Is he going to hold up the Soul Shatter to deal with this Esika's Chariot? Because, I mean, that gets around Snakeskin Veil. Indestructible.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting game now. Sam is starting to pull.
Ugh, this is such a tough spot too, because you can't do 2 things. You can't Fading Hope and Soul Shatter here.
Yeah, you can Fading Hope and Power Word Kill.
You can do that.
So now Sam says, okay, I'm going to Blizzard Brawl, fight your egg. You'll Fading Hope, I'll Veil. You use your next removal spell, croon up a cat.
Yep, that's one way to make the way clear. Sperling says, good game. Not like this. Come on, top of the library.
Sperling's ready for the second Veil. That's what he's ready for. If you second Veil me, I give up. Doesn't have it, thankfully.
Oh my goodness.
Gonna play the other Sculptor. Now Sam's getting wide here.
Sperling just needs to survive, get 5 mana, and burn down the house. Seems easy, right?
Easier said than done.
Yeah, that's all.
That's all he needs to do? Okay. Well,
there's line number 4.
There's
cool.
line 4.
Now he can double spell. Now he can either go Fading Hope, Soul Shatter, or Demon Bolt.
Yeah?
He's still okay. No premature GGs.
3. Okay, so we're going to see Primal Adversary. So this is, I mean, it is worth noting that Smolderang is going to transform now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that matters. Gonna multi-kick at least once, twice.
My goodness me. Oh, you need a house burnt down ASAP, sir.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to get to that point.
Does kill the chariot here though, which is super, super important.
Untap this. Okay, so let's see. Demon Bolt the chariot. Maybe. Boy, this is tough. What do you want to do? How does he want to sequence? Okay, Demon Bolt there. Trigger.
Yep. Can block with the egg. In combat, Fading Hope, it turns into a 4/4, kills the thing, and saves face from some damage.
Yeah, so we go... Boy, does Matt have an uphill climb here, though. This board is so wide.
Mm-hmm.
What's the best
Burn
thing
down
to
the
fade
house.
out?
He's taking 4 here, so it goes to 12.
It's got to be runner, burn down the house.
Yeah.
You know, we gotta draw a land. The combination of land, burn down the house. That's the runner. Nothing's funner.
But once Dragon is flipped, all of his spells become removal as well.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna bounce. Yeah, you see Sam's reaction. He says, "Ah, jeez." All right, so, and also don't forget, Sperling does get to scry. Put his top card to the bottom, so that's gone. Now you get to eat something. Eat that. Yep.
Nom 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 nom.
You mentioned the fact that the Soul Shatter. Okay, there's Celestis.
I don't think that's possible now.
No, but you have the. Oh no, maybe we'll see. We'll see how Snakeskin feels. Obviously, Sam's play is very easy. Shove.
Yeah. Yeah. Now this does make the dragon go bye-bye though, with the Snakeskin Veil.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the Soul Shatter, Ashmouth Dragon.
Let's see if we put this. Where do we want to put this on? What the dragon's targeting, or do you want to trade with the land? So you're gonna do with the dragon's targeting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh.
Yep. I don't know. I don't think Matt has a way out.
I don't think so.
Deal 2.
Yeah, deal 2.
Hang on.
He's still alive.
Deal 2. Deal 2 again. So
Yeah.
let's say kill Sculptor, kill Token, block 3 power creature.
He's down at 1 again.
He's down to 1. Hang
Without
on.
any tricks.
Okay.
Hold on to your seats, folks. He ain't dead yet.
All right, 4/4 in front of 3/3. Prismari Command.
Yep.
This is. I think this is deal 2, draw 2, discard 2. Might be a treasure.
I think we got to draw. He's got to find a board wipe.
Yep. He just needs to find another removal spell to keep this going.
Yeah, just to keep killing things. They're 2-drops. Oh.
Okay, Fading Hope counts.
Heck yeah, that gets
That
rid of
counts?
the token.
Oh my goodness!
So
Look
take
at
2
him
from the
climb.
token. Tokens
Look
out
at
of
him
it.
climb.
He's
Look
doing
at
it.
him climb.
He's
What's
gonna
this
do it.
draw? Okay,
There's
that
a
one
land.
doesn't matter so much. You just play that and say go.
Yep.
You do this now because of Snakeskin Veil. So you say bounce bounce that, kill that, scry.
What does he find? It's gone to the bottom. Okay.
Yeah, okay. He can attack. Yeah, okay. So now Sam needs to draw like a thing. That counts. Okay.
It's a big thing.
What do we draw? Oh, that's expensive.
No.
That's too expensive.
No.
Oh my, Sam, right back in it.
Sam Pardee.
Okay, so we do this. We trade. We put this here. We pass. Okay.
We'll crack it on the end step, get a 4/4. And then what?
I think that just does it, right? Yeah. Man, what an almost sick,
That was so
sick
insane.
comeback from Sperling.
Cyclone Summoner, you suck.
You are too expensive, big
Too
fella.
expensive for
Man,
right
what
now,
a game.
but Sam
What a
Pardee
game.
powered through it and is improving his record now to 6-2. So just one more game for Sam Pardee and he locks up his spot in the top 4. That was an absolutely brilliantly fought battle there by both players. I love that matchup.
Yeah, Sperling trying
Goodness.
to steal that one in a
Holy
really meaningful way. That one
cannoli,
got
guys.
real good between Pardee and Sperling. Ultimately, of course, Sam gonna walk away with
What
the
a
victory
match.
there.
What a match.
Whew, my heart was racing, edge of my seat here at home.
Oh my goodness.
Man.
That was such a match. And
Sam
an
is
awesome
such a
performance there
beast.
from both
That
players.
was
Congratulations to
insane.
Sam Pardee. Sperling, not out of it yet, but has
Nope.
a lot of work ahead of him. My friends, we're going to take a very short break, but when we come back, we'll be with Maria and the news desk, so don't go anywhere. I agree with you, Sam.
What do we want to see next? I kind of want to watch Mono White against the Grixis Epiphany. Ooh. Which country has the second most world championship titles with 4? I want to say Japan. I'm not actually sure about this one. USA. Okay. Shows how much I've been paying attention in the competitive scene over the last years. Nailed it. I just had a feeling USA had the most, or then it's probably France or something, or Germany with Kai Bude. Which one was it again when he had the rogues list, the Dimir rogues? Wasn't it the Kaldheim with all the freaking Emergent Ultimatum decks? I feel like it was Kaldheim before XXVII. Could be wrong though. Yeah, nailed it. Afterwards, when XXVII came out, the Is It Dragons and all that stuff started to come out with Bone Crusher and the what was the 3/2 flying blue thing? The rogue. Oh my goodness. The Venture Rogue Flyer thingy with that bounce.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 27. What an excellent day of coverage we've had so far. Let's take a look at our leaderboard here as we gear up for round number 9. Ondřej Stráský gets the dub because he's already locked for our top 4, clinching those 7 wins a couple of rounds ago. Sam Pardee sitting at 6-2 has the chance to lock up a berth in the top 4 here if he can get to 7 wins, because 7 is the magic number for these players. I'm going to bring in Mani Davudi into this conversation. Mani, what does this leaderboard tell you?
Maria, I've still got my eyes on Jean-Emmanuel Depraz. Only 1 loss so far in Constructed after that 0-2 start in draft. Similar Yuta Takahashi, 5-0 in Standard. These guys just cannot be stopped with these sort of individualistic deck choices that they brought to this tournament.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. Sometimes it pays to not go with the flow in this case for both of these players, just putting up results here in Standard. You mentioned Yuta Takahashi, undefeated in Standard after a rough start, 0-3 in draft. Riley talked to him after his win this past round.
Cool, like the rubber.
I'm here with Yuta Takahashi, who has just won another game in Standard. Yuta, tell us about what the tournament, how it's gone for you here. It started off 0-3 in draft and now going so well in Standard.
Yeah, I started 0-3 on draft, but still alive.
Adventures list.
I'm just.
But yeah, White Azorius kind of didn't do the thing he was hoping to do. All right, let's listen to these guys. I'll be back later.
Well, tell us about the success you've had in Standard. Why did you choose the deck that you did, and what's been working so well for you?
I choose Exact Dragon. I thinking about what is removal is the best choice. I think 4 deal damage is important because this format have ton of toughness for creatures like Troll, Chariot, Dragon, and Riel, and Egg. Yeah, everything is for toughnesses. And I just chose Thundering Rebuke and Dragon's Fire.
Makes a lot of sense. It kills all the things that you need to get dead. So, look, well done. We're hoping that you'll continue to get it done. A great job so far, and good luck in the rest of the rounds, Yuta Takahashi.
Thank you.
All right, Yuta Takahashi there. Didn't realize his Twitter handle was Vendilion for Vendilion Click. Of course, Takahashi, famous for fairies in Modern, won a lot of GPs with that deck. Looking here to win Worlds with a cool deck of his own. Mani Davudi, Riley Knight at the desk with me. Riley, you've also been talking to Jean-Emmanuel Depraz, who Mani talked a little bit about earlier, bringing kind of his own deck to the tournament.
Yeah, nightmare start for Depraz in draft. It really didn't go the way he wanted, but he's recovered now masterfully to 5-3 with what he describes in his own words as a very high variance deck that has behaved itself. That's what he is saying about the team of deck that he's brought to this tournament here. And he's doing very well with it, as he said. He wasn't sure about the Epiphany lists. He hasn't able to I mean, he sort of echoed what a lot of other players have said in that most decks seem to have an even matchup with it at best. But he said that his deck is doing what he wants. He's very happy with the performance that he's put on. And even if he bows out at this point and doesn't win another match, he says that he's still feeling very good and about the performance that he's given so far here at the World Championship. And I'd like to hear that from the players. You know, we can only have one winner. These are the best players in the world, and knowing that you've come here, given it your all, and acquitted yourself well, it's something that I'm really pleased to hear that Jean-Emmanuel Depraz is looking at himself and going, you know what, I've given it my all, I've put a good result together, and I'll be happy, win, lose, or draw from here on out.
Thank you so much, Riley. Yeah, always awesome to hear from Jean-Emmanuel Depraz. What an amazing player. Well, it's deck tech time again. Grixis Epiphany, one of the decks everybody was terrified of going into this weekend once we saw the metagame breakdown. We've got a Hall of Famer, Gab Nassif, to tell us all about it with Corey Baumeister.
I'm here with Gabriel Nassif, the man with the yellow hat, and you are playing a very interesting deck for the World Championship this year. You're playing Grixis Epiphany. Tell me a little bit about why you chose this deck.
We chose this deck because we expected green to be one of the most played decks and a really good deck, and we were really struggling to build decks that beat it. And I feel like we kind of managed with this specific version of Grixis.
Okay, absolutely. Well, first let's get into the disruption, something you're going to need to be able to deal with mono green and all the aggressive decks. So we see Fading Hope and then just a plethora of one-ofs. We'll even see more one-ofs coming in the next slide. What made you land on 4 Fading Hope and then just a ton of one-ofs that actually deal with creatures?
We felt that Fading Hope was the most important piece against the aggressive decks. It just works really well with Lear. It protects it from the fight cards, just cheap removal, and you don't mind the card disadvantage so much because you make up for it with Iteration, Celestus, and later in the game, you know, if you ever untap with Lear, it's usually game over against the creature decks anyways, or even most other decks.
Yeah, that is a spicy one we're going to get to in a little bit here. So let's go to the second slide here. You have Power Word Kill, Blood Chief's Thirst, Prismari Command, more one-ofs, and then Duress in the main deck. Did you feel that that was really strong and really well positioned against aggro and control, or just for control?
I don't love it against aggro. It can line up well, but not always. We figured since we didn't play counter spells because of Lear, you know, the non-synergy was Lear. The turns matchup could be a bit tough, and we figured we needed some duress in the main. You can get decent value out of it. You know, if you can protect a Lear, you flash it back. You also have the Iteration to copy it. So we felt like it was maybe more necessary evil if we're not playing counter spells.
Okay, yeah, makes sense to me. So now let's get to the really spicy part of this deck. Let's go to this third slide here where we have Expressive Iteration, Memory Deluge. We've seen those cards, but the Celestus, this is a spicy one. Tell me a little bit about why you chose this card.
It was just so good for us in testing. I don't exactly remember who brought it up. I know someone in my Twitch chat mentioned it at the very beginning. They said they were playing Celestus was new to Fair and Historic. But I'm not even sure I brought it up during art testing or someone else tried that. But once we started playing with the card, it was just so good. Yeah, we couldn't get enough. We even had it in our black green snow deck, even though it was mostly sorcery speed stuff. Just really impressed with the card. I think it just
you heard it here first.
People's radar. Yeah.
You heard it here first. Twitch Cat is saving the day here for Nassif. So I love it. That card looks really sweet. Let's get to the win cons because you've been talking a lot about Lear. That is the thing that really sticks out to me. We've seen Alrund's Epiphany. We've seen Hall of the Storm Giants and Galvanic Iteration as win cons. But walk me through Lear a little bit. This is something we haven't seen play a lot.
Yeah, we just felt like the classic builds of blue-red were not beating green, whether it's 8 dragons, just the egg, no creatures at all. You just couldn't keep up. We tried Immorus, which was kind of okay for a while. I tried the Kingpin, the 5/6 blue-black card that was really good when you untap, but it's kind of tough to untap with it. And you know, eventually we figured out that Leo was good. If you play it with a mana up, was Fading Hope up, and it's usually hard for them to kill you that turn, and then you untap and you can take over. Card also does pretty good with duress and stuff, and we're just really impressed. It just played out super well.
Yeah, that seems awesome against mono green, that's for sure. Well, Nassif, thank you so much for sitting down with me. I wish you the best of luck at the World Championship, and we're sending it back to you.
Thanks, Corey. A look at Grixis Epiphany. Welcome back to the news desk. We've got Monty Devuti and Riley Knight here to set up our next feature match here. Round 9 is on the way. Let's take a look at the players who will be seeing do battle in our feature match area. Sam Pardee, Party Time, versus Yuta Takahashi. 4 top finishes for Sam, 3 for Yuta. Mono Green Aggro versus Is It Dragons. Closer look at our players here. Sam Pardee, check it out, 67.6% standard win rate, playing for top 4 this round. If he can win, he is into our top 4 on Sunday. Meanwhile, Yuta Takahashi is playing for his perfect record in standard to keep it going. He is currently undefeated, 5-0 in standard, had a rough draft, but he doesn't want to lose again because he wants to keep that unblemished record and have a shot at the top 4 as well. But let's talk about this matchup, Monty, and get a look at the deck lists.
Yeah, Maria, this mono green deck from Sam and Paulo has looked fairly impressive. It was one of the scariest aggressive decks coming into the field just because of the sheer presence it has at every step of the curve, with Werewolf Pack Leader into Old Growth Troll into Sika's Chariot, and it's really backed up by some impressive removal spells like Blizzard Brawl and Inscription of Abundance. But it's something that we've seen fall a little in the field. Paulo hasn't really been doing great today. Sam has put himself in a great position for the top 4, but it's a little shaky against some of the Epiphany decks that are bringing cards like Unexpected Windfall. Now, Yuta's deck isn't, but Yuta went a very different direction with his build of he's playing dragons. He has the full 4 Smoldering Eggs, full 4 Goldspan Dragons, and he's brought removal spells. We heard him talk about he's valuing 4 damage because 4 damage kills Chariot, 4 damage kills Troll. So we see Dragon's Fire, we see Thundering Rebuke. This deck is very much trying to be a more proactive Izzet deck. There's no Galvanic iterations here because he's trying to flip his eggs and just be on the board. I actually think I like Yuta's build against green. I think he brought a deck that really targeted the field well.
Oh, really interesting. That deck is terrifying. I've never beat on the ladder with my little creatures, so we'll see what Sam can do here. Time for predictions. Riley, who do you got in this match?
Look, I reckon Sam Pardee is going to take it, even if the matchup does favour Takahashi. I don't think it's that. I think it's close enough here for Pardee to take it out, and of course he'll have the considerable spur to his flank of a top 4 berth locked up with a win here. So I think that's going to get him across the line.
All right, what about you, Monty?
I'm going to go with Takahashi. Not only do I want to go against Riley, but I really do think that he has the edge in the matchup.
Yeah, I'm also picking Yuta Takahashi for the reason, I mean, amongst other things, I want to see him continue his undefeated run here in Standard, and because I've never beat the deck. So if I can't do it, I don't think anybody can. And certainly nobody has here this weekend. So put me in the World Championship. You know what I mean? Anyway, round 9 coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We've got Sam Pardee versus Yuta Takahashi here. Sam Pardee playing for top 4.
All right,
losing the finals of PT Hour of Devastation to Paulo did not really phase me that much. I know it's easy to sort of think about, oh, maybe I'll never get another chance at a PT final, maybe I'll never be able to win an event like that. But for me, it just felt like playing Magic is the thing that I do, and hopefully I can do it well, and if I do it well again, maybe I can win one someday in the future, and as it turns out, that did come true.
Let's have some predictions in the chat, guys. Who do you think is going to take it? Pretty 2-1 Yuta. That's my prediction. Yeah. I think Sam will put up a good fight and win at least one match, but Yuta's going to take it. Yeah, this is like actually, even though it's the same stuff, you know, Alrunes, etc., as Ondřej Stráský's one, the more dragons is definitely different. Right, be right back, guys.
Yuta is the player who I beat at my win-in for my first ever PT Top 8 in Sydney. He ended up making it as well, and I love his sort of enthusiasm for Magic that he has on Twitter. He's always posting when he picks up like a beta volcanic island and stuff, and it's just awesome to see.
And welcome back to coverage here of the World Championship. Marcel Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And Paul, we have a monumental match coming up. They are not going to stop today as we march our way towards the top four. We've already got one competitor in there with Ondřej Stráský, but we could have another at the end of this round. Out of all the players left, there is one player who controls his fate this round with a winning in for top four, and that is Sam Pardee with a 6-2 record here, Paul. A victory would give him that 7th win that locks you for top four. Now, he is facing down, though, a very tough opponent here. Yuta Takahashi had a disastrous start to his tournament with his 0-3 in the booster draft, but he has rallied with what seems to be a really good pick for the metagame in Standard with Is It Dragons? He's 5-0 with this, and if he can win this round and the next one, he will also join the top four. Now, it gets a little sketchy for him if he loses one of these rounds and wins the other, because his tie breaks are going to be really poor after an 0-3 start. But really, the spotlight's on Sam Pardee here. If he wins, he's in, Paul.
Yeah, and Takahashi kind of turning back the clock a little bit here, because kind of coming into the format, this is what the initial builds of the Is It Control decks looked like. It was the shell with Smoldering Egg and Goldspan Dragon, and then, you know, the format kind of evolved until you eventually landed on the Is It Epiphanies list. But Takahashi really just confident with the 8 dragon package that he has in his deck and thinks that it's well positioned, especially if you expect a lot more versions of Is It Epiphany, just because he thinks that being more proactive is kind of the key to kind of winning in those matchups.
Takahashi digging for a land here with Expressive Iteration, and I'll tell you, Paul, he kind of nailed it, right? You know, we asked him before the tournament started, what did you prepare your deck for? Like, what matchups did you want to do well with? And he said mono green and Is It Turns. And
look at
that
this
is
start.
Exactly where you want to be. And look at this. Dang, Dragon's Fire too, and now he's got the Ashmouth Dragon bashing. And wow, Yuta Takahashi is doing dragon things here.
That was a huge draw for Sam Pardee, because I thought he was just dead, but he drew the perfect card, Old Growth Troll, into being able to Blizzard Brawl it away. But, you know, that's not the end here. I mean, look at Takahashi's hand. We have double Goldspan Dragon into Alrund's Epiphany, so Sam needs another removal spell here to just even be able to try and keep pace with Yuta Takahashi's force.
I don't think he's going to be able to do anything now. There's no way he can assemble 13 power by next turn.
Yeah, not at all.
And that's going to be Goldspan, 8U, and then Epiphany.
Well, so you can go 4 and then 10, right? So you can just...
Okay.
Right?
Oh,
so
but there's a Smoldering Egg now for Yuta Takahashi, so that'll be a speed bump.
Well, so since... Since
Go ahead, Paul.
Takahashi doesn't have mana to go Goldspan Dragon into Epiphany this turn, so all he needs to do is attack Sam down to 8, play Epiphany, then you have 6/6 in the air, then you just play the Goldspan Dragon on the next turn, and that should be lethal.
That is actually more than lethal, although it looks like he's going to go
Oh,
for
no, he
Goldspan
can.
Dragon ×2 and then play the Smoldering Egg here. Oh, 2, 4, 6,
Excuse me.
7. He has exactly enough, doesn't he, Paul?
Yeah, counting is hard, excuse me. He will have exactly enough, yeah.
Wow, what a draw from Yuta Takahashi. Boy, he said he felt like he had a good matchup against green. I don't think it goes quite that well every time, though.
Yeah,
It's
no, I mean,
incredible.
being on the play, and what he flipped the egg on turn 4.
Yeah.
Right? With
did.
interactive spells. I mean, he went turn 2 egg, turn 3 counter your spell, turn 4 double spell into Dragon Epiphany. So, I mean, that's as good as it gets if you're Yuta Takahashi.
Crazy. What a stunning opener here from Yuta as he picks up game number 1. He's trying to stand in the way of Sam now. If you're a Sam Pardee fan, there's good news here. He's 6-2. If he can win these next 2 games, he's into the top 4, done deal. If he loses one of these next 2 games, he gets to come back next round and do the same thing again. He will be playing for the top 4 again next round if he doesn't win this. So he is in a really good position with such a strong record. As I mentioned before, Yuta is not in nearly such a good spot because there's a chance that he wins here or the next round, ends up with 6 wins, which doesn't quite put you in, but could put you in a tiebreaker match, but misses it because of his poor start in draft with the 0-3. So a lot going on here down the stretch on day number 2. But again, in simplest terms, this is all on Sam. He needs to pick up these next 2 wins to get that top 4 slot.
Yeah. We did touch on it earlier where, you know, how important doing well in draft is, right? You know, whatever your record is, it's so much more important to pick up those wins early in the event, as that does affect how your tiebreakers are going to kind of flesh out. And given Ondřej just not losing a match, there is a very, very high chance that we are going to see tiebreaker matches. And if that's the case, Yuta's start is going to mean that he likely will have to win out his next 2 matches.
Look at this little attack here from Sam Pardee into the Smoldering Egg. Can Yuta sniff it out, or does he just need to take the 2 to protect the egg? He's looking at his hand right now. It's got to be tempting to block. He doesn't, though, and Sam Pardee gets in for 2. Follows up with an Old Growth Troll. That's a little old school bluff in there from Pardee as he passes the turn back over to Yuta Takahashi. Yuta has a nice hand, though. He does have Burning Hands as well as Prismari Command. So as you can see, the cards he has do match up well with the board as he can burn out the Old Growth Troll and then eventually kill the Sculptor as well, depending on how... Oh, he's just going to go for the Sculptor right now and give himself a treasure.
Yeah, and if you want to use removal spells, you want to do it now. After sideboard, these mono green aggro decks sideboard up to 4 copies of Snakeskin Veil. And if that's the case, whenever your opponent's tapped out, that's when you want to be using your interactive spells if you can help it.
So that means that we're not going to see Fading Hope here from Takahashi. There's going to be a second Old Growth Troll on the stack. Remember, Takahashi has a treasure over there, so if he wanted, he could have done Fading Hope. But as you mentioned, Paul, he would have preferred to do that on his turn. Now, things getting a little sketchy here for Sam. He's got 2 more lands in hand with a Mammoth. And there's Expressive Iteration off the top from Takahashi. And he loved to see that. Did you see that? He was like, sweet, because now he can fire off Burning Hands and flip the egg too, right?
He can go Burning Hands and Fading Hope and have a dragon. Or he can go Burning Hands, flip the egg. And the thing is, you see how much Yuta values this Smoldering Egg. So he might want to just keep up that Fading Hope to potentially protect his egg even.
Wow. So he sees Memory Deluge into hand. He does hit the land. It's a mountain. And we're going to see Burning Hands. That's going to take out Old Growth Troll. And now Ashmouth Dragon's on the battlefield.
Just another,
and what is he going to do here? He's going to start attacking. That's the first thing.
Is that just another turn 4 flip here from Takahashi?
Yeah, he's done it both games. Really impressive. He said he thinks that Smoldering Egg is the best 2-drop in the format.
Well, given by what we've seen in these games, not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you're paying 2 mana for a 4/4 flying dragon with upside, I can see why he thinks that.
Tell me more.
Yeah. Okay, Old Growth Troll's going to crash in as well as Faceless Haven, and Yuta's going to take all of it here, Paul. He's down to 6.
Yeah, and it's getting a little dicey here. Now, Yuta does have access to Fading Hope, which he's likely going to target that 4/4 token that Sam's going to look to make off that Old Growth Troll that's enchanted on the forest. But he still has to find a way to deal with the Faceless Haven that can attack and the Old Growth Troll.
Sam Pardee giving him all he can handle here in game number 2. There's that activation that you mentioned, Paul. Snow-covered forest is going to get sacrificed, but it will leave behind a troll. And as you mentioned, if he's going to do it, oh, he's going to go for 2 spells here, Paul. That will let him have Sam Pardee with no board at all. Well, I guess outside of the Faceless Haven.
Yeah, so again, trying to play around Snakeskin Veil here. It looks like Takahashi wants to go Deluge. 2 damage on the Old Growth Troll, then Fading Hope on the 4/4 token to finish off the Old Growth Troll here. And then keep the 4/4 back in case he needs to block that Faceless Haven if Sam chooses to activate an attack.
Very close here. Takahashi is going to need something else, though, to get him out of this mess. The Faceless Haven really showing its value here. One of the best cards in the mono green deck. Don't overlook it. What does he find? Prismari Command Goldspan Dragon. Now we're going to see Fading Hope on the token. The extra 2 damage to finish off the troll. So no board state currently here for Pardee, but he does have the Faceless Haven, and let's not forget that Old Growth Troll can get activated again pretty soon and make another 4/4.
Yeah, and if you're Takahashi, finding that additional threat was big because now he does have the luxury of potentially just going for the trade here with the Faceless Haven if Sam chooses to attack. The thing is, though, you have to keep in mind the green deck doesn't really have any direct source of damage, so you can potentially just afford to go down to 2 because it's so huge if you can keep this Ashmouth Dragon in play against this aggressive green strategy.
That's right. It's, even with all the 4 toughness creatures, if Takahashi can put 2 spells on the stack, he can kill something, and his deck's very good at doing that. Okay, Werewolf Pack Leader was the draw step here for Pardee, but he's just going to fire up the Faceless Haven and send it in. This is a big moment. Is Takahashi trading here? And he is.
Yeah, he is really afraid of a potential Inscription of Abundance if it goes unblocked, because if that happens, that would just be the game for Sam.
He finds another Smoldering Egg off the top of the library, but now he's facing down a 4/4. Now, he did get the Faceless Haven off the battlefield with that trade, though. Only 3 lands left for Pardee, and he has the 4/4 token, so Yuta has to feel like he's made good progress. He's getting very close to stabilizing, but this is still a close one.
Yeah, because now, I mean, he can... I mean, Goldspan Dragon is the best proactive move that he can make. Alternatively, he can just sacrifice his treasure and just Shatterskull smashing this 4/4, right? Eat that treasure, smashing for 4, play around Snakeskin Veil, and then just pass the turn.
Yeah, you know, he's looking at Smoldering Egg, he's looking at the dragon, but he's going to take that most conservative line that he can here, which is he's actually going to play a land after the Shatterskull smashing, take it down, and leave Sam Pardee with no board state at all. And we even see the Kazandu Valley played as a land here from Pardee as he plays Werewolf Pack Leader with double Ranger class in hand.
Yeah, and now the coast is clear. Things are not looking as bad here because now you can just play out the Goldspan Dragon and then run out the egg here for a potential chump. And I think Takahashi is probably just okay even with just having Sam take the turn off potentially to activate the Werewolf Pack Leader and go for the block. Although we know that Sam has Ranger class, so he gets a pretty clean turn here by just going Ranger class activate and then attack with the Werewolf Pack Leader for 4 to stomp through the egg.
Yeah, and that's a cleaner... I mean, because Takahashi also could just take the 5, right? Like if there's no Ranger class in play.
True.
I mean, you know, normally against an aggro deck going down to 1 is pretty scary, but we are talking about mono green here. It's all going to kind of be in front of you there. You know, they're not going to grab a lightning bolt or something. So Takahashi has a choice here. And he's going to block. You know, there are cards, as you mentioned, though, that could be in hand that could kill him there, and he's unwilling to do it. So he time-walked him, as we say in the business. What did he find? Dragon's Fire. Wow, with the shields down, too.
Big.
Because remember, Pardee's life total is plummeting here. He's taken 4 the last 2 turns. He's down to 8.
Yeah, and so now, I mean, he's not worried about dying here. He can go for the Dragon's Fire and still has the ability to cast the Memory Deluge here. Dig 7 cards deep to find additional answers.
Right. If he just finds another Goldspan, he could just be good to go here.
Yeah, another Goldspan or just 2 extra removal spells to deal with what Sam has in play.
That's right, because it's going to be Pack Leader and a Ranger class, so 2 creatures in play now for Sam, but it's mono green. He can't do anything this turn. This is a huge Memory Deluge now for Yuta Takahashi. If he can find... Well, there's a lot of things that he can find here,
Sam
right?
crossing his fingers. No Goldspan.
Another dragon, and there it is. A Goldspan dragon is one of the cards. He puts it on the stack, and all he has to do is send with both, and Yuta Takahashi picks up yet another win. Paul, he is 6-0 in Standard after an 0-3 start. This is really becoming the storyline here for Yuta.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of just nailed it coming into this. Draft was rough, but now he's 6-0, and I mean, Goldspan Dragon. You know, this is a card that a lot of people have kind of slowly talked down, you know, with Ren and 7 taking over the field and everybody playing all these cards. But all of a sudden, I mean, we've seen him just close out these games in incredible fashion. It's like, look, you know, I don't need to fiddle around and take infinite turns. I'm just going to play my dragons, kill your things, and just outrace you. And that's what he's been able to do.
Wow. You know, he said that the decks that he wanted to beat when he built his deck was Izzet and Mono Green. And boy, did he get the metagame for it. And he has been stomping. He's probably going to need another win next round to make it into the top 4. We'll certainly be keeping an eye on that. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more from the World Championship. Don't go anywhere.
One of the things that's really been great for me is the support I get at home from my wife. A lot of people, I think, would see this hobby and sort of jump to conclusions about it that are less favorable, but she's been supportive through all of this and has encouraged me to follow my passions, chase my dreams, and it's really meant the world that she's behind me on this 100%. And then I just have such a great friend circle that I've met through the game. The gathering part of Magic has really just brought so many wonderful people into my life. And it's just wonderful hearing from them when they cheer me on or tag me and say, go get them. All that just brings such a nice feeling.
I wonder, guys, who's going to be in the finals. I've got a good idea already, but I need to see the standings again. There's probably looking like Izzet versus Izzet.
Yeah.
So we're testing with Jan, and it's been a great experience. This is definitely somebody who thinks through a lot of his plays really well. Even in play testing, you can expect a high caliber of thought that goes into the plays. So it's really great to see that, because a lot of people kind of slack off when it comes to play testing. But Jan, he's just all around on, it seems like, all the time. And then also brings a lot of deck building skill and insight into it too.
And welcome back to coverage here of the World Championship. Marcel Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Take a deep breath, everybody. We had a real exciting match there that last time, and we're going to settle right into game number 1 of our next match. This is a Grixis mirror between Eli Kassis and Jan Merkel. They actually tested together for this, Paul, so they have the same list. They very much know the decks and what the other player thinks about them as well.
Yeah, and just looking in kind of on their testing process, I mean, the number 1 deck that they really wanted to play against was mono green, and they had a pretty good plan for that. But they probably didn't test too many matches of the mirror, right? Because nobody else was going to come up with this deck, but now you're going to get to see it here, and just exactly how this matchup is going to play out between the two of them.
So as I mentioned, we're coming in game number 1. Looks like we're pretty deep into the game here. Okay. There's a lot of lands on the battlefield. And wow, there's a Lear on the battlefield now as well. So this is usually the death knell, or at least a big step in the right direction for whoever's the first player to land a Lear, and it looks like it's going to be Jan this time.
Yeah, and typically Lear, when you get to untap with Lear, it is a lot worse when you're playing in aggro deck, right? Because your deck is chock full of removal game 1, so you can just kill everything. Mm-hmm. You might have a little bit more of a chance here when you're playing the control mirror, because you're just going to have a bunch of removal spells in the graveyard. These decks actually don't have a lot in the form of disruption against other control decks. I think this deck is actually weak to just the stock version of Izzet Epiphany, just because of the lack of counter magic that they play. And the reason they can't play counter spells is because Lear is a symmetrical effect. The moment Lear hits the battlefield, no spells can be countered. So the disruption that you need to play in your deck instead of counter magic has to be in the form of Duress.
And that's right, we actually just saw a Duress cast out of the graveyard there from Jan. It moved the Galvanic iteration from the 2 mana to the 3 mana slot, as it's in the graveyard now. In the meantime, Lear's going to get in. Here's a Memory Deluge. Now we do see Demon Bolt to help solve this problem here from Eli's perspective.
Yeah, Demon Bolt has a way to get the Lear, but we see that there's a Fading Hope in Merkel's hand, so he will have the way to protect his Lear. But in order to replay it, of course, it will tax him for 5 mana of his own turn.
And critically here, there is a Lear in hand for Eli Kassis. Now, Jan knows about it. You can see the little eyeball icon on there that shows that your opponent has seen that card. They know it's there. But perhaps just not a whole lot to be done here from Jan's perspective.
Yeah, and a really great draw here from Kassis. I'm not sure what's in his graveyard, but he did have that Lear in the previous turn.
Jan actually has Demon Bolt in hand, it seems, but doesn't have a red mana available at the moment. Paul, is that what you're seeing?
Yep, that's what it looks like. So
he has the answer.
So if Eli had a Duress, he'd be able to nab that from his hand, but he does not. Now again, keep in mind, since there's no counter magic here, Jan can successfully fire off this Alrund's Epiphany. It won't do that much, right? Mm-hmm, it'll just give you the 2 birds, but it's certainly not. We're currently not at a board state here where this will just end the game here, right? He just wants to try to find an answer and just kind of play an extra land and just get more information.
Yeah, this is kind of the floor. You get a card back and you get the 2 birds. Not bad, right? It could be a lot worse than that, but we're also used to seeing that be kind of the spell that gets cast to end the game, and that's not what we're seeing here. This is a really nice turn there, though, for Jan, especially if he can get this Lear off the battlefield before Eli can truly go off with it. It looks like he'll get a Prismari command out of the deal, and that's about it.
And for those of you who might still be new to this deck and you see that shiny little Jwari Disruption in the graveyard, again, Lear is a symmetrical ability, so that Demon Bolt cannot be countered. So if he casts Jwari Disruption, it will do nothing.
That's right. It's one of the few counter spells that actually made it into the deck. And that's because it's viewed as relatively low downside to have it as tap land anyway. This deck is very mana hungry, and it runs a lot of lands, especially if you count the double face cards.
Eli found a Fading Hope here.
Oh, he actually hit. Well, looks like both players are going to protect their Lear from opposing Demon Bolts. Fair enough. But remember, Jan's got another turn coming here, so he gets to get back on board with his Lear and maybe take over the game. Oh, I like this. Spikefield Hazard's going to pick off a bird. And Jan's going to take advantage of, even if it is just a small lead with the birds, it adds up.
Right? I mean, we got to...
Oh, wow.
We got some demons here. Keep in mind there's a Hall of Storm Giants in play as well for Jan.
Burn Down the House, an interesting draw here as well. As, at least in this scenario, he could use it to add to his board and actually quicken up his clock a little bit.
Although
but it looks like he wants to make hay while the sun's shining, so he's going to play Lear and then Expressive Iteration, and that makes a lot of sense, right, Paul? You got to get it while you got it here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this deck has no shortage of removal spells, so you have to assume that there is a really good chance that your Lear is not going to survive for another turn.
And while that isn't strictly true at the moment from Ili's side, you know, we see Memory Deluge, and then he has his own Lear, so any number of cards could come into the scene here. So yes, this is very smart from Jan to really just stock up. I mean, it feels like he's just going to try to use this turn to have a better hand in case his Lear were to die.
Yeah, and you know, taking a look at this board state, it does look like Jan is significantly ahead here, right? He does have the Lear with the Expressive Iterations in the graveyard, but keep in mind that Kassis does have an iteration in graveyard and a ton of mana in play. So if he draws an Auron's Epiphany, I mean, that's 2 turns that allows you to, you know, cast that Deluge, flash it back as well. And we saw this in a previous matchup where Matt Sperling played against Ondřej Stráský, where it looked like Matt had a huge lead and Stráský just had an iteration in the yard. But guess what? Found that Auron's Epiphany off the top and then was able to kind of claw back into that game.
Yeah, it really can snowball when you start getting the Epiphanies rolling. Here comes Lear. Just since we've joined, this will be the 4th time that Lear's hit the battlefield. They're kind of ping-ponging back and forth. But both players have one now.
Right, and there's a Demon Bolt and a Blood Chief's Thirst to get rid of it. But again, we're doing this little dance here because Jan does have a Fading Hope in the graveyard to protect his own Lear from a removal spell.
Yeah, we've seen the players be content to just make them burn those Fading Hopes and then have to pay the 5 mana to get Lear back on the battlefield. Looks like Eli might return the favor here with the Demon Bolt.
Yep, and then we're going to see
Fading Hopes
Fading Hope for both. But you know what? After that, we're done, right? We're done.
Right.
No more Fading Hopes.
Oh, man. What a weird matchup.
Yeah, a bit grindy. A bit grindy here.
You could say. This is a very Paul Cheon matchup, I have to say.
What?
You really excel at... No, I've seen you play these before, and this is your mode. Like, this is where you want to be.
I'll have you know, I incorrectly chose the mono-white aggro decks as the deck to beat this time around. But now, you know, I'm allowed to be wrong, right? And yeah, these Izzet decks. Oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
I mean, I might, but I didn't commit, you know?
Yeah.
Here's Memory Deluge from Jan. It's got some powerful stuff in hand here. Let's see if he can add to it. Oh, no, another Fading Hope. Oh, the ping-pong match will continue between these two.
Last Lear standing is the winner. Maybe.
There's also a power word kill now for Jan.
Yep. And Eli, I believe, is out of ways to protect his own Lear.
Currently, yes. And there's Lear once again hitting the battlefield. This, again, is the 5th time that since we've joined the game, we've seen Lear hit the battlefield. So far, the advantage that Jan has been able to get is the 2 birds and a few cards in hand.
Yeah. One thing that I want to point out with, you know, just kind of how this matchup is being played when you compare it to some of the other Izzet mirrors that we've seen is those matchups typically tend to be a lot more draw-go making your land drops and kind of jockeying for position. But because both of these decks aren't playing counterspells, it just plays more like a tap out control mirror. It's like, you know what? I'm going to try to get as much value from all of my spells in my turn. It doesn't really matter if I tap out or not, because if you're going to copy Epiphany and cast it, there's not much I can do to stop you.
It's pretty much what we've seen here too. There's layer number 6 hitting the battlefield. Yeah, the only cards left are Blood Chief's Thirst and Jwari Disruption to go with the Galvanic iteration that we saw in the yard.
And
yeah,
wait for it.
Number 7 incoming. This power word kill killing Lear though will finally put it into the graveyard for good here on Eli's side. And then the Fading Hope. This is a big swing for Jan Merkel. This is really him saying, look, I'm going to be the last one with the Lear on the battlefield. And if that's the case, I like his chances.
I think Jan has lethal. If
Does
you go
he really?
make 3 devils and attack for 7 with the 2 birds, that's 12 damage. And if Eli had a Fading Hope, he probably would have protected his own Lear.
Yeah, you're right. He has enough mana to do all of those things?
I mean, this game's been going for pretty long.
That's incredible. So as much as it was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, it all came crashing down on Eli Kassis there at the end as Jan picks up the win in game number 1. Now, just to zoom out a little bit for you and set the stage, with a 4-4 record for Jan, he absolutely must win out. He has to win this and the next match just to have a chance at a tiebreaker match, and he's not even guaranteed that necessarily. But Eli Kassis still, you know, we like to say he controls his own destiny, and that means that if he wins here and he wins the next round, he'll get to that magic number 7 and he'll be in the top 4.
Yeah, and really curious to see kind of how they sideboard for this matchup here. Might be the same, might be not. Maybe they agreed not to do a sideboard guide for the mirror to allow them all to kind of figure it out amongst each other, which would be interesting. But, you know, as you can see, both players realizing how powerful Lear is in the matchup, along with those Malevolent Hermits that you would expect, they're bringing Mind Flayer in to kind of steal some additional creatures, right? So typically you look at a card like Fading Hope, oh, no, he took it out. But it's an interesting card to think about. Because normally you would be like, Fading Hope, well, that card's pretty bad, right? But it's like, well, they have Mind Flayer. Maybe I need to find some ways to bounce creatures if they do successfully steal my own creature.
Yeah. You've been on a number of pro testing teams before. How does that work? If 2 players or even more decide to play the same deck, isn't it get a little awkward with like what you want to tell about how to play against each other or what cards you put in your sideboard and stuff like that?
I mean, it really depends on what kind of deck you choose to play. Now, if you're choosing to play a deck that's a little bit off the radar that people aren't sure about, then yeah, I mean, you can just agree not to kind of do that sideboard, because then you can just be like, hey, may the best person win. We just go back and forth, right? And try to like one up each other. But oftentimes, even when I was on testing teams, we just kind of play one of the best decks available and just tweak and tune based on the expected metagame. In which case, you already have kind of a decent idea of the types of cards that you would want to bring in a mirror type situation, because that type of deck would be a part of the field.
All right, let's get into game number 2 here. Jan Merkel versus Eli Kassis. Again, both players highly incentivized to win this round and the next. Much more so for Eli, because it would be a hard lock for top 4, but Merkel's basically fighting for his top 4 life here. With another loss, he would effectively be out of contention for the tiebreaker in virtually all scenarios. So lots of pressure on Jan as well. And he did pick up game number 1. So one of the good for him, and already decisions are being made here. Malevolent Hermit is the option for Eli. Perhaps doesn't want to see it get hazarded out of here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got one staring right at him too, right? It's in his hand. Yeah. He's like, what if my opponent has one? And Jan did lead out with Basic Mountain, right? Lots of duels and leading out with Basic Mountain, trying to bluff that he maybe has that Spike Field Hazard. So Eli instead choosing to wait a turn so that if he plays out the Hermit next turn, he can at least counter the hazard and then pay the disturb cost.
All right, well, it looks like it's going to work out really well for Eli to be patient here, Paul. He's the one who gets to Spike Field Hazard the opposing Hermit.
Yeah, and Merkel
Wow.
now, I mean, he's got the iteration. Ooh, big draw here from Merkel in case Eli went for the counter on the iteration here.
And it does look like that's what's going to happen, Paul.
Yeah, so that Hall of Storm Giants was big. Jan would love to see another untapped land here to be able to cast that Deluge and keep the mana flowing.
He currently doesn't have access to black for those duresses, correct?
He does not.
Yeah. So that's a little rough too.
Oh,
Ooh,
big.
but there's a
Wow.
Clearwater pathway. Wow, like the
Yeah.
perfect draw for Jan here.
Yeah. Really big. Oh, and gonna look to just shred Eli's hand here.
Double duress you off of Galvanic Iteration, says
Oof.
Jan Miracle, and all Eli Kassis can do is look on as his hand is going to get torn apart. Go blank is going to be one of the options here for Jan. And he's going to go for the Epiphany as well. Two heavy hitters coming out of the hand here for Kassis. Let's also not forget that Jan gets to know what's in hand here too. He knows that Kassis is on blanks. He just doesn't have anything going right now.
Yeah. So Jan's going to be significantly ahead on cards here, because if he doesn't draw a land, I mean, even if he does, he's probably just going to go for the Deluge here, just continue digging for mana sources.
Right.
And not a whole lot of pressure from Eli just yet. He's got the Hall of Storm Giant, still needs 2 more lands to be able to turn that into a 7/7.
Yeah, the Benevolent Geist will continue to chip away in the air, but Jan's not worried about that at the moment. He can really take his time to craft the hand, and as you mentioned, make sure to keep hitting land drops. Wow, he even got a Mind Flayer to go with a land here as well, so he could potentially just steal the Geist. He will duress, though, and I suppose that's to take the power word kill, given that he found the Mind Flayer here, Paul.
Yeah, oh, and an interesting draw here from Kassis.
Ooh.
He can Disruption a Mind Flayer if Jan doesn't draw an untapped land.
Oh, but he found another untapped land.
He did.
Oh,
Is he
but
gonna
he's
play
not
around
playing it. Oh, he's going to play the Mind Flayer out, and that means the Jwari Disruption's going to get him.
Oh,
he shakes his head and smiles. He's going to play a land after, but it's the tapped one. But little does Eli Kassis know that he really got him there.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
that was a beating.
Yeah, that was a beating, but keep in mind, Jan is still the one who's cast Memory Deluge. He's got one in yard, and he's got another one in his hand. Interestingly enough, if he goes for the flashback, that'll also get hit by a Jwari Disruption.
I can't watch if that happens. Here comes Benevolent Geist. Now, it was Mind Flayer off the top here for Kassis.
Flashback? Flashback?
Oh, he's going to get him again.
Man.
These Jwari Disruptions are brutal. Remember, Jan knows about the Galvanic Iteration, so last time it was the only card he didn't know about. Now it's one of 2 cards. Goodness sakes.
Wow.
Jwari Disruption just doing serious work. You know, I think that Jan's making the right play there, but that one just didn't work out. I don't know about the other one. Is he supposed to play his untapped land first? Perhaps. It's unclear.
Yeah.
Low risk, but he did get punished maximum.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those situations, though, because you really want to play a tap land there so you can flashback Deluge on the following turn.
Exactly.
Right? So you want to play the Mind Flayer, tap land, then flashback Deluge. It just so happened that Kassis' 2 out of his 3 draw steps were the Jwari Disruption.
That's right. It was and at that first one, it was the only unknown card. Like, I feel like if I'm Miracle, I kind of just shrug and say, you know, I would have done the same play again.
Yeah.
But boy, have they been effective, because now he's down to 10. But here comes the big hitter. No cards, no graveyard for Eli Kassis, thanks to Go Blank last turn for Miracle. And now he's got Lear, Disciple of the Drowned, on the battlefield, and he should just be able to run away with this thing, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs to find a way to deal with this Benevolent Geist. Now, keep in mind, though, I mean, Eli, if he draws an untapped land here, he can attack for 9.
Yeah, it would have been a really nice attack. He's got the Celestis over there. He drew Duress.
Yeah, this would have been a really, really good turn to draw that untapped land, because then that would have put a little bit of pressure on Jan.
Instead, he's going to activate the Celestis. He doesn't want the Duress here, potentially. He draws a land. He could use it for next turn.
Right.
And duress pretty ineffective when your opponent has Lear out. It just, lets him cast it from a different zone instead. So he's going to keep the land down to 8. Goes Miracle. And Kassis is deciding, do I want to let him know that I've got the land for this Hall of Storm Giants?
It's rough if Jan casts Go Blink, right? If he casts Go Blink from the yard, you lose out on your land.
Oh, he decided to keep it though, perhaps valuing forcing Jan or encouraging Jan to use up more of that mana. This is a little bit of a backfire because now it's going to be a duress, which the good news is for Eli is that it misses. The bad news is that it gives Jan the information. So if he decides that land is worth going after, then he can go blank. If he has better stuff to do, then he won't.
And wow, I mean, just talking about Go Blank in general, this is a card that they identified was just good in the is it control matchups because you get to, not only take 2 cards out of their hand, but potentially snipe whatever flashback cards are in people's graveyards. But in this matchup in particular,
it's
right?
Devastating in this matchup. It shuts
Lear?
off Lear, yeah. Really nasty card. Like, out of the sideboard, drawing one of these in this matchup is awesome. All right, the Celestis is once again going to go because there was 2 spells, and if it's Expressive Iteration, and he's got to discard one of these cards, Paul, does he just move in and try to get slamming with the Hall, or does he play for a slightly longer game? I don't like his chances in the long game here, Paul. I would just discard the iteration.
I think his best chance is to attack with the Hall of Storm Giants. I just don't think it's going to work out for him. Take a look at Jan's hand. I mean, we see double Epiphany. Now, Jan is forced to block here. This is a lethal attack, but he does have the backup Lear in hand with multiple Epiphanies here.
That's right. Especially if he could find a Galvanic iteration.
There's one in his yard, so he just needs an untapped land to cast double Epiphany.
He actually has enough, doesn't he? Yeah,
right.
but he does need the extra land. So he's going to go for Expressive Iteration, and then my assumption here would be that he will cast one of the Epiphanies after this.
Yeah, he should be able to lock it up here. He just goes Epiphany, find a land, then copy Epiphany next turn. You've got the Hall of Storm Giants. Your opponent's tapped out. He should have enough damage here.
And this is exactly what Eli Kassis did not want to see. You saw he winced when that card went on the stack because he knows that it doesn't get better from here. It just snowballs. And this is likely going to be Jan Miracle improving to 5-4 and keeping at least some ray of light open for his chances at the top 4. I mean, he is really on that edge. This will also mean if he's able to finish off the match here, and it looks like we may just see a good game here from Kassis.
That's 26 damage, so
it's enough.
28 damage.
Even better, yeah. And that's what Eli was doing the math on that as well. He drops down to 22. So Eli Kassis no longer has a clean route to the top 4, but he is not dead. He's going to lose this match to Miracle, but he could win the next round and find himself in a tiebreaker, depending on how his tiebreakers look and if he wins next round, of course.
I guess Merkel choosing to go with the cast more things, as he could have just activated the Hall, and Eli has had enough. He's like, okay,
and
you
Eli's
got me.
had enough. So a big win there for Jan Miracle as an observer of the World Championship here. This was perhaps the most exciting outcome as both players are still live for tiebreaker matches going forward, but they're both going to need to win their next round. So if you're rooting for either of these players, that is exactly where you need to be. Paul, big win there for Miracle, kept his dream alive.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, kind of after the results of some of these matches that we've seen, we didn't get another person into the top 4 after this round, right? Sam lost his match, so there's going to be a huge scramble, and lots of win-and-ins and potential tiebreaker matchups to really figure out those last 3 slots into the top 4 here at the World Championship.
That's right. We're going to have full updates and more from the team at the news desk right after these messages.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 27. We're getting down to the wire here as we try to round out our top 4 who will come back to do battle on Sunday for the title of World Champion. Somebody who has had a very good day indeed is Yuta Takahashi, undefeated in Standard. He talked to Riley.
I'm here once again with Yuta Takahashi. Yuta, an unblemished record in Standard. You haven't lost a single match after a 0-3 start in draft. Tell us about Standard. Tell us about your deck. Tell us what the secret to winning is.
Yeah, I'm actually worst drafter, but I also best constructed player. I believe it. My deck felt good at this field because my worst matchup is Shifka and Ondřej Stráský. Their deck is so good against mirror match, like 4 copy, 4 Epiphany and too many draw spells. Then Ondřej on the top, Shifka on the bottom. Now I'm safe place. It's good at for me.
The pairings really did work out very well. You dodged your nightmare matchups.
Yeah.
And
my
now looking...
matchup
go ahead,
is
sorry.
So good, yeah.
It's now looking very good for you as we head towards the top 4, Yuta. So the best of luck. One more needed, and we'll see how you go.
One more.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Riley. Wow, what an incredible day for Yuta Takahashi, and what a turnaround story. We've been talking about it all day. 0-3 in draft into a perfect record in Standard. Unbelievable stuff. Well, Mani is here with some more analysis from our feature match area to talk about a perfect game of Magic.
Yeah, Maria, for many players, having a perfect game of Magic feels great. It doesn't happen very often. But to have a perfect game of Magic at the World Championship, well, that feels pretty darn great. And what does a perfect game of Magic look like for Yuta Takahashi? Well, it lasts about 3 minutes, but I'm going to try to cover it in half that time. All right, let's look at this game. Yuta's on the play, already off to a great start. Sam Pardee starts off with a mulligan, and turn 2, he has the egg. Turn 3, he has a 3-mana counterspell, so automatically he knows that the next play Sam Pardee makes, he's going to counter it, get 3 counters on the egg. The rest of his hand not looking great, but this is the perfect game after all, so right off the top, Expressive Iteration. Best card to draw there, 2-mana spell. All he's looking for here is ideally a land. Not only does he find the land, he finds a 2-mana removal spell, and that means his dragon is flipping. Sam's board is clear. Turn 4, still perfect. 2 dragons in hand, loses the Ashmouth dragon, doesn't really matter. Turn 5, Goldspan dragon, attack, make a treasure. Sam Pardee holding nothing at this point. Another land, and not only is it already looking good for Yuta, but turn 6 gets to play another Goldspan dragon, attack with both, make 2 treasures, has a land left over. That's 7 mana, doing the math, Alrund's Epiphany, and that is going to be game. A perfect game for Yuta Takahashi with a perfect record with this Izzet Dragons deck that he's brought to the World Championship. And he gets to have that perfect game here on the biggest stage. Feels pretty great.
Wow, just incredible stuff, Mani. I mean, that's one way for Yuta Takahashi to do it with that unblemished Standard record. Riley, have you ever had a perfect game of Magic?
Oh yeah, heaps. Plenty of them, yeah. I mean, I didn't win them, but you know.
Yeah, I understand. I get it. Well, let's take a look at standings here. We've got 1 round left of Swiss play to go. Take a look here. Ondřej Stráský has been locked for a long time, so he's getting wins there, despite locking it at 7, so he's getting those buys up to 9. Next, we have some 3 players at 6 and 3. Sam Pardee, Matt Sperling, and Yuta Takahashi. So we do know that Sperling and Takahashi are going to play at 6 and 3, so that is a win in, because remember, 7 is the magic number. Sam Pardee has paired down, but of course also a win in for Sam Pardee. Getting those 7 wins equals coming back to play in the top 4 tomorrow. Mani, what else do you have to tell us?
Maria, if you're not able to get that 7th win, well, 6 is the next most important number. The 6-4s are all going to be in that tiebreaker scrum. The result of Sam Pardee's match against Jean-Emmanuel Depraz will determine how many spots are available in our top 4. The other matches to keep an eye out for, Jan Merkel against Ray Sato, both at 5 and 4. The winner of that enters that scrum. And the last important match of this round, Eli Kassis paired down. If he wins his match, he's going to put his bid in for one of those potential tiebreaker spots. But it's really all going to come down to some of these matches at the top, especially Sam Pardee versus Jean-Emmanuel Depraz.
Absolutely. If Pardee loses that match, that means we've got 2 seats still open in our top 4, Monty.
Yeah, 2 seats available, and those tiebreaker matches, we are not leaving this down to just tiebreakers after Swiss. It is going to be tiebreaker matches. The players will control their fates when it comes to playing it out for this top 4 spot. So it is definitely going to be all about how these last few matches in this round play out and what those standings look like when round 10 is over.
Well, let's have a look at the standings once again. We can try to figure out exactly what's going on with how this is going to boil down. Up to 5 players that end up on 6 and 4 could enter the scrum for the 2 remaining slots. That is the absolute nail-biter scenario there. And of course, doing things a little differently here at this World Championship. Normally there is just the sweat of the tiebreak. This time we do have an extra tiebreaker round built in to this tournament structure. So one more round of magic. You gotta love it. You love to see it here. A bit of extra magic for people to enjoy in case we need that that clarity there. We move on now to have a look at our next match here, Marnie. Let's get underway. Yuta Takahashi playing off against Matt Sperling. Both of these blokes here at 6 and 3, Manny, a clear-cut winning in. Is it Dragons versus Grixis Epiphany? Let's bring up the decks, have a chat about the 2 players as well. Yuta Takahashi has brought this Is It Dragons list, and he is absolutely kicking goals with both feet when it comes to this list. A really, really well-built deck. Sperling with his Grixis list. This was a deck that was pretty high on our in our estimation heading into the weekend. It has had a mixed performance, I think it's fair to say, with people like Nassif bombing out. But let's have a look at this Dragons list. Money, talk to us about what sets this list apart from other Epiphany decks.
Yeah, Yuta decided to go a bit old school as you can be for a format that's 3 weeks old. This Dragons build has the full 4 Smoldering Gaze, full 4 Gold Span Dragons, and really trying to set itself up to play green and Is It. That's what Yuta told us. Now Grixis, it's a little different. They do have Lear, they do have the Celestis, they are well set up to play a bit of a long game, but Yuta's deck is able to put on a lot of pressure. We see not only his main deck suite, but the full 4 copies of Malevolent Hermit in the sideboard are going to be really important, and Yuta told us he was prioritizing 4 damage removal for this tournament. Well, Lear, the key card out of the Grixis Epiphany decks, Lear has 4 toughness, so Yuta positioning himself well. On the other side, Matt Sperling has brought this Grixis Epiphany list. I was really excited about this coming into the tournament. It has had mixed results, but there's still 3 players on this build here in contention for our top 4. So definitely still keeping themselves alive. And Matt Sperling's Grixis Epiphany list, yes, we do see Galvanic Iteration and Auron's Epiphany, but we also have some of these more tuned choices, like the Celestis and Lear. That is what sets this deck apart. Not only do they have removal spells and recursion to deal with the aggressive decks, but the discard spells like Duress and very specially Go Blank out of the sideboard make a big difference in these Is It matchups.
All right, thank you so much, Monty Devuti, for a look at those decks. Now it's time for predictions. Let's get in here and put our money where our mouths are. We got 2-2 for Riley, 3-1 for me and Monty, so we're doing pretty good here.
Crushing the weekend.
All weekend, yes, thank you. All weekend long. Riley, who's going to get it this round?
Takahashi's unstoppable. He's got the wind in his sails. He's got the wind underneath his wings, and the Dragons are going to carry him to victory, I reckon.
All right, Takahashi, what about you, Monty?
Takahashi.
Yeah, I'm the same. Yuta Takahashi, the perfect record is going to carry him into the top 4. Let's see if it happens. Coming up, we got round number 10. It's the final round of Swiss here from World Championship 27. Let's see who's going to take it on home. Will he remain undefeated? Yuta Takahashi versus Sperling coming up after this.
Standing in the hallway, I know you know what I'm about to tell you. I've just realized that you can't let go. It's something about me and you. So let me stay here a little while, at least until I calm down. Please don't say it's all about me. It's something about us, something I'd like to try. Please don't say.
All right, guys, last match of the night. Let's see who's gonna take it. I hope you all tune in again tomorrow for the final day. It's gonna be epic. It's looking like very few of the green lists, or the one-offs are gonna be in the top 4, which is kind of annoying, but we all expected it in the end. I'll be right back for the final match. Hope you're all enjoying the show.
It's a crazy Monday. I know it shows that I'm a little nervous. I've just realized that I can't let go. There's something about me and you. So let me stay here a little while, at least until I calm down. Please don't say it's all about me. It's something about us, something I'd like to try. Please don't say it's all about you. That is so too late, 'cause I don't mind waiting for you. No, I don't mind waiting for you.
Welcome back to coverage of the Magic World Championship. It is round 10, the final round of Standard, until we hit our tiebreaker, Cedric. And in this match, we know for sure we're going to put someone into the top 4, and I can't wait to see these players do battle. It is going to be Matt Sperling versus Yuta Takahashi. So let's head on down and chat about this matchup, Cedric. Who do you like in this match?
Well, I mean, how can one pick against Takahashi at this point, right? 6-0 in Constructed, it would be foolish to pick otherwise. I know our friends at the news desk got out the old broom for Takahashi, and I'm with them. It just, he has found a combination that works beautifully for him in this Is It Dragons deck. It's the kind of Magic he likes to play and we know him for. And 6-0 in this tournament with this level of competition is so impressive.
It is. He's had an absolute ripper of a day today. 6-0 in Standard. He is looking for the final one, the cherry on top, as it were, but a formidable opponent in Matt Sperling. He has been so close in all the games that he's been bested in to winning them, and he's not going down without a fight, that's for sure.
Now, do remember this Grixis Epiphany deck. You know, these black cards aren't going to come up a ton in game number 1, but those sideboard games where the Go Blinks and the Duresses come in, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but those are definitely going to be a thing that does matter. Right now, both players with all this kind of creature removal, right? Because, you know, they were thinking, hey, Mono Green, I know you're running around this tournament, so they've got all these tools. Now, Sperling has the kind of nice thing here in Cathartic Pyre of being able to draw 2 and discard 2, discard a couple copies of Fading Hope to have some more real cards here, found some lands with the 2 draw steps.
Yeah, a little heavy on the land side of things, but you still want to get them. Lear, Disciple of Drowned, ×2 in hand here for Sperling. Not much else going beyond that, so Demon Bolt's going to get Foretold, and we'll see the follow-up land here in the Lava Glide pathway. So Fading Hope, not what Yuta Takahashi wanted to see. So just going to pass the turn back. A bunch of draw go is going to start us off here.
You saw Takahashi kind of shake his head a little bit when he drew that Fading Hope, thinking this is not what I'm looking for. Obviously, this is for a different matchup. One thing to note here as we kind of watch this game unfold, right now Takahashi, I was going to say, was missing a second red source in case he picked up a copy of Goldspan Dragon, but that has been taken care of via the Lava Glide pathway, so no longer an issue. But in matchups like this, Eli, we have seen over the course of Magic's history, Sperling shaking his head now too, both these players frustrated. But it's about hitting your land drops first. You know, making sure you don't hit a land drop so you can double spell, triple spell, potentially, all that jazz. But neither of these players have found anything like an expressive iteration or any ability to manipulate their decks. There's Goldspan, you know, but they haven't found what they're looking for.
Oh, this is actually a really, really nice little 1-2 punch. Goldspan Dragon, if it gets targeted by the Demon Bolt, can be sent back to hand with Fading Hope in the holster.
Indeed.
So, not an entirely dead card for Yuta Takahashi in this matchup. And we saw Matt Sperling just discard 2 of those Fading Hopes. He's like, nope, nope, don't need that.
Well, 2 things to note here. One, the Demon Bolt, as you mentioned, that's going to be going after this Goldspan Dragon. We'll see if Takahashi wants to try to save it with his Fading Hope or not. Looks like he does. But the other thing I do want to note now, too, is that the card that was foretold is Demon Bolt. It's not Arwen's Epiphany. So if you're Takahashi, that's good information to know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to make you feel good because, you know, as soon as 6 lands hit the battlefield, you're like, okay, if there's a foretold card, chances are it is going to be Arwen's Epiphany. But things looking very good here for Takahashi.
Also, again, worth noting that now Takahashi with a little bit of a mana advantage. 6 lands in the battlefield, 2 treasures. Sperling picks up another land, is clearly getting frustrated, and understandably so. Does he just want to go to Lear now? That's an interesting question.
You know, what else is he going to do? That's the only thing he can do. There you go, let's see if it sits.
Quick check at the graveyard, a couple copies of Fading Hope, a Cathartic Pyre, and a Demon Bolt. You do want to try to get this thing off the battlefield.
Yeah. So Takahashi could cash in the treasures here to deal with that, but decides, nope, it's alright for the time being. Let's rather get this dragon down, make these treasures tap for 2 mana instead.
So we can go Goldspan into Epiphany right now if we want to. Looks like we're going to attack first. Sperling going to make a move with Fading Hope here.
I think he's using that defensively.
Maybe save his Lear.
That's the only thing he's got going for him right now. If that goes, then he's in big trouble.
I agree with that. Now there's Epiphany.
And there's 2 Dragon's Fires, so this next turn, he's going to have enough mana to Dragon's Fire, and pop up the Hole of the Storm Giants, courtesy of the Dragon's Treasure.
You can, if you're Takahashi, you can really turn up the heat right now. Now, of course, Takahashi has no idea what's going on in Sperling's hand. Doesn't know that Sperling's hand is so bad. But if you wanna turn up the heat, you could.
Go, do it. It's 13 damage coming through, if my math is correct. I'm terrible at math though, so I'll let Cedric do the counting.
Yeah, it very much can be. You know, you've got Hall of the Storm Giants. Let's see, 4, 5, 6. Add a little bit to that. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. There's the 7/7. Yeah, I like this. Let's get busy.
Swing. Yeah, I like it. I like to see it. There's another treasure, courtesy of the Goldspan Dragon.
Now here's the Fading Hope.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Lear is that it shuts off Ward. So even though there is Ward 3 on that Hall of the Storm Giants, it basically says, I don't care, get out of here.
Is that... wow, okay. That's cute. That is a cute interaction.
You learn something new every day.
I just did. I just did.
But the nice
Sperling
thing here,
knew it.
though, yeah, Sperling is unfortunately going to lose his Lear, so needs to draw into something useful here. Does have the second copy of Lear, but is that going to be enough? A little bit of an oopsing between the two players.
Yeah,
down
that's
to 10 he
actually
goes.
really interesting because I think Takahashi just learned that interaction too. Yeah, it just kind of gave him the head slap. So hey, everybody's learning something right now, huh? Looks like Twitch chat learning it too. Hey, we're here in the booth.
You're
I'm
welcome,
learning.
chat.
Yeah, shout out to Eli. That's a new one for me.
Lear, the Disciple of the Drowned. What a filthy card you are.
Yeah, and you can see Takahashi so frustrated too because I think he played a land. Well, he clearly played a land.
Yeah, could have had the
Already.
other Hall of the Storm Giants down.
Mm-hmm. That one that got bounced, so that's good news for Sperling. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
It's hanging on.
Now Sperling still, don't get me wrong, rough spot, but
Yeah. But does have that Cathartic Pyre to dig deeper into the library if this Lear Disciple of Drowned is targeted.
And Takahashi, you can see
Hey,
the frustration
get
here.
your head back in the game here, my man. You got it.
Yep. He's still advantage right now, Takahashi, but
Yeah.
it takes one draw step from Sperling to make it all slip away because, as we've said so many times ad nauseum this week in A-League, you get the opportunity to untap with Lear, your chances of winning go through the roof.
All right, so
Takahashi
Takahashi
cannot have that. He can't have that happen.
Mm-mm. Needs to deal with Lear, knows very much about the Fading Hope in the graveyard. So if he does try to target Lear, I guess he just waits for Sperling to make a move, right?
Think so.
Like, sure, let's go. Let's see what you got.
All right, there's your damage. There's your haul. Probably. There it is.
Still in a good position here, but let's see what Matt Sperling can draw. Yeah, he's going for Cathartic Pyre. He's got to dig here. This will open up the chance here, the window, for Dragon's Fire to take care of Lear, Disciple of the Drowned.
Pyre's going to resolve. 2 lands go away. Fading Hope burn down the house. Now there's the fire.
Oh, that's gonna be so brutal. But there is still the hole. He has the hole on the board if this burn down the house. Takes care of everything here.
Brutal. So brutal. Let's see. You burn down the house, you Fading Hope, you can't pay the ward.
Yep.
Yep.
So it does look like Takahashi's gonna get away with this here. Had the pressure.
Well,
may have had the kill possibly a turn earlier, but I don't even know if it mattered all that much.
Not over yet. Burn down the house, make devils.
Mm-hmm.
That blocks... Well, actually, do we do burn down the house? Oh, okay, never mind. But how does... Okay, so this is iteration Fading Hope? Is the copy...
It won't resolve though. It's still targeting.
Copy with the ward? Maybe he just doesn't go for it? Hey, look, how about this? How about you have to go... How about you have to be willing to go for it?
That's true.
How about that?
I mean, I think he's checking it out now. He's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, like the ward interactions, how they work and everything else.
Okay, he's gonna go for the expressive iteration. Dig a little deeper into this library. Memory Deluge, very nice indeed.
Because the thing that interests me, right, is couldn't Matt have just gone make 3 devils, have Fading Hope up to bounce the dragon, keep playing?
Yeah.
That was an option, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Also,
or he could have gone burn down the house. He could have gone copy burn down the house with iteration. And then I think it's like have one do the other. We'll just hang on here. I'm gonna see this unfold first.
Oh, yeah, I want to see what happens here. I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it doesn't resolve because of the ward. So,
yeah, because of the ward twice. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I think maybe your line. I think you're onto something there because if the hole did jump up, then with a bunch of devils down, those devils then ping the the 1/1's out the sky, the dragon gets bounced, but then the dragon still comes down the next turn. So what do we do then?
My brain is breaking right now. You can't change modes with a copy of. You're locking in the mode with Burn Down the House, but no surprise, right? I think if you go Devils and then have that available. No, I'm just wrong. That's okay. And it's okay.
It would have been interesting to see, but I think Utah had it on lock there, especially with Hasty Dragon back to hand.
Yep.
So, all right, let's go to game number 2. Both players can put that game behind them. Now we are worried about the sideboarded matchup. So let's see what tools both of these players bring in for this Epiphany matchup.
Yeah. Well, Matt's getting good tools.
Oh, yeah.
Matt's getting good tools. Matt's getting go blanks. Matt's getting access to another duress. Matt's getting the Hermit in some numbers as well.
Both players locked and loaded. Let's jump in here, have a look-ski. There's a heated debate, tested talents coming in for Utah, as well as another Prismari command. Taking out a bunch of goodies too. Wow, look at Matt's sideboarding. Aggressive.
A lot of cards.
So many things coming out.
4 Hermits, a Duress, 2 Goblinks, 2 Mind Flayers, 1 Soul Shatter coming in. Moving away from the Celestis. Command, Cinderclasm, Power Word Kill, getting away from a lot of this removal. Okay. So his deck changes substantially after sideboard. You can see the Mind Flayers, they're there to steal dragons.
Yeah.
You know that. Looks like Takahashi getting away from some copies of Ulrun's Epiphany.
I do think Takahashi's deck is more geared towards the creature-based beatdown.
Yeah, I think they both are, really. Yep. And then they both have tools kind of for the matchup. But Takahashi does have cards like, main deck copies of Negate and stuff like that as well. So the sideboarding games, they're going to get kind of interesting now too, because a lot of the times over the course of Magic's history, black is a great way to break the control mirrors because of discard.
Yep.
Right, you get access to Duress, which is a beautiful card, even though Matt doesn't have the black mana right now. You get access to other discard effects. We're seeing Go Blank here as an answer. Unique removal spells like Soul Shatter. So this should be a fascinating one. But one thing I do, of course, want to draw the attention to is Sperling's lack of lands at the moment. Did draw a copy of Spikefield Hazard, which is, a slow land, but is a land. And Expressive Iteration's got some real work to do here, I would say.
Certainly does. Malevolent Hermit hits the board first for Matt Sperling. And what is the play going to be here for Yuta Takahashi? Just happy to pass the turn back, draw a Disruption at the ready in case of any shenanigans here, which this is typically what you'll see on turn 2 because you don't want to play a land from hand. So we'll lose out on that. Does have a land though to cast this turn. Unfortunately, it's not a Duress. It's not a swamp able to cast Duress.
Yeah, this is one of those times. Sometimes we just see iterations resolve and neither player cares. That's one of those times where Jawari Disruption looks beautiful, taking care of that expressive iteration because Matt's hand is pretty weak at this moment. Did take a mulligan, and we can see Matt's hand, not the strongest hand in the world, so.
Lands aplenty here, and a very dead Malevolent Hermit.
Indeedy.
Squish. We'll give Matt a flyer next turn, which will probably die at some point. Hey, there's a Mind Flayer. Still no black mana though, so the Spikefield Hazard is going to be played as a land, and we're going to get this Benevolent Geist down in the battlefield.
Matt is struggling in more ways than one right now, lacking a second blue source of mana, lacking a single black source of mana right now is Sperling. So the struggle there is pretty real. If you're Takahashi, you might just be willing right now to just go play the island that I revealed, resolve Memory Deluge right now while Matt's tapped out, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Woo! There be dragons. Let's go.
Couple of goodies.
Quite good indeed. So happy to grab the Goldspan Dragon and the Malevolent Hermit off of the Memory Deluge.
Well, there's your second source of blue mana. That's good news there for Sperling. Now, Sperling's able to peel off a black mana. We could see him copy Duress with Galvanic Iteration. We could see him lead the way with Duress to resolve Mind Flayer if it comes down to that. You know, there's a little something going on here. There's a dragon.
Yeah. And not much to protect this dragon, even with this treasure on the attack step. So Sperling, if he draws a swamp, he is going to be in a very good spot.
I think he's got to like it if he draws a swamp, just to lead out with Duress.
Yeah.
See what the heck's going on. Takahashi going to cash in this treasure for this Hermit? That's a good question.
A big think here for Takahashi.
Mm-hmm.
Does he want to bluff it, or does he just want to get this down on the board for next turn? It can't do anything right now. That's the only downside to casting at this point. So he's just going to pass a turn back and feign some form of interaction.
Shawari's Disruption is not, I imagine, what Sperling is looking for.
Definitely not. But Flying Flare.
Okay, this
will
is
be able
mine
to
now.
Grab a dragon. Yep.
Yep.
Yoink. But it's okay. There is a smashing in hand. I will be able to kill the Mind Flare and get the dragon back. Unfortunately,
that's-
it won't be untapped though.
That's for a whole bunch. Give me both of these. Oh boy. I'm trying to think of what Sperling's best draw is right now. Finally.
Well, there's the swamp.
Yeah, so
Oh, hey,
late.
Shipwreck Marsh.
So late. Are you supposed to just? Are you supposed to
it's
just
still
copy
information,
this?
right?
No, yeah, it helped. Okay.
Oh,
okay,
I like
okay.
this.
I'm for this.
Ooh.
I'm coming
Heck
in.
yeah.
Let's race. Show me you got an answer to this haul.
Let's get busy. I like it. Espresso duration. Ugh. Bit of a yikes.
Remember, Takahashi wins this game. Bang.
He's in.
He is into the top 4 playing tomorrow.
Same for Sperling. If Takahashi loses, though, his tiebreakers are worse because of the 0-3 start that he had.
The
compared to
brutal start in
Sperling's.
draft. Such a brutal start in draft for him.
Oh, now that's what I like to see. Stuff and things.
Yeah, we got Epiphany, Hermit, and Smoldering Egg. Okay, so Epiphany's going to go to the grip. Let's see which one he wants to put over to the side. Actually, put onto the bottom of the library, and then one will go to the side, of course, with Epiphany. Okay, so Hermit
Nice.
over there.
Hermit.
Yep.
Lovely little counter at the ready and waiting to see what Sperling can get up to.
Double Hermit, going to give you a ton of protection.
Lovely. He'll be able to punch his way through 2 creatures on the battlefield here. So does he go for the double duress? Hermit down?
Yeah, that's the option this turn, right? You go Galvanic Iteration, play Duress, get the fire off twice. Yeah.
I think that's the only thing he really can do, just to prevent himself from dying next turn to an Elrond's Epiphany.
Okay.
So Malevolent Hermit can counter one of these.
Alright, so this is going to resolve. I'd be shocked if it didn't. Yeah, so Epiphany down. Next one's good. I'll take the Iteration. Yep. Follow up with Hermit.
Cross your fingers. Hope to not die.
Well, very unlikely that he dies
Oh.
this turn, right? So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Series of events are extremely unlikely. So now if you're Yuta, you can do something as simple as just Prismari Command, deal 2 there, attack you, where you can just play it super, super conservative.
Mm-hmm.
And just do Dragon, I've got Command, I've got Hull that I can
Yep.
fire up next turn, I've got Deluge in hand.
Ugh. That is the worst draw possible for Matt Sperling, unfortunately. Not finding the answers he needs here. And Cedric, I think the desk and you were correct that Yuta is just going to continue his winning ways, because this,
It's like,
this is unbelievable stuff. What a cracker of a run he has had today.
this is so sick.
He's going to do it here. There's the
This is
good
so-
game from Matt
this is
Sperling.
So sick to start 0-3 and come all the way back in a tournament like this is so sick.
Absolutely unbelievable. Prismari Command is going to be the final nail in the coffin here in this match. Yuta Takahashi is going to the top 4 of the Magic World Championship.
My goodness. Gonna P command real. He's gonna P command real quick. Yeah, that's. Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable stuff.
Oh my gosh.
I cannot believe that. Just look at him. He doesn't. I don't think he can believe it either. Smile, sir. Congratulations.
Yes! That is unbelievable.
Amazing. Congratulations, Yuta Takahashi. I have goosebumps. I am so thrilled for him.
I love it.
Oh my god. Look what this means. This is what it means to these players. It's not just a children's card game. It is so much more. It is a lifestyle. It is a joy. And look what it means to Yuta Takahashi.
Yes!
You
Give me
did
that
it.
emotion. You did something unbelievable.
Oh my
This is a
god.
career that I've enjoyed watching so much. He's someone I've admired my entire Magic career. As I talked about the last match we covered him, because he just does, he plays Magic in a way that I don't, right? He plays these control decks and these tempo decks so well, and for him to come to this tournament with a deck, remember, that nobody else is playing, right? He's flying solo with Izzet Dragons. There's all this talk about Epiphanies and Ranger classes and Masika Chariots, and they're gonna ban this, they're gonna ban that, all this nonsense, right? There's all this commotion that you can get wrapped into, and he said, you know what? I'm gonna do things my way. I'm going to work on Izzet Dragons. I know it's a deck that hasn't been performing well through the handful of weeks that this set Innistrad Midnight Hunt has been legal, and he found something. He found something, but it's more than that, Eli, because it would be so easy, and we have seen it. We've done it as Magic players. We've seen it from everybody. You start a tournament in 03, you're checked out. You are checked out, and he did not check out.
Remember when I said if he does that, if I could stand here without knocking everything over, I would, because that was just absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's
Story of the tournament so
unbelievable.
far.
Yeah, I mean, Ondrej's run is outrageous, and somehow, some way, Ondrej won 7 straight. So did somebody else.
Unbelievable
Oh my
stuff.
gosh.
I'm
It's
so happy
amazing.
for him.
Yeah.
I can't wait for tomorrow, but we still have 2 spots to give away. There is still the 6 and 4 scrum to determine who else is going to be joining. So we have plenty more Magic. We're going to be taking a very short break. When we come back, we're going to check out Depraz versus Pardee. So don't go anywhere. Please don't go anywhere.
Yatta!
Incredible, guys. That was nuts. You could feel that emotion coming through the screen. I got goosebumps. Epic. Epic. Alright, so... Oh, hello. My boy's here. Be right back. Rei Sato. MPL Gauntlet, I want to say. I was watching, but I can't remember that far back. I think it was the what's the name of that bastard card that they banned? The untap all your mana. What was it called again? The can't for the life of me. It was alongside the bans with Eyes of Invention, and it was called. It's like you untapped all your mana at the end step, and then you still had that
Welcome back to the Magic World Championship. We have two spots in the top 4 determined. Can we find our third? Jean-Emmanuel Depraz on Teamer Treasures versus Sam Pardee on Mono Green Aggro. Sam is 6-3. The Jean-Emmanuel Depraz 5-4. So Sam wants to lock up that 7 wins. He doesn't want to join that 6-4 scrum, Cedric.
No, this is very easy to say, but you know what? Sam has complete control, right? Yeah. Win? No problem. Now, of course, easier said than done, but this is the position you want to put yourself in any competitive endeavor. You have complete control of your destiny. You win, tiebreakers don't matter, none of it matters. You know Sam's going to play a great match of Magic. I can't wait to watch it.
Let's jump straight into it here. Take a look at these opening hands. Not the best for Sam Pardee. Would love a second land, because then, oh boy, he starts cooking. Does he consider keeping that, though, being on the draw?
Well,
it's already mulliganed.
Question answered. He's got to peel one off. What's the big deal?
Yeah, it's totally fine. Right, here it comes. There it is. Nope. Okay, he's got one more look, though. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Don't worry. Don't stress. There's a negate there on the top of the library for
don't stress. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's fine. It's just, you know, the biggest Magic championship of the year. Yeah, possibly the biggest of some of these players' lives. No biggie.
Might be the biggest draw step of Sam's career. We'll see.
The other side of things, though, Jean-Emmanuel has plenty of options, as you can see him going over them now. Just doing some quick maths. Just spare a Sentinel. Prosperous Innkeeper. Plenty of things to do here. I wonder if he's trying to work out if he can get them all down at the same time. Oh yeah, he can. He can go Innkeeper, tap it, second Innkeeper with the treasure, tap it, or not tap it, use this last treasure for the Sentinel. But it's going to be Ranger class, so
yeah, we're gonna go Ranger class into Sentinel. We're getting our ramp on.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. There you go. Thumbs up indeed, Sammy. Alrighty.
Never didn't have it. There you go. Yep. Sculpt of Winter. All right, where do we go from here, Jean-Emmanuel? I bet he wants to start swinging.
Yeah, so here's the tough part for JED. We're lacking a payoff, right? We're lacking any of those dragons. We're lacking a chariot. We ain't got a ton going on.
No Magda
that's
either.
Part. Yeah, that's the tough part right now.
That's the one thing I was a little bit concerned about with this deck, is that it needs quite a few things to get going.
Yeah, you know, this deck is all about accelerating to some sort of payoff, right? And if you can get that payoff, you know, as we've seen him do, a lot of the time it's been Goldspan Dragon and MVP for many this weekend. But right now he's lacking that. Now, it only takes one draw step to change the dynamic of the game here for both players. So right now, for Depraz, just kind of setting up shop a little bit. I imagine would like to leave up negate as best as possible while still being able to, you know, give a little bit of a beat down here, maybe get that other Innkeeper on the battlefield, try to figure out the best way to maximize his mana, and if he wants to leave negate up or turn it down.
Because if there is a third land, then that spells trouble in the form of Essica's Chariot, so let's see. It's just going to be the Wolf attacking in here. Sculpt of Winter wants nothing of that. And what's going to be the follow-up here? Okay, nice. So, Prosperous Innkeeper down on the battlefield. And we'll have the mana available to negate whatever nonsense Sam Pardee has. Doesn't find a land, though.
Does not find a land. Looks like we're just maybe going to go to the Old Growth Troll, just the big O. Okay.
Yep. Okay. Well, no, great. Not great, because no dragon.
Yep.
If dragon, then Dragon's Fire equals 4, and Old Growth Troll equals dead. He's gonna have to wait to do that. But if he does attack in and the old growth troll decides, yeah, sure, I'll block, can kill it that way.
Yeah, Pardee obviously
Pardee's
needs
a
a land.
smarty. He does need a land.
He needs a land to really get cooking with gas here a little bit. But if you're JED, you're just thinking, I'm all dressed up with really nowhere to go. That's the tough part right now.
Well, if he does get to level 3 of Ranger class, then he can start digging off the top of the library, so... Let's see how he navigates this turn here. It's going to be Dragon's Fire on the Sculptor of Winter, recognizing that the mana situation ain't so great right now.
Oh, here's another one. Same one to attack it on now. He's just going to hang tight. Okay. Who's going to draw the right card first? For Pardee, it's a land. For Depraz, it's any action ever.
Yep. Let's find something big. Where are the dragons? I signed up for dragons, sir. Let's see where we go from here. Ranger class is able to tick up, and that's the first place that Jean-Emmanuel is going to go. Another negate revealed off the top of the library there.
Okay.
Not great, not terrible. Happy to just sit back and wait. Yeah. Can't get through this big ol' 4/4 on the other side of the battlefield. There's the third land finally in the form of a Kazandu Valley. And Werewolf Pack Leader is going to be the follow-up. Now, I just want to point out, Cedric, the things being added to Sam Pardee's board are significantly bigger than what's being added here. But finding that Magda, making more treasures, this could get interesting very quickly.
There is no shortage of mana right now here for Depraz. Now it's all about Rangers class. You need to cooperate.
What do you mean mana? We just make treasures and Magda goes finds dragons. We don't need mana.
That's also true. That's also true.
That's what I'm looking forward to. There is land number 4 for Pardee. So, is he going to risk it here and try and get perhaps a Renin 7 down on the battlefield? Is he just going to play it safe and just dump as many things down as he possibly can? First things first, though, swing in here for 7, get another card drawn off of the Werewolf Pack Leader. And again, no great attacks, worse blocks, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, Depraz does have a lot of life he's working with. I know this green deck hits for a bunch, but does have a lot of life that he's working with here. 26 and 3 innkeepers on the battlefield, so...
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I like it. No combat tricks in hand. Werewolf Pack Leader can pump itself up with the help of the Sculptor to kill both of these, but we're doing a bit of a switcheroo here, keeping these Despair Sentinels alive. More valuable right now than the Wolf and the third Innkeeper.
Curious if Sam's going to try to resolve a creature or a non-creature. He's going to try to resolve Ranger class. That's good.
Yep.
Okay.
It lands, and there comes Werewolf Pack Leader. Nice.
Okay.
Alright.
So no negating.
Yep, let's tap Magda, make sure to get that treasure. The treasure number 5 will be available next turn.
You know your way around Magda, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. Free dragons? Are you kidding me?
Be it Embercleave in the previous format or free dragons in this one. You know your way around a Magda. And so here's an interesting one now. Jean-Emmanuel knows the top card is X amount. He doesn't want to draw that. So it looks like in the upkeep before he draws, looks like he wants to activate Magda via Despair Sentinel, get a treasure, cash these in.
Go get a dragon. Oh yeah. I love to see it.
Yep, and clear the top of his deck to keep the Rangers class going ideally. So here's Goldspan.
Ooh, it's so good. Goldspan Dragon hits the board. Here comes some mana aplenty now, courtesy of the Goldspan Dragon. And there's a Despair Sentinel off the top of the library. Still got a little brick there with the land, but it's okay. We're cooking. There's counters on a dragon. Things are looking peachy right now for Jean-Emmanuel.
Time to get it done in the air. Another Sentinel. Nothing else with the Rangers class. Couple triggers there, so that continuously gaining life. Back to 26. This dragon just wants to get it done all by itself.
Ooh, nice.
First
This
test
dragon.
spell.
This dragon is a beater. so difficult to deal with, and it protects itself so incredibly well. Here comes Esika's Chariot. So we're gonna do some tapping here. Keep that treasure available to us, and negate the Esika's Chariot. Pardee can't do anything about that, and won't be able to double spell here, just keeps up the Snakeskin Veil.
Draw a card. Okay. Not the best draw step, not the worst.
Jean-Emmanuel is going to be quite happy with his current position. Not too fussed about blocking. Still has a healthy 19. Yeah, still more lands off the top.
Yeah, Jean-Emmanuel's... he's just I imagine he's kind of thinking to himself, hey, just one more good spell would be great. You know, like, just give me one Chariot. Give me a Moonveil Regent. Another gold spell would make it super easy. It's just like, he's at the point right now, he's like, I just need one more to, like, really take me over the finish line.
Yep.
And he just hasn't found it yet.
Yeah. Because he's getting to the point where the dragon alone may not be enough.
It may not be, yeah. Like, I like his position. I feel like he's slightly ahead, and Sam is starting to catch up, but he needs, like, one more good spell to take him across the finish line right now.
One thing he does have going for him is if Renin 7 makes a sneaky appearance on the stack, he will be able to counter that. So he can keep the skies clear for the Goldspan Dragon to keep swinging. So he can't hate this position too much, but yeah, the sooner we can get the mono green deck dead, the better for Jean-Emmanuel.
Because we know Mono Green's got some great closing speed. Again, it's not the fastest deck out of the gates, but these creatures, they talk heavy and they hit hard. You know, they're no joke. Ooh,
feisty.
Like it,
hey
like
now.
it, like it.
Hey now.
I like this a lot because you're trying to close this game.
Yeah.
You're trying to close things out, right? Like are you throwing away a creature? Yeah, sure. But you're trying to close it out, which is basically effectively reducing the number of draw steps Sam gets to catch back up.
Counter goes on the dragon. Magda swinging in here. 3 treasures now. That's going to get a pretty quick block there
7, 8, 9,
from
10,
the wolf.
11, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Push you down to 2. Yep, it's good attack. Really good attack.
So many creatures on this battlefield. I don't think there's anything that Sam Pardee can do right now. Unless you can kill him out of nowhere unexpectedly somehow, but I don't see a way that will happen. Let's see what's on top of the library here with this draw. Oh, another land.
Not a fight spell. Not in anything.
Womp womp.
Oof. Yeah.
Fight spells crucial in this matchup here, just to keep control of these little mana dorks, these life gainers, all this nonsense on the battlefield that Jean-Emmanuel's just cluttering it with. Let's go to sideboards, take a look, and see what the players bring in.
Looks like Sam might be thinking, well, he should be thinking, I have to assume more fight spells. You know, brawls are great, inscription's great. Didn't draw any fight spells that game. Just kind of stumbled and fumbled around a little bit, of course, missing the land drops and Sculptor getting killed and everything else. So you expect to see some fight spells. You expect to see these big creatures. And you need those fight spells to interact with those flying creatures like Goldspan, which it took Depraz a little bit of time to find, but he finally did find one and ran away with the game.
He certainly did. I'm very interested in this this sideboard here of Sam Pardee. They're rocking these 2 Tajuru Blightblades. And I don't think I've seen them come in once. I'm so curious what matchup they're for.
I imagine the mirror. That'd be my best guess.
Yeah. Little death touchers with tendrils.
You can't toss this one back. It's not the best hand. You saw Sam. Sam just kind of flared his eyebrows. He's like, I mean, it's good enough, right? You know, this isn't the best hand I've ever seen.
Well, it's Ranger class killer things.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to have like a Big O in here too, like an Old Growth Throw or a Mammoth. But you're not gonna send this one back. You're gonna hope the top of your deck cooperates. So here we go.
All right, let's rock and roll. Shadow Skull down on the battlefield as a land. There's land number 3. So if Sam Pardee can draw a 3-drop, he'll be very happy indeed. There's a negate for turn 4 or 5 nonsense from Sam Pardee. Prosperous Innkeeper hits the board, makes the mana.
It's a really, really good start for Depraz, right? You get to go turn 2, Prosperous Innkeeper, take your damage, next turn, cash in your treasure, play a Chariot.
As Chariot.
Yes. Strikes me as a good start. I don't know about you.
That's pretty good. I mean, this effectively allows Jean-Emmanuel to jump ahead of what Sam Pardee's doing, even though he's on the play. It's like, okay, cool. Right, mana acceleration. I have my 4-drop down a turn early. Things are looking pretty good.
Yep, brawl a token.
Yeah, Indestructible Wolf.
Okay.
Nothing to be done there. Jean-Emmanuel rightly not crewing there, because if there was a second Blizzard Brawl, then the Chariot would be dead.
Tough spot here for Sam if he wants to brawl another token or play Werewolf Pack Leader. Or if he wants to activate Ranger's Class for some reason too. He's got some options.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I like it.
Get on the battlefield? Okay.
Yeah. Get drawing some cards. Find land number 4. Speaking of land number 4, Jean-Emmanuel has not drawn it. Does have the Despair Sentinel, but only 1 green mana available to him. So what direction does he lean this turn?
Hey, I got some options, right? You can play one of these Sentinels. You can play Ranger's Class. Ranger's Class makes a 2/2, of course. And then you can turn on Chariot. You can play Magda here. I guess you can play Magda and Sentinel, the old 1/2. Yep, you're going to fire up. You know the coast is clear. Fire up the Chariot. Also get a treasure. It's actually a pretty good turn here.
Yeah. That is super neat indeed. Now can keep up the negate or just fire off the Ranger's Class. Copying the treasure. I love it.
Yeah.
It's like, I'd like some extra mana, please.
This is also really nice too because you not only are you going to gain a life, but you copy that treasure. Now you can cast negate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this turn actually looks pretty darn good.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, there is a second copy of Blizzard Brawl that we can see, so this negate will burn 2 treasures and won't result in Magda staying alive, unfortunately, for Depraz. But very, very good here for Sam Pardee, able to get that counterspell out of hand.
Yeah, Sam's drawn a series of fight spells. I mentioned during the sideboarding, the fight spells are super, super important here for him, and he has so many after sideboard with Brawl and Inscription. So he's keeping control of these things right now. Does he want to go to Ranger's Class activation too? Last card in hand is Renin 7. Boy, it's tough because you don't really have you're not really cleanly taking care of this Chariot right now. Sam not thrilled with the draw step. I mean, it's not the worst because it's land 5 for Renin 7, but...
Yep. And without any treasures, sure, there's still the Despair Sentinel to make blue, but, you know, you gotta hope that there's no more negates in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the level up. Ooh, very nice. Very, very nice. Burning Hands is an excellent card in this matchup. Cleanly deals with these threats.
All right, time to figure out how to maximize your mana this turn if you're Depraz. You got access to 3 lands. And then Sentinel alongside something. It just depends on when you want to do it. I'm going to fire up this way. Depraz felt pretty strongly about, as far as deck selection is concerned, he was a little miffed as why more people weren't playing this strategy this weekend. And he said it's basically the Gruul deck from last time. You still get the same All-Stars. You still get Chariot. You still got Goldspan. He's like, you still have Magda plus Sentinel. He's like, you still have the explosive draws. Why aren't more people considering this? Might be right. I'll tell you what. It looks good right now.
Looking very good. And one thing that I appreciate about Jean-Emmanuel, even though he's down to 10, he's still prioritizing getting in the damage when he needs to. Look at him doing the math. He's like working 3 turns ahead. I mean, we saw in the previous rounds that we cast his games in it. He goes down to 1 life. Just keeps swinging, finds lethal.
Oh, we got Innkeeper coming in. Don't forget, you got triggers from Innkeeper as well. You make that, you copy that token. That'll gain you a life. Looks like we're gonna play post Burning Hands.
Nice.
Okay.
All right, get rid of that card draw engine. Just 2 tubes down on the battlefield now. This does clear the way for Renin 7, so let's see if Pardee goes for that, or if we're gonna do some other things with the Sculptor and the Ranger classes. Whee!
I mean, Sam says, I'm going to keep attacking too.
Yeah.
Make a big old tree pull. Okay. It's a 5/5. Oh.
It's a dead 5/5. Look at him. Is that lethal?
2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Now it's time to do the math. That's the fun part of the game.
Well, first things first, let's kill that.
Yep.
Get out of here. Sentinel. He hasn't leveled up his ranger class yet, I don't think. No. No counters yet. It will kill Ren in 7, so you can deal with that problem.
If you want to. If you want to, it's an option. How much is he going to attack with? We saw him get a little aggressive last turn coming in with the Innkeeper as well. Note that whatever he's going to copy here is going to gain him a life. So he's going to be going up to at least 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess the one thing you got to think about right now if you're Depraz, the card that's jumping to the top of my mind at this moment is Inscription, right? You got Sam has a 3/3 and a 2/2 Ranger class trigger. That's going to make another counter, right? So that's going to be 6 on the attack if he attacks with both things. And then Inscription kind of works itself into the equation with the fighting, the counters, the gaining of life, and everything. So I'm curious to see how aggressive Depraz is going to get on this turn.
I'm imagining he'll leave back at least 2 blockers.
Yeah, it looks pretty darn conservative this turn. We saw him, like I said, we saw him get a little aggressive last turn. How much more aggressive does he want to get? Okay.
Yeah, I like this.
Prioritizing killing Ren in 7.
Because I think next turn, with the spare chariot in hand, he can dump that down on the board. Keep the one that's not summoning sick. Crew the 2 cats that can't attack and still swing in it and have lethal, perhaps, depending.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I look at this right now is if Depraz gets out of this turn alive, like if Depraz gets another turn, I have a really hard time figuring out how he loses, right? So it's to me, it's kind of about making it through this turn.
Yeah. If he survives here, I'm pretty sure he's going to win. Snow-covered forest off the top of the library is not what Sam Pardee wants to see. And Cedric, I think we're going to have 2 more players at 6 and 4. So this 6 and 4 scrum just got a little bit more full.
That's tough. Sam drew a lot of fight spells this game. Not the upper echelon of his draws, but I think a totally fine draw for him. But Depraz had a really nice draw with a turn 3 chariot that's gone unanswered. Timely burning hands.
Yeah.
Very timely burning hands.
Those 2 burning hands were just crucial for him. I mean, look at, he's got 3 lands. You don't think that this is possible, but this deck has some silly draws. Being able to copy treasure, generate extra mana with Magda and the chariot. Now it's some quick math time. Can you kill me here?
Yep.
You have 2 cards in hand.
Like this, you're trying to figure out a way. Maybe Depraz makes some sort of mistake here.
Yeah.
That's what you're hoping for if you're Pardee. I don't know exactly what that mistake looks like, but that's what you're kind of hoping for. Looks like maybe just block with a 2/2 instead.
Yeah, values the life gain of the Prosperous Innkeeper, perhaps.
This is one of those spots where you're so close, right? You just I don't want to overthink, but I don't want to underthink. Just gonna try to naturally come to the right conclusion. Okay.
It's all good. Sculptor of Winter can be the follow-up play here. Land probably stays in hand, or we'll play the land, level up Ranger class, and see what's on top. Either way, it's not looking good here for Sam Pardee on mono green.
It's extreme, yeah. Looking really bad right now for Sam.
He's gonna just pass the turn back. And all Jean-Emmanuel has to do is swing.
Sam's gonna try to bluff a little something.
Oh yeah.
What's that something? Good question.
Yeah, for sure. But let's be honest here. Jean-Emmanuel is no stranger to bluffs. Remember in the MPL gauntlet, or the Challenger gauntlet, whichever gauntlet it was, where he just attacked. He was dead on the crackback, but he left up the mana. He was like, if you attack me and I kill you, I'll kill your creature, things are really, really bad for you. So he respects a good bluff.
Into the Cadillac, it appears.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All aboard the kitty car.
That's right.
Let's swing.
do this. Let's do this.
Off we go. Cross your fingers. Hope that there's no inscription of abundance.
Yeah, you see Depraz just thinking, what can you do? What can you have? What do I need to play around? Nothing.
Ah, that's the good
Got
game.
it. Got it.
There
it
he goes,
is.
Jean-Emmanuel Depraz with a 2-0, improving his record to 6-4. Sam Pardee also joins him on 6-4 with that victory for Jean-Emmanuel. So things are gonna get super duper interesting, my friends. The desk mentioned that there's going to be extra magic, and there sure will be, because now we still have 2 spots to determine who is going to make up our top 4. Cedric, any final thoughts going into this tiebreaker or even that match?
It's going to get good now. I mean, it's been good all weekend long, right? But now we're going to get into the real nitty gritty. If you're Ondřej, if you're Yuta, heat up. Get ready to watch, just like
Just
us,
sit back,
because
relax.
this should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to whatever comes next.
I'm looking forward to it too. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, Maria and the team will tell us all we need to know about those tiebreakers, so don't go anywhere.
Yatta!
All right, lads. I think we're in for the last match of the day. Pretty kind of easy to predict so far. The Izzet list has just been shredding. For me, the only question was whether the green guys might have guessed it right, at least in some of the matchups, but actually they've had such tough games all the time in their sideboard. I haven't seen a single one of them bring in the Hunt Master yet since the start of the tournament. And honestly, I don't know. It's just not quite quick enough with all the fading hopes and disruption from the Izzet and Grixis guys. What I still don't know is whether white was worse than green. I hardly got to see any of the mono-white matches. I personally thought white would do a little better than it has. But yeah, mono-white and mono-green as strategies brought to the event, especially to try and combat the Izzet decks, didn't work. And I think that's really going to cement the fate of the card. There's my son crying when I switch off. Hello, my boy. What's wrong?
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 27. Really exciting stuff as we come down to the wire and work our way towards our top 4 for tomorrow. I've got Mani Devuti and Riley Knight at the virtual news desk with me. Let's take a look at our standings, because there's a few things we know for sure and a few things we have yet to decide. Ondřej Stráský and Yuta Takahashi are in. They are 2 members of the top 4 that we have already decided. But it's a top 4, so we need 2 more people to join them. We have 5 players on 6 and 4, as you'll see there on our screen. 2 seats to give away. Eli Kassis is out, unfortunately, on tiebreakers at 6 and 4. Congratulations to him on a winning record, leaving the tournament at 6 and 4. That means we've got Matt Sperling, Sam Pardee, Jean-Emmanuel Depraz, and Jan Merkel to play a tiebreaker round for their final 2 remaining spots. Riley, what do you make of all this?
And they're playing Commander. It's a 1v1v1v1 bonanza. You didn't think that was what it... But I'm looking through the fine print of the World Championship rules, and it is free-for-all multiplayer. Let's go. No. Look, I want to say congratulations to Eli Kassis here. He's acquitted himself magnificently here. A winning record in a field like this is just incredible. And as we say, well done to him. But we are going to see Matt Sperling play off against Jan Merkel and Sam Pardee play off against Jean-Emmanuel Depraz. Those are our two tiebreakers, and the winners of those two games, of course, or matches, will find themselves in our top 4. So very, very exciting tiebreaker round coming up.
All right, what about you, Mani?
Maria, I just look at these tiebreaker matches, and both of them are so brutal. Sam Pardee and Jean-Emmanuel Depraz, they've already played twice today, and Jean-Emmanuel Depraz has taken both of them. And Matt Sperling and Jan Merkel, they tested together for this event. They are teammates. They had great matchups against the other two players playing tiebreakers, but because of how they broke down, they're facing each other. So they're guaranteeing one spot for the team, but one of them will have to go home, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is always tough to play your teammate. Of course, one of you is going to win. That's the good news. The bad news, of course, is that you got to defeat your friend in the process. Well, we've got these two tiebreaker matches coming up. You paid for the whole seat. You only need the edge. Let's take a look at our first one here. We've got Jan Merkel versus Matt Sperling. This Grixis Epiphany mirror that you mentioned, Mani. Riley, looking at this matchup, do you have somebody that you're particularly rooting for?
Look, I mean, at this stage, it's just so close between these two. Merkel's had a quieter weekend. He's kind of snuck in from the lower brackets to get to this point, whereas Matt Sperling has had a bit more of the limelight. But both these players, world-class competitors, of course. You can see Sperling has the edge in terms of his league status, in terms of his top finishes. Maybe he's got a bit more experience recently when it comes to this level of Magic. We know Merkel kind of snuck in as one of the challengers. But look, this is too close to call for me. I'll be happy to see either of them. I just want to see a great contest here.
Absolutely. Jan Merkel working his way to the World Championship here, kind of in his second life as a Magic player. Won the first Pro Tour that he ever played in, Kobe, way back in the day here, and making a run for it now on Arena. So we're going to see that match in a little bit. That's what our second tiebreaker match. The first one we're going to set up for you right now. This is Sam Pardee versus Jean-Emmanuel Depraz. Mono Green Aggro versus Teamer Treasures. 4 top finishes for Sam Pardee, 3 for Jean-Emmanuel Depraz. Let's take a closer look at our players here. First up, it's party time! And if he takes down the whole thing, you know his roommates are bringing out the cash cannon. 67.6% standard win rate, running mono green. Sam has won, by the way, the last 2 major events he's played in. Jean-Emmanuel Depraz constantly at the top of the final standings, 66.8% standard win rate here. Teamer Treasures, the only player playing that deck this weekend, more than 25,000 games played on Arena, which is huge. And I said, before the break here, is like, if we don't see Jean-Emmanuel in the top 4 of a tournament, I don't know what I'm watching anymore, because he just always seems to be in the top 4. Let's take a look at these deck lists, Mani. These two have played each other a couple of times in the tournament. What needs to happen for Pardee to turn this around on JED?
Yeah, Maria, this mono green deck that Sam and Paula brought, coming into the tournament, a lot of people thought this was going to be a big role player, and it sort of was, but definitely a bit of a rougher day 2. And for Sam, it's really going to be all about these fight spells. These are the cards that come in huge in these creature matchups. So 4 copies of Blizzard Brawl, 3 copies of Inscription of Abundance. Those are going to need to be big, and as always in these green mirrors, whoever lands the Seeker's Chariot first gets a big edge. On the other side, Jean-Emmanuel Depraz, he went with not an unknown entity, but something not a lot of people brought. This Teamer Treasures deck is very much reminiscent of Gruul decks of the old format, trying to capitalize on the explosiveness of Jaspera Sentinel into Magda, and then turbo out in a Seeker's Chariot or a Goldspan Dragon, and one of the newcomers to the deck in Moonveil Regent. But for the most part, this is just Gruul, and I think Jean-Emmanuel really was going with the Yuta Takahashi approach here. I want to deal with green creatures. He has 3 Dragon's Fires in the main, 4 Burning Hands in the sideboard. We've seen Jean-Emmanuel play this matchup against Sam twice already today. He came out on top both times. So Sam Pardee, he's got to be feeling not great going into the 3rd match here.
Absolutely. It's prediction time, though. Time to put in our votes for who we think is going to take this one down. Monty and I 4-1 across the entire weekend. That's great. Riley 3-2. But I believe in you. Riley, who are you going to pick for this last match?
Look, I think it's JD here. Jean-Emmanuel has clearly shown that he's got the better of this matchup a couple of times. We had some question marks hovering over his deck heading into this weekend. I think he's well and truly put them to bed. This deck looks fantastic. It looks like it's got the edge in this matchup, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him in our top 4.
All right, what about you, Monty?
I'm going to pick JD as well.
Yeah, so am I. Jean-Emmanuel Depraz. 3 times is a charm here versus Sam Pardee. Sam Pardee's got an uphill battle ahead of him, but it's not impossible. It's magic. Anything can happen. Coming up, we've got tiebreaker games for the top 4 of the World Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Standing in the hallway, I know you know what I'm about to tell you. I've just realized that you can't let go. It's something about me and you. So let me stay here a little while, at least until I calm down. Please don't say it's all about me. It's something about us, something I like to try. Please don't say it's all about you. That it is all too late, 'cause I don't mind waiting for you. No, I don't mind waiting for you. It's a crazy Monday. I know it shows that I'm a little nervous. I've just realized.
And welcome back to coverage here of the World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And Paul, we thought there was a good chance we'd have tiebreaker matches, and we do. We've got 2 of them to cover here this round, in fact. And the first one is going to be Sam Pardee facing down Jean-Emmanuel Depraz. And as things panned out today, kind of randomly, they've actually played against each other twice already, and we're going to be covering their 3rd meeting. And you're looking right there at the winner of the first 2. Jean-Emmanuel Depraz has got to be building some confidence here after defeating Sam twice. But come on, Sam could be on the play with this really nice aggro deck in mono green, and he could certainly pick up the win here. So all on the line between Jean-Emmanuel Depraz and Sam Pardee for a top 4 seat. Who do you like in the matchup, Paul? I know it'd be easy to go with Jean-Emmanuel. Do you think that he has a big edge here?
I mean, going into the tournament, I thought most people had eventually gravitated towards green as the favorite here just because they have slightly bigger creatures on curve. But that's when you compare it to the older versions of the Gruul aggressive strategies that were playing more werewolves and 2-drops and not a lot of not that Jespera Sentinel Magna package with the Prosperous Innkeeper. And that's really proven to be extremely important in this matchup. JED has now got 2-0 against Sam because he has 12 ways to accelerate and cast those dragons, cast those Asika's Chariots a turn sooner, and you've seen him kind of leverage that to victory twice already.
Yeah, that's right. Interesting stuff here. When you look at the decks, they actually have somewhat similar game plan in the sense that they're just trying to get down these huge creatures and beat down, but much different approach with the mana and the creatures of choice, as it were. So here's Prosperous Innkeeper, one of those many 2-drop accelerators that you talked about, Paul.
Yeah, and Prosperous Innkeeper just also doing double duty here because it gives you that source of ramp that you can't disrupt. I know it's just a one-shot, but it does give you that source of ramp. In addition, it also helps you race, right? I mean, this is a creature mirror, and the life gain that you get from the Prosperous Innkeeper is not irrelevant. Jean-Emmanuel Depraz has won games at very low life totals, but that Innkeeper has been kind of the difference between, life or death.
Great curve out here from Sam Pardee. He goes Werewolf Pack Leader, into Primal Adversary, and boom, he's got 7 power on the battlefield facing down against 1. So the ball very much in your court, Jean-Emmanuel. You've just got the 1/1 right now, but with a mana advantage, he does have 4 mana to spare here.
Yeah, and John in a bit of a tough spot here because he only has 3 lands total with the one that he has in his hand. So he really wants to save that treasure to try to cast a Goldspan Dragon next turn if possible. So you might see him just fire off Dragon's Fire, play a land pass, and not play out that Ranger's Class, because if he can find land number 4 next turn into Dragon, his hand gets unlocked.
That's exactly what he does here, Paul. We see the Adversary fall. It's in the graveyard now, just 3 power up with the Pack Leader. But you know what? The window's open here, and this is Faceless Haven getting activated. That's going to trigger the Pack Leader and get a card into hand. And for his troubles, 7 damage comes across here from Sam. So no chill from Sam Pardee here.
Yeah, and you can just see the look on
land.
John's face. Yeah, he needed kind of that untapped land. This Magda here, without kind of that combo with the Jaspera Sentinel, not going to be doing a whole lot here.
Wow, that was tough there for Jean-Emmanuel. He really needed to see a land here to keep up. You can see he's got Double Dragon, Goldspan ×2 in hand, waiting to come down and perhaps turn the race in his favor, but it's going to be Magda go here from Jean-Emmanuel after he chips in for 1, and Pardee says, okay, I can live with this. He's got Ranger Class all queued up as he draws a Snow-Covered Forest for the turn, and look at this. He's going to use his Blizzard Brawl now to fight the new token against Magda as well. Big tempo swing here. Blizzard Brawl's the way to get ahead on your turn. And this is a nice little setup here for Pardee, who gets to crack in as well.
Yeah. And the reason why he went for the Brawl on the token there was to play around a Dragon's Fire. Right? Because if he goes for the Blizzard Brawl on his Werewolf Pack Leader and Jean-Emmanuel has the removal spell, he doesn't even get in for any damage. So this allowed him to kind of maximize the amount of damage he can put in while still trying to get that Magda off the battlefield. Now, John did pick up land number 5. However, when you're behind, Goldspan Dragon not quite as good because, you kind of want to attack to leverage the mana that you get from the treasure, but then you don't have a blocker.
Very tough position here for Jean-Emmanuel. He does cast a Goldspan Dragon. He even gets in with it. Down to 14 goes Pardee. There's a treasure sitting over there. Pardee had lethal lined up, at least a forced chump block to do, but now he doesn't. It's back down to 8. Things get very interesting from here. And let's not forget that the Werewolf Pack Leader can get activated as well. There's Ranger Class. That turns a Pack Leader into a 5/3 with Trample. Wow, Blizzard Brawl off the top is lethal.
Is that 3 or 4 Blizzard Brawls? Wow.
That's 3 Blizzard Brawls this game, Paul, and that even leaves him with enough mana to fire up a Faceless Haven, and game number 1 in this critical tiebreaker match goes to Sam Pardee. He's now 1 game away from top 4. He has not been able to beat Jean-Emmanuel Depraz today. He's played him twice, lost to him both times. Now he's up a game. Boy, he looks chill, but I would be feeling it if I were him. This is really close to that end game goal. Also worth noting here, Paul, Sam's the only one who's been able to do well with this mono green deck. It has had a pretty poor showing here at the World Championship overall.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you look at Sam's individual record with the mono green deck, he has been carried by his 3-0 performance in draft. He's actually 3 and 4 in standard. Seth Manfield, I believe, went 2 and 5, and Paulo also, sadly, did not win a match today and also went 2 and 5. So the overall record of the players submitting mono green for the tournament is very, very poor.
Wow, yeah, that's tough. It looks like the field was well prepared for mono green, and that really showed. Now, there's Jespera's Sentinel. One of the best things to do on turn 1 for Jean-Emmanuel, right into Magda. He's got the combo lined up here as well.
Yeah, ideal start here. We saw how Jean-Emmanuel in the previous game with Negate not have much mana, so he couldn't really do much with the Negate. But I mean, just everything is unlocked here. I mean, he doesn't have a dragon, but do you even need it? You have a ranger class in play, you have a negate for a potential Asika's Chariot and Renin 7, and then you can just start using the advantage that you can potentially get from that ranger class to take over.
Yeah, I mean, he spent 5 mana over the first 2 turns. Like, he has really emptied out his hand here. Here comes Magda once again making a treasure in conjunction with Jespera's Sentinel making mana. And it's going to be Prosperous Innkeeper to add. Is he going to be able to just overwhelm Sam here? How does Sam's hand look to you, Paul?
I mean, what a turn, first of all. But I mean, taking a look at Sam's hand, he does have a Blizzard Brawl and an Inscription of Abundance. So he can choose to try to go for that, or just try to put some pressure on the battlefield. I mean, he can go Kazandu Mammoth into Blizzard Brawl, so this means that you get to play around at least Dragon's Fire, but Jean-Emmanuel Depraz also has a negate in hand, and he has to decide, you know, does he have enough mana already, or does he want to kind of preserve that little 1-2 punch that he has in play with Sentinel plus Magda? We saw him leverage that combination to just search out a Goldspan Dragon with 5 treasures in the previous match. Curious to see if he also values that. Now, if he does this, he does have to sack 2 of his treasures to protect this Magda.
Right, it basically takes you off of the Magda getting something out of your... yeah, that's always... Isn't that always the case there, Paul? You draw the Magda right after it goes. But yeah, so this will set him back the treasures enough so that it's going to be quite a long time before we see Magda Brazen Outlaw actually get activated on that particular ability, but it does keep the mana flowing in the form of the treasures, and it is possible that he gets back up to 5, so good turn though for Sam. He's fighting back.
Yep, and now Jean-Emmanuel has access to 5 mana, right? He has 3 lands in play with the Jespera Sentinel, and then the treasure that you get from tapping Magda. So if he wants to, he could choose to use Shatter Skull Smashing on the Kazandu Mammoth, get that off the battlefield. Oh, okay.
So he's offering 2 trades here?
Right, because he has the backup Magda, so taking advantage of the fact that he drew multiples there. And Sam thinking, okay, well, that attack makes a lot more sense because you have the backup Magda.
Sam probably piecing together that happened after the negate there, as it would be unlikely for Jean to use a Magda if he already had it in hand. Now we're going to see Renin 7 hit the battlefield here, Paul. How big of a deal is this for Sam? He already made a 4/4.
I mean, we do have a Shatter Soul Smashing. I imagine Jean-Emmanuel, with Sam tapped out, is going to want to use the Smashing here and cast it. Question is, how much mana can he create here? He does have the 2 treasures in play, so he has a total of, it looks like 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 mana with the treasure from the Magda. So with 7 mana, you can Shatter Skull Smashing for 5, 1 short from that key number of 6.
Right.
But if you did it for 5, I think you might be a little bit less concerned about the token. I suppose you can actually kill the token and then just manually attack the Ren, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Jean has a lot of great choices here, right? I mean, it's just the 4/4, only 2 loyalty on Renin 7. He already has a board state that's capable of killing it while still keeping his Magda intact, even if he wants.
Yeah, I mean, even just attacking with the Wolf forces a trade with the token.
Right. So he's in a pretty good position as far as handling this Renin 7 goes. Also, it's worth noting that Renin 7 is -3 off of 5 loyalty to make this reach creature, and the next turn will not be able to make another one. So, you know, this to me seemed like an okay play from Sam Pardee to get it on the battlefield, but it wasn't the type of thing that was going to stabilize him here.
Yeah, and now we're going to see this inscription, but it's a little bit awkward here, right? Because the biggest creature on the battlefield is a 2/2. So even if you kick this Inscription, that's going to turn the Sculptor into a 4/4. So you can kill the Magda if you want, gain some life, but I mean...
You're going to fall behind the Ranger class, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, you're just so far behind. And Sam right now with just a handful of lands and Jean-Emmanuel with that Yoshihiko's Chariot, I mean, he's looking to be in really, really good position here.
Yeah, Sam's going to hold on to the Inscription for now, perhaps trying to set something up for a little bit further down the line. Yoshihiko's Chariot off the top is going to add insult to injury here, though, as Jean-Emmanuel was already significantly ahead. I mean, you can just take a snapshot here. Of course, another interesting factor from Jean-Emmanuel's perspective is that he does have to respect Faceless Haven as a potential blocker. Uh-oh, but he's doing math. Now, Sam can't see him, but that's never what you want to see your opponent doing when they start counting up your life total. It's almost as bad as, how many cards do you have in hand? It's like, oh no. All right, Faceless Haven's going to get activated. And a double block on the 5/5 token.
I think Jean-Emmanuel is just perfectly okay with this.
Looks good. Pass that priority right on back, he says. And he's going to force the issue here if Sam wants to use Inscription.
He could use it to fight the Magda, or just grow the Sculptor.
Just get the counters, yeah.
Yeah.
He would save his Sculptor of Winter by doing this, but this is not the type of play that stabilizes him once again. The Yoshihiko's Chariot follow-up is nasty here, and I think that it'll probably be the writing on the wall, and you kind of get that vibe from Sam Pardee as he sees those two cat tokens hit the battlefield. Blizzard Brawl, are you a little too late? Probably.
Probably. I mean, you can at least slow down what Magda's trying to do, but I think that's about it. It looks like he's even choosing to save it here, and why not?
Sure, a Goldspan Dragon off the top two for Jean-Emmanuel. I mean, this is how it goes, right? Like, It was like this in game one for Sam Pardee when he kept drawing all of his Blizzard Brawls. It's just like, yeah, bring them all on. Yeah. You don't want to use them up in one game, though. There's a concession. Jean-Emmanuel Depraz picks up game number 2 in our opening tiebreaker, and we're going to get a game number 3 to see who's going to fill in that seat. Now, in our top 4, we've already got Ondřej Stráský and Yuta Takahashi waiting in the wings. They're going to come back tomorrow and battle against the other 2 seats that we end up finding here. And by the way, I will mention our top 4 as far as archetypes go is it, and then a Dragon's deck that's mostly Is It from Takahashi. And then it will also be Grixis, because our second tiebreaker is Jan Merkel versus Matt Sperling. They're both on Grixis, so one of them is going to make it in. And then we're either going to have Mono Green or this Treasures deck in Teamer here from Jean-Emmanuel Depraz. And this game right here, well, this is going to decide it.
Yeah, so we got 3 Epiphany decks and then 1 aggressive deck.
Mm-hmm. I mean, come on. Can I call Yuta's deck a Goldspan Dragon deck? Just, can I do that?
I mean, he's only got 3 Epiphanies. So, you know, if you're...
All right, you win.
To be fair, I mean, that deck is definitely, the strategy for the game plan for that deck is, of course, centered around those 8 copies of Dragons that he has in his deck. And Epiphany is just a powerful, generically powerful card that you want to play in that strategy.
This is tough here for Jean-Emmanuel, Paul. It looks like he's on a mulligan to 6, and this hand kind of isn't great.
Yeah, I mean, mulliganing, of course, feels pretty rough, but we also just saw that in the games that Jean-Emmanuel beat Sam, it was those really quick starts with all the mana creatures. So I'm not sure, but keeping something like that, you're going to be able to beat Sam on the draw.
Okay, he kept it. He's going to put 1 Jesper Sentinel back of the 3. He's on 6 here, is Jean-Emmanuel, just to be clear. But he does have 3 lands, 2 Sentinels, and a Magda. Oh, another Magda off the top's not really what he wants to see here, but he does have that great start with the turn 1 Sentinel. Turn 2 Sculptor of Winter, though, for Sam Pardee. Ooh, there's a Goldspan Dragon. Now we're talking business. Now he has Sentinel into Magda into Goldspan. That was a huge draw there for Jean-Emmanuel. And all of a sudden, this draw is looking very nice for him.
Yeah, this was a much better hand here for Jean-Emmanuel. Just being able to give himself the potential to play those heavy hitters earlier. And you're going to see Sam at least prioritize, at least try to get the Magda off the battlefield here. Now, I mean, if John still just has a turn 3 Goldspan Dragon here, right? He just goes land, tap the Sentinels, sack the treasure, boom, get you for 4.
Yep, and get the treasure back, and now they're all pumped up. Yikes. Boy, that Goldspan Dragon has to be the best thing for Jean-Emmanuel to see come off the top of the library. He's also not facing down that much power, just 2 Sculptor of Winters and maybe a Faceless Haven. But there's none of the big heavy hitters out there yet.
Yeah, so what John was doing there was just making sure that he can't cast Magda and Goldspan Dragon in the same turn, but he can go Goldspan Dragon into Magda.
That's right, and that's what we're going to see here. No, we're not. Oh. He's going to pass the turn back. And here's Ranger class, so I guess Sam just needs to try to race here? Wow, that seems precarious.
In 100%, this is a racing situation here, right? You have no answer to the Goldspan Dragon. You just need to get in and see if you can just kind of outrace the Goldspan Dragon and just continue putting pressure on the board. Now, I mean, Jean-Emmanuel, that's all he has, right?
That is
Got the Goldspan Dragon, so...
Let's see if he draws something else expensive. It's a negate. That actually will come in handy for the second Ranger class. If Sam ever puts it on the stack, we may see him just abandon ship on that plan and go for the Faceless Haven because he knows he's under major pressure in the air from this dragon. But as you said, Jean-Emmanuel's out of gas now. This is pedal to the metal for both players for that seat in the top 4. Wow, and there's a Renin 7 off the top of the library as well. Will that cause Sam to switch gears here? This is such... That was probably one of the worst draws that Sam could get.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because he's like, oh, sweet, I'll cast this. And he's now going to play directly into the negate. And that's going to actually reduce his clock fairly significantly here. And Sam's shoulder slump because that was the last card in hand there for Jean-Emmanuel.
Right, because if he didn't draw such a powerful spell in Renin 7, he would have just leveled up the Ranger class and just attacked with everything, which might have given him a better chance to win this match.
That's right. Either way, the Ranger class or the Faceless Haven coming in would have been more damage now. And from our perspective, we know that's what he needs. I'm sure that's what his plan was until
he's dead on board. Isn't he dead on board? There's a Lair of the Hydra with 2 treasures in play. Is that not enough?
Oh.
Right?
4, 5, 6,
this
7,
has to be
8,
enough.
9, 10, 11, 12. It is good enough, Paul. He left himself dead on board, and Jean-Emmanuel Depraz defeats Sam Pardee for the 3rd time today to secure his seat in the top 4. Incredible victory there for Jean-Emmanuel. They kept lining him up, and he kept knocking him out, and now he's in the top 4.
Oh, man, Sam Pardee's going to have nightmares over Goldspan Dragon after this tournament. Wow. I mean, playing against the same person 3 times in one event and just going down every single time. I mean, yeah. I mean, and just Depraz, right? I remember we were looking at all the different deck lists. We looked at it as this, like, why would you play this deck? I don't understand. Why is this better than mono green? Well, guess what? It beats mono green. Maybe that's why it's better than mono green. So, yes. I mean, congratulations to Depraz for putting up such an impressive finish with this kind of another throwback deck, really, if you think about it. It's a Gruul Dragons deck. So, I mean, the 2 decks that were the most successful decks or most popular decks coming into the onset of Standard are now into the top 4.
That's right. It looks like everybody forgot about how good Goldspan Dragon is. And anybody who did forget is getting punished for it now because those things are flying right into the top 4. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll have our other tiebreaker match. That's Jan Merkel versus Matt Sperling. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, gotta keep my voice a little down because the little one's asleep finally. Let's do the game. Other Magic World Championship. I want to say Sivka.
B or D? A. What? Oops. Card types in your graveyard. C is the final answer. Still been trying to build a deck around that card. It feels like it could be really sweet, but it's on the same spot on the curve as Ren, and you kind of want to play them both. Yep.
It's a crazy Monday. I know it shows that I'm a little nervous. I've just realized that I can't let go.
I should know this one. Any of the boomers, OG guys in the chat? I can't remember that far back. I was just starting. Must have been like 14, 13-year-old. No, what am I saying? Must have been like 10 or something. Reading those magazines, what were they called? For the prices. The oldest Magic little magazine, I can't remember now. Zach Dolan. What was it called? There was one called like White Dwarf, which was also with like Warhammer 40,000 stuff in it.
And welcome back to coverage here of the World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul
guys.
Cheon, and we're bringing you coverage of Tiebreaker Magic. That's right, we've got one more match to cover today before we have our top 8 fully filled out. We've got 3 of the top 4 seats there, but one of these two gentlemen will be taking that last seat. It will be Jan Merkel or it will be Matt Sperling. We're going to find out right now. They're playing the same deck, Paul. This is Grixis Epiphany against each other. The winner of this match will be in the top 4. They will also be the only Grixis Epiphany player to make it into the top 4. Kind of tough to break down these type of matchups when they're mirror matches, but what are some of the takeaways that the viewing audience can look for to see who's winning, who's pulling ahead, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think in that sense, a lot of it's going to look a lot similar to just kind of your classic control mirror. It's especially game 1. Hey, let's try to minimize the removal we draw. Let's make sure that we hit our land drops. And because neither side really has that much disruption, I mean, obviously drawing one of your 2 duresses would be great. Just try to assemble your combo as quickly as possible. This is not some kind of Drago counter type matchup. It really is just, hey, I'm going to draw my cards, you're going to draw your cards, and let's see which one gets the Iteration Epiphany combo off first. We've seen already this matchup in the past. It was Sperling against Eli Kassis. And, you know, some of the games can take a long time, and both players can resolve a Leer, and that hasn't been the card that shuts the door. It really is just who gets that iteration into Epiphany first that kind of pulls out ahead.
Okay, yeah, well, it's really interesting how this matchup plays out in conjunction with other control mirrors, right? Where one of the big features of a control mirror match is often the presence of counter spells, but we don't see that here, do we, Paul?
Yeah. Matt Sperling does have one of the cards that I do think is really, really powerful, especially game 1 in this matchup, and that's the Celestis. When you run out the Celestis, all of a sudden, all those removal spells that don't do a whole lot, you get to filter through and try to continue hitting your land drops and continue finding your card draw spells. So that's a pretty big card that you want kind of in the early turns of the game.
Okay, Memory Deluge here for Jan.
And Matt with the little head shake here. Happy that he didn't miss a land drop there.
And there's your buddy the Celestis hitting the battlefield. That'll make it daytime.
I wonder if Merkel is just going to make some devils and get in. He doesn't really have any other play here. Yeah?
He is.
Sure.
I wonder how much of a problem this is.
I mean,
well, Fading Hope's going to take care of one, so I guess it's a problem.
Yeah, well, not only that, Sperling just wants to keep hitting his lands, right? So, you know, getting that,
scry.
having any target, right, for the Fading Hope to get that scry, and he did top a land, is going to be pretty nice here.
And there we go. Alrund's Epiphany goes on the stack, and now he can go toe-to-toe with these Devils, or even just fly over them. And look at that, a burn down the house of his own. So I guess his Grixis token's fighting it out?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, Sperling can also just run out a Leer here, play out the duress that he has in his graveyard. He won't have the protection here, but that duress will be able to nab that power word kill from Jan Merkel's hand.
That really does leave Jan without a whole lot of action. He has Galvanic Iteration and Fading Hope. He draws a Cathartic Pyre, which actually does give him an answer here for Leer.
Right, he can go Galvanic Iteration into Cathartic Pyre here to get that Leer off the battlefield. Now that graveyard, it doesn't really have a whole lot of cards in it. It does have the Fading Hope, but this is the window. And with this attack, Matt's thinking, wait a second. Do I want to block here? Do I want to leave myself vulnerable to maybe a Cinderclasm off the top? And doesn't look like he's interested in doing that.
No, completely tapped out. Matt Sperling is just a passenger at this point, and he shakes his head because once he sees Galvanic Iteration goes on the stack, he knows something bad's coming, and I'm probably not going to get to keep my Leer. And that's exactly what's going to happen is Cathartic Pyre. The mode will be 3 damage, and Matt's going to throw him the nice.
Yeah. Well, he did duress him just on the previous turn, so he knows.
Prior, yep. Yeah, another land off the top, though, for Sperling. So at least he has that going for him. He also got some value from that Leer by getting the duress off before Leer died. So it's not all bad.
Yeah, so Sperling just deciding, you know, does he want to kind of be aggressive here and make some tokens on his own? He could also choose to pass the turn, right, to get the loot ability from the Celestis and then kind of run out the Memory Deluge. Or maybe even just main phase the Deluge here to see if he can find something else.
Yeah, it's a little tough because the 1/1 Devils, given that there's 2 of them on the other side as well, are really tough. Like if Merkel just holds back, he can't really attack with them anymore because they trade on the ground and then kill the flyers too. So it's a little awkward here for Sperling. So he's just going to go for Memory Deluge and try to find some action.
Yeah, but just more Epiphanies or Leers. Deluges.
Ooh, hello. He finds Smoldering Egg. That's a 1-of in his deck.
Yeah?
But it's a nice one. Going to draw out that Fading Hope at some point, you'd think, before it transforms, but that's not a permanent answer to this.
Yeah, and if you're Merkel, I imagine very likely here to just see a main phase Memory Deluge, play around a potential Juari Disruption.
I wonder if this changes anything. He finds duress that he could now Galvanic Iteration, Paul.
Yeah, so you can Galvanic Iteration double duress if you're afraid of a potential combo here from Sperling. However, if you do that, you do miss out on the opportunity to spend all of your mana to flash back the Deluge. Because even if you Iteration duress Sperling this turn, Sperling's got a Memory Deluge in his graveyard. He'll still have something to do next turn.
Yeah, that's right. He's already got the 7 mana lined up for that as well. Tough decision here for Jan. He doesn't know what's in hand here for Sperling. Sperling hasn't missed a land drop either, so, you know, from his perspective, he's seen Sperling dig around, you know, main phase Memory Deluge. That's a potential indicator that somebody's looking for a land, but you don't know for sure.
Right. Now, Sperling doesn't have enough mana to copy an Epiphany next turn, so that could be one reason to maybe not go for the duress.
Because the downside isn't like, okay, the game just
you don't
kind of
just
ended.
lose,
Yeah.
right?
All right, well, he's going to go for the double duress, and that'll leave Matt Sperling with just power word kill in hand after his burn down the house and expressive iteration get duressed away. Those are gone. And this is funny because I think Matt kept his birds back before to block like this and then perhaps clear the way for the burn down the house tokens if he wanted, but it didn't really work out that way, so he's just going to go ahead and trade off with the Devils.
Yeah. Now, Matt can just play Memory Deluge this turn, and that will flip the egg. Now,
Yeah.
he does know about the Fading Hope in Jan Merkel's hand.
Ooh. Alrund's Epiphany off the top of the library here for
Wow.
Sperling. Which 7-mana play would you like to make? Most of the time, people lead off with Alrund's Epiphany.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a scary amount of damage.
Right. He knows that the coast is clear to resolve either spell. And whichever spell he casts, he knows that the Smoldering Egg will be bounced here with the Fading Hope. Just kind
That's
of
right.
weighing out his options here. All right.
Okay, he's going to go for the Memory Deluge this time. And now the egg's going to get bounced to hand, as you predicted, Paul. That Fading Hope. Oh, wow. There's an Alrund's Epiphany for Jan on top of his library off of the Scry. Let's see what Matt finds.
Yeah,
The
Matt's
most
really...
he could do is find a land here. I mean, he's tapped out now.
Yeah, Matt's really looking for a Galvanic Iteration for that Epiphany that he has in hand. Additional Epiphanies are also more than welcome.
Well, he found an Expressive Iteration in another Memory Deluge, so not exactly what he wanted, but still, it's a lot of action, especially the Iteration, really nice. So Merkel's going to fire off his own Alrund's Epiphany. That's going to resolve as Matt's tapped out at this point.
Yeah, and now he's going to go for a Deluger and try to hit a Duress in case Matt has an Epiphany in his hand.
I like this. This is fun.
Oh,
he's going to pass. He didn't do it.
Yeah, so it looks like the...
Hey,
but Matt
there's a
doesn't have-
Galvanic Iteration now,
Right.
Paul.
And the reasoning behind Jan not choosing to dig for a Duress is the list only plays 2, and he's already cast 1, which means it is very unlikely for him to find that second Duress. And he thinks that it's more likely that Matt can maybe find a Leer here or something, or play his own Duress and take one of the key cards that he gets off this Deluge.
Where it could get stranded in his hand or something like that. Okay. So he's got the Memory Deluge at the ready, but for now, Matt Sperling is the one who's operating, and he's just going to run out Alrund's Epiphany straight away. That's going to resolve. Unfortunately, the Smoldering Egg is still in hand here for Sperling, who didn't hit the land drops needed to be able to play it and then also play Alrund's Epiphany for the insta-flip.
Yeah, and that's one of those plays that may not seem so intuitive, right? Because you have the combo, the quote-unquote combo in your hand, right? You have Iteration into Epiphany, but you didn't have the mana to cast it that turn. But, you know, in instances like that, it's almost like a defensive Epiphany, right? Because by doing this, you now have some chump blockers in play. If Jan manages to find the combo at his end of turn with that Memory Deluge, you now have a couple of blockers to potentially get in the way so that Jan just can't kill you outright if he finds the combo. Because right now, Jan has access to 9 mana. That's exactly enough to cast Iteration into Alrund's Epiphany.
Matt with a little shake of the head there off of that Expressive Iteration. And there's the Smoldering Egg going to come down now. And he's
Yes.
setting up for another Memory Deluge here, Paul.
Well, what Matt really, yes, he is, but what he also really wanted to find was a blue source to exile so that he could cast that Memory Deluge that he has in hand. So he had to play the land in his hand because the Haunted Ridge would make it so that he's 1 blue short.
But he's okay now. And let's see, it's Leer and either Expressive Iteration or Prismari Command seem to be the ones that Jan wants off of this Deluge, and that's what he takes. Boy, that Celestis is doing work, by the way, Paul. Exactly how you described it. You know, Matt discarded a Power Word kill to it just a little while ago. I mean, that's a big upgrade. Random card from your library over an almost dead removal spell.
Yeah, so Jan does have a Leer. He does have a Duress in his graveyard, but he does have a few things that he needs to try to deal with here. That Smoldering Egg can be problematic. However, he does have a Fading Hope again to bounce the Smoldering Egg and prevent it from preventing Ashmouth Dragon to kind of take over this game.
Yeah, it absolutely can. He's going to be happy to have that Fading Hope.
Is this a Galvanic Iteration into Jwari Disruption?
He is doing that. Now there is 3 mana though for Jan Miracle, so perhaps just a way to build up the counters on the egg?
I suppose so, yeah. So now, I mean, I imagine Jan is going to pay for this.
This is awesome.
Right, because you can pay for this and you can still cast Fading Hope on the egg if it is close to flipping.
Yeah, it's got 4 counters. It needs 3 more.
This does prevent Jan from casting the power word kill from his graveyard to permanently remove the Smoldering Egg. Jan debating whether or not to run Duress, but Sperling kind of wants him to play Duress here, right? It's like, okay, go ahead. Play your Duress. Then Matt can just untap and play the Lyra of his own, cast some spells out of his graveyard, flip the egg, potentially even just kill the Lyra as well, and kind of turn this around.
Yeah, that looks to be a clean line of play here if Matt can make it happen. If this Duress goes on the stack...
Excuse me, power word kill, of course, cannot kill dragons. So
not
used to
power
killing
word
everything.
kill, right? But it can.
Right.
Is the egg a dragon? It is, right?
Yes, it is a dragon. So you would have to deal with it in some other fashion.
Right. Okay, so he's going to pass the turn back over here to Sperling. Wow,
Yeah,
that Smoldering Egg right on the verge of becoming a dragon. But it looks like Sperling wants to play Lear here, which will not do that just yet. God, look how powerful that card is. That is just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you just
like
have a full hand now.
visually, Yeah, it's just incredible.
Cards in hand, my graveyard.
Right. I mean, look at that. Now, Matt does have a power word kill in his graveyard.
Yeah, so he can use
Got
that
a
to kill.
nice target, yeah.
Yeah, he can use that to kill the Lear. And if he does, then Jan Merkel basically will only have that Memory of the Illusion in his graveyard to kind of get back into this.
And there it is. Now, the egg's not going to flip just yet. It's got 6 counters. It needs 1 more. He could use Fading Hope to do it.
Yeah, I don't think Matt's going to be in a rush here to flip the egg, right?
Okay.
He's more interested in keeping that Fading Hope up to protect his Lear that's in play right now, right? Just prevent it from dying to whatever removal spell that Jan could have here.
Yeah, you can see why, right?
Yeah.
If he gets to have all that mana with all those cards, Matt can just wreak havoc on this board.
Yeah, and if you're Jan on this board state, basically Matt just has kind of all the value in the world right now because you don't have a way to kill the Lear that's in play. So at this point, I mean, you're just going to probably try to just go for this Deluge here and look to get the combo going. See if you can find iteration into Epiphany.
Sometimes a key piece of the puzzle there just hit with the Hall of Storm Giants. We don't know yet if that will matter. Matt looks like he's in a pretty good position at this point, but we've seen things fall apart to the combo.
Yeah. I wonder if Matt's considering going for the flip at end of turn just to try to use his mana, or if he's valuing the Lear. Yeah, nice loot.
Gets rid of a Celestis. And he's going to start reloading. All right, here goes Expressive Iteration. That's going to transform the egg. So now it's Ashmouth Dragon.
And yeah, Jan just letting it all happen here. I don't think he can die here unless Matt finds an Epiphany. I mean, he does have a burn down the house. Will that be enough? Jan is at 18 though.
Yeah, Jan's at a pretty healthy life total, but boy, this dragon is going to just tear up this board state. And Matt's actually got he's got 9 power out there just with his creatures.
He does. So yeah, Jan is just like, do whatever you're gonna do. My plan here is to flashback Deluge and try to find some goodies.
Yep. And I think that Matt's going to be pretty content with that being the situation because he's the one who gets to choose from any card in his yard or hand to cast effectively.
Yeah, so if Matt plays a burn down the house, he'll be able to kill the 1/1 token that's in play and get an attack in for 12. So that would put Jan down to 6. Fading Hope post-combat would be an additional 2 points of damage, so that would put him down to 4.
Okay, not bad. But as we say in the business, 4 is not 0.
And look at Matt, he's like, well, you're not dead, and you have a Hall of Storm Giants in play. Maybe it would behoove me to not attack with everything and play around the potential of you finding both pieces. Because Matt doesn't know what Jan has in his hand, right? One of those key pieces, one of those cards could very well be a Galvanic Iteration. So he doesn't know how far away Jan is from getting the pieces together.
That's right. And, you know, Memory Deluge, of course, is going to get 2 cards, and he gets to look at a lot. So Matt has to consider all the options. He's going to knock Jan down to 9 and leave back 3 creatures.
And this
Here
is
comes
big.
his Memory Deluge. This is massive for Jan Miracle. He needs to find action here. And he does. He finds Galvanic Iteration and Alrund's Epiphany. Those are the 2 cards he wanted to see. Now, we'll see if Matt's plan of leaving back the blockers pays off for him here.
Now, Matt doesn't have Jwari Disruption mana, correct? He only has the 1 land up.
Yeah, he has one land left over. That's right.
Oh, and look at Jan. He's clearing the way here, right?
Because this could be 7 extra damage. Yeah.
This could be lethal here because remember, there's also a Prismari command in his hand, right? You can use that to kill the rest of the tokens away potentially.
Oh boy, if I'm Matt Sperling, I have a knot in my stomach right now seeing this Fading Hope. It could mean desperation, but it also could mean I'm dead.
Remember, that Fading Hope also won't deal with a 7/7 land, as it does have Ward 3.
Yeah, but isn't there a Leer out that, like, interacts with that?
Oh, correct. That interaction, yes, that happened earlier in this event.
Yeah.
With the Leer in play, that counters the ability of Ward. So if you cast Fading Hope with Leer in play on a Hall of Storm Giants, you can just bounce it. So
It's
perhaps Jan might have wanted to bounce Leer to make sure that his 7/7 can get through potentially.
Okay, well, let's see what happens, Paul. It's Galvanic Iteration and Alrund's Epiphany here. This is the 1-2 punch that this entire archetype, in fact, multiple archetypes in our tournament are built around. Because of this, you get 4 flyers, and you can try to clean up the game in the extra turns that you get. Here's turn 1 of 2. He finds the Celestis.
So
he can clear the board.
He can copy Prismari command. Looks like he's choosing not to do that. Oof.
Boy, oh boy, this is going to be close.
And Jan does have 1 more draw step here too. So what happens, let's see, if you Iteration Prismari command, kill both of the birds, and make 2 treasure tokens, you will be 1 mana short of activating Hall of Storm Giants this turn.
Yikes. And he needs to do it both turns to win, right?
Right. So maybe instead of mana, he should just look to loot here and try to find something else because the Celestis doesn't do anything.
He's going to do that. So 2 damage to any target, and then I'm going to draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards. He's only got the Celestis in hand, so this is going to leave him with 1 card. Ooh, he found a Spikefield Hazard. That's interesting.
That is interesting. However, he can't cast Spikefield Hazard and attack with the land this turn.
Oh, so close for Jan. But we have to say that Sperling has really set himself up well. Remember, there was 3 creatures back that he left Jan to deal with, and he has that Fading Hope available too.
Yeah, now I'm curious. I mean, do you want to somehow keep Celestis in your hand so that next turn you can turn night to day to dig for something else, right? Because kind of with what he has right now, I don't think he quite has lethal.
Wow, this is extremely close. It was a long setup to get here, but now we've got some action here in our second tiebreaker match. If you're just joining us, welcome. We're in the last match of the day, and whoever wins this match is going to secure the last top 4 seed. Okay, Bird flies away. Remember, Jan has another turn after this, and you mentioned it, Paul. He did end up keeping the Celestis.
Right. I mean, I think Jan is aware of this interaction with the Fading Hope.
He is.
That's what it looks like to me, and he's going to use the Celestis to dig, maybe find an Epiphany.
Wow, this is a really tough spot for Jan here. And again, props to Matt Sperling for not just sending in everything. He really, he ended up taxing the mana of Jan in a very real way. And he just drew Alrund's Epiphany off the top of the library.
Are you kidding me?
Wow, he's going to go to attacks here.
He's going to win the game.
He is going to win the game because he just top-decked another Alrund's Epiphany. And Sperling is going to be heartbroken when he sees this. Because he knows what he gives him the thanks, and Sperling says, yep, if you're doing that, then I just got top decked. And he gives him a nod, though. Sperling takes it with grace here, as that was very unlucky for him. Jan Merkel perfectly set up with that, the Celestis. I can't believe that he hit that.
That's insane. Because Matt can bounce the Hall but Jan gets 2 turns. Right?
That's right. He's got another turn to go. And Matt Sperling says, well played. He respects it. That was incredible play from Jan, I have to say, because he needed every ounce of that to get the job done. And if he would have stayed on that track, so he needed to be aware of all the interactions. These guys, we're going to give him credit for that. But then he also had a line of play that he thought, okay, this could win me the game. It was really close to doing so, but it could not win him the game. Yeah. And he needed to have the presence of mind to do something that looked kind of weird, right? Like he's like, hey, I found a way to kill your bird. No, I'm going to keep the Celestis so that I have a chance, just like you described, Paul, and it actually worked out. That is scrapping for every last percent, and it coming up good for Jan Merkel, who's up a game now.
Yeah.
Dang.
Wow. And, we see how Lear has been extremely impressive, especially against the creature matchups, right? Because you get to recycle all those removal spells. But, turns out, at least in this matchup, it's a good card, but it is not the end-all be-all. The combo, at least in the game ones, is the most important path to victory.
That's right. We've seen Lear be very, very powerful against creature decks, being able to rebuy removal, as you described before, Paul, but in this matchup, it's still really good. I mean, we've seen it tear apart other people's hands and make a huge card advantage engine, but it's not the thing that wins you the game on the spot. Wow, what an incredible win for Jan. I cannot believe he pulled that one out.
I mean, that is super reminiscent of, Sperling played a very similar game against Ondřej Stráský, where he had a Lear in play, he looked like he had all the cards, and Ondřej looked like he had nothing, and he did the exact same thing. Iteration into Epiphany, and just managed to chain those together to come out, and Jan here just doing the exact same thing. I mean, look, Sperling certainly at some points was really far ahead, right, in that game, but Jan just he had his game plan. He knew what he was looking for. He's like, you flip your dragon, do everything you need to do, I'm going to flash back my Deluge, hope to get a little lucky, right? And he did, but he played to it, and then he got there.
Wow. Double Celestis opener here for Jan. He's also got Prismari Command and a Jwari Disruption. On the other side, though, you see 2 copies of Alrund's Epiphany in hand for Matt Sperling to go with the Celestis, Demon Bolt, and a couple of lands left over after he plays his land for the turn. Wow, there's an expressive iteration as well. And he's going to go ahead and put 1 Alrund's Epiphany over in the Foretell zone. No red mana just yet for Sperling, but the Celestis should help out with that.
I wonder if Sperling wants to play around in a disruption here.
Well, looks like he's just going to run it out. Disruption is going to hit the Celestis, so that's a nice little win there for Merkel. He gets to use up his mana, and wow, there's a duress.
I guess it's over. I mean, Matt did hit him with a good game, so.
Celestis into duress after getting your opponent with a disruption is kind of right where you want to be here in the early stages for Jan. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win the game, but it's a good start.
Yeah, and Jan now has to think, how long is this game going to go? If I take this iteration, which will give Matt 2 cards most of the time, is that fine? Or do I want to take the Epiphany?
And he ends up taking the Epiphany away.
Wow.
And that's going to play a land and just go ahead and put Demon Bolt over in the Foretell zone as well. So he's not going to cast Expressive Iteration this turn.
Yeah, and great draw too. Prismari Command just as an answer to Celestis, so that he can use that at some point later on. He, you know, of course, when he draws his red mana.
Right. Yeah, a little tough there because I think he was leaning on the Celestis for his red mana, but it is gone after getting countered.
Yeah,
Miracle
I mean,
finds is going to loot with a Celestis and get rid of the redundant one in hand.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it looked a little tongue-in-cheek there where Matt went with the good game, but it might be, right? If he can't find that red source, you know, Jan just has just a few more resources to be working with here with that active Celestis, more mana. Matt really needs a red source next turn. Really wants to kind of fire off that command or get that iteration going.
Yeah, this is a little bit tough for him. He should have the time, right? Like, it's hard for Miracle to slam the door on the game before he finds it, but he can certainly build up a huge advantage in the meantime, and it may be insurmountable if Sperling can't find red sooner than later, at least. Because this Celestis is kind of going off here for Miracle. Third time it's triggered now.
Yeah, and what was he able to do? Filter through a second copy of Celestis. Doesn't need a Prismari Command after you countered one. And yeah, Matt, I mean, you can tell, I mean, this is
heartbreak here for Matt Sperling as he finds another red spell, a second copy of Expressive Iteration off the top of the library, and all he can do is watch while his opponent plays Leer. That'll allow him to duress right now. The only good news for Matt is that he can't take away both iterations.
Yeah, Matt, I mean, red source, you can cast that Demon Bolt, get that Leer off the battlefield at the very least.
Red source for Sperling here puts him back in the game. If he can't find one soon, though, Celestis is going to get him, and he finds Haunted Ridge.
Oh, man. Do you see that Go Blank in Merkel's hand? If
oh, my God.
If Matt just goes Demon Bolt Leer, he's just going to lose both of those iterations.
Oh, God. And he'll be on nothing?
Yeah.
He's going to do it.
Oh, geez.
There's Demon Bolt on Leer. Miracle is going to be stoked. This is going to leave Sperling. The only resource that he'll have left is Alrund's Epiphany that's been foretold. Devastating turn of events here for Matt Sperling. Those iterations were the ways that he was going to scrap his way back into this game, and they are disappearing. They're gone. His graveyard's gone as well. And the question is, can Jan Miracle put the finishing touches on what's been a pretty soul-crushing game if you're sitting in Matt Sperling's seat thus far? He finds a land off the top, all he can do, and he says, chef's kiss. Yeah. Now I find a land, and passes the turn back. You got to feel for Matt here. A tough spot for him. Everything seems to have lined up against him here in this potentially deciding game between him and Jan Miracle. Very tough.
Jan is just...
He's just showing it now.
Just too far ahead on resources at this point.
He's going to Expressive Iteration into a Memory Deluge and a land. He's drawn a Duress that there isn't even a card in hand for Sperling. And it's hard to imagine Matt Sperling coming back with the amount of resources that he has left over at this point. And he finds another land off the top of the library.
Yeah, I mean, Matt's probably just going to fire off this Epiphany. He can put some tokens into play and then attack with the Hall of Storm Giants. But
just
I mean,
to try to get something going, he finds another land off the top of the library. His deck has been cruel to him this game.
Yeah, and everything coming together perfectly here for Jan.
It really has. He just seems to have had everything he's needed at just the right time.
I mean, Jan's at 25. He might just be like, you know what? I don't really care that I'm taking 9 here, right? I'm just going to draw cards. Like, if you want to spend another turn next turn to activate Hall of Storm Giants, then maybe you can kill it. But right now, I mean, you know that he's already gotten 5 activations here off the Celestis, given his life total. And, you know, he's got some life to work with.
Yeah, and he knows that Sperling's on basically empty. Now he knows he's on actual empty. He plays his land for the turn. And the gas just keeps flowing here for Jan Merkel. He finds Expressive Iteration. His Memory of the Deluge found Alrund's Epiphany and Malevolent Hermit. He is
all the cards.
Beautiful position for a top 4 finish, at least. And there he goes. He's going to take another turn. And surely he's close to the top 4 now, as Matt Sperling just keeps drawing lands turn after turn. Not that he's getting very many of those.
Yeah, no Hall of Storm Giants, so Matt's not dead on board.
He's in that really unenviable position where it's effectively over, but it's not over, so he's got to keep scrapping.
And I was thinking, you know, what is the sequence of draws that Matt can have here to get him back from it? And it would be something like 3 Epiphanies in a row, but now the Hermit just shuts that off as well.
That's right, and there's another land off the top of the library, and it looks like it just wasn't meant to be for Sperling here in this second game.
Yep.
Not a whole lot he could do. He's really at the mercy of his draw, and it was not kind to him, to say the least. And as we said before, meanwhile, Jan Merkel just killing it. I mean, he's taking cards out of hand, he's exiling stuff, he's putting, you know, he's being mana efficient. He's got the Celestis activated 5 times it triggered. Like, he is so far ahead, it's insane. And you can see that. I mean, he's got 7 spells in hand versus 0. You know, he's got more lands in play and a bigger board state. He's just ahead on all metrics, even life total. And there's Alrund's Epiphany with Galvanic Iteration. And that means that Jan Merkel has secured a top 4 seat here at the World Championship. He's taken that last seat.
Honey, I made top 4.
Yeah, there we go. The big thumbs up. I did it, he says, and he gives the nod of approval. Congratulations, Jan. A tough ending there for Matt Sperling. Once again, showing that he belongs with the best players in the world. Matt Sperling, a great run for him, but it is going to end here. Jan Merkel picks up that last seat, Paul, and we've got our top 4 all slated out now.
Yeah, we have a Grixis Epiphany deck, Izzet Epiphany Dragons, and Temur Treasures. And, you know, it's got to be a bit bittersweet here for Jan Merkel. You know, defeating one of your testing partners to make it into the top 4. Yeah. That's the last person you kind of want to beat. But at the end of the day, I mean, he did get it done. That game 1 win was so impressive on his part. He, you know, back against the wall, he looked like he looked like he was going to lose game 1, and he found a way to claw back from that one. Game 2, slightly more convincing victory here for Jan.
That's right. He's going to take that last seat, and we've got updates and more from Maria at the news desk.
Hey, thanks so much, Marshall. Yeah, welcome back to the news desk. What a wonderful day of competition we've had here at World Championship 27. Let's take a look at our standings here after Swiss is done. We've got our top 4 heading into Sunday. Really, really exciting. Come back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow to check out our top 4. Ondřej Stráský, Yuta Takahashi. We've got Jean-Emmanuel Depraz and Jan Merkel doing battle for the title of a world champion. You are not going to want to miss that. And remember, find your champion from the Magic website. How many of you are still live? We've got one of us live still here at the news desk. It's Mani. Mani picked Jan Merkel, so he's feeling pretty good right now. Congratulations as well, of course, to Jean-Emmanuel Depraz, who talked to Riley when he secured his spot in the top 4.
I'm here with Jean-Emmanuel Depraz just moments after that lightning-fast tiebreaker match. Jean-Emmanuel, congratulations. What an accomplishment. You're in the top 4 of the World Championship.
Thank you. It's a bit hard to believe, but I'm in the top 4, yeah.
I mean, a monumental day for you. You had to beat Sam Pardee 3 times in order to get there. I mean, talk us through that matchup. It seemed absolutely dreamy for you.
Yeah, it's a pretty good matchup. It's not a landslide. Like, I can definitely lose games on the draw. It's still pretty play dependent. But that's one of the matchups. Like, it's one of the reasons to play the deck that I play. And when we tested the matchup against Louis Deltour, he told me he felt like he was playing a different format from the mono green side. Like, he felt his deck was so slow in comparison. But I mean, not all draws are Jaspera Magda draws, so these ones seem unbeatable, but when you don't have them, it's a bit harder.
Well, they certainly came out at the right time for you here. Talk to us about tomorrow, what that means for you. You'll be facing Stráský, Takahashi, some world-class opponents. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be a bigger challenge because as much as I like the mono green and mono white matchups, the Epiphany one is much closer. Like, I still don't know if I'm favored, if they're favored. It may very well depend on how their lists are built. So yeah, I guess we'll see. I'm still not sure what my real chances are.
Well, for now, my friend, you can sit back and relax and enjoy your success. Congratulations, Jean-Emmanuel Depraz, a well-earned slot in the top 4 of the World Championship.
Thank you.
Gotta say, it's not a big tournament if Jean-Emmanuel Depraz is not in the top 4. That's just what he does. Well, it is time to name our card of the day, and for that, I turn to Mani Davuti.
Yeah, Maria, the card of the day for me has to be Gold Span Dragon. 5 players registered for this tournament, 3 of them are in the top 4. We saw Ondřej Stráský lock up his spot in the top 4 with it, then Yuta Takahashi locked up his spot in the top 4 with it, and then Jean-Emmanuel Depraz locked up his spot in the top 4. This card has just been getting it done this weekend, and that's why it's my pick for card of the day.
Card of the day, Gold Span Dragon. And that leads us to our match of the day. For that, we're going to head back to round 6 with Riley.
Yes, indeed. We saw Sam Pardee face off against Jean-Emmanuel Depraz. I mean, if you just picked a match of the day randomly, it was probably going to be these two because they played against each other 3 times. But here, what was really incredible about this match was game number 3. Game number 1 went to Sam Pardee and Depraz won game number 2 here. But we do have...
All right, Riley's obviously gone into a robot mode here, so Mani and I are going to talk about this match. Mani, why was this great?
Yeah, Maria, this match was just really back and forth for the first 2 games, coming down to the play draw. And the 3rd game, Sam Pardee was on the play. He landed the Asika's Chariot first, really had all the advantages. It looked like he was going to get it done. And then Jean-Emmanuel Depraz just perfectly managed his resources, went back and forth, traded, and at the very end, Sam Pardee's final attack got Jean-Emmanuel Depraz down to 1 life. And then he was able to attack back for lethal. Just an incredible match.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. Go back and check it out if you didn't get a chance to see it yet. And that takes us to our player of the day. Yuta Takahashi is our player of the day. I think it almost goes without saying. What an incredible run for him here, Mani, on day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. He already is just such a respected player by so many of his peers, has been playing for so long with so many incredible results, but to complete an 0-3 start, the nightmare scenario in draft, to a 7-0 standard finish and automatically locking up that top 4 spot is something that is just unbelievable to me. It doesn't happen very often. We saw Ondřej start 7-0 in this tournament. Well, Yuta just completed a 7-0 run of his own, and it's just unbelievable to see at this level of Magic the Gathering.
Absolutely. And of course, him locking up that top spot. I don't think a lot of us are going to forget that moment too. Just crying and screaming. I mean, you can just see the emotion and what this means to him on his face. And Riley talked to him after that big moment.
I'm here with Yuta Takahashi, our player of the day today, undefeated in standard after a 0-3 draft and into our top 4. Yuta, congratulations. Tell us about your day playing standard. You said you felt very confident with standard. Talk to us about how it went for you.
Yeah, unbelievable. I started 0-3 but still alive and make top 8. Awesome. I choose Izzet Dragon. Instant draw and counter spell decks are good for me, like fairies. This deck is fairy in my heart. Yeah. Blue-red fairies.
Blue-red fairies with big dragons instead of tiny little fairies.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
Yeah,
well, let's talk about tomorrow. You've got the top 4.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about it? Are you feeling confident? Are you a bit nervous? What's tomorrow going to be like for you?
In general, against Ondřej Stráský, it is bad matchup for me. In this tournament, I can't against Shifka and Ondřej. It's so lucky. I'm afraid against Ondřej. It's too good for mirror match. Is that turn mirror?
Well, we'll see how it
other
goes,
matchup
but
is
look,
fine. Yeah.
we'll see how
sorry.
it goes. But look, congratulations! What a terrific
thank you.
performance for you to come all the way back from 0-3. We'll go and let you have some rest. But Yuta Takahashi, congratulations, our player of the day.
Thank you.
That is Yuta Takahashi, our
What a
player of the day. Congratulations to him. I know a lot of people really excited to see him here in our top 4. Remember, everybody, you can log on to Arena and play in an event with any of these decks from any of the competitors. That's totally free if you want to try out any of these decks at home. And of course, you also get their little avatar, their picture as your player avatar, which is really cool too. So I want to go check that out on Arena. Free event, play all of these decks. All right, everybody, we'll see you back here tomorrow. We had 16 of the best players in the world show up to do battle in Draft and Standard. Now only 4 remain. Who will take home the title of World Champion? Will the undefeated Ondřej Stráský continue to refuse to lose for the rest of the tournament? Will Yuta Takahashi confirm his standard dominance with a perfect constructed record? Will Jean-Emmanuel Depraz take yet another top 4 finish and finally convert it into an individual title? Or will Jan Merkel take another top trophy 15 years after his Pro Tour win? Find out tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. It's the biggest tournament of the year, and it's time to find our champion.
So what are the decks still left in the top 4? Like, which decks are left? I think there's 1 Grixis, Epiphany, 1 Team of Treasures, and 2 Is It? Did I get that right? Yappa! Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be it from me. Thank you all so much for popping on the stream. It's been good. Loads of fun. I'm gonna fire up the stream again first thing tomorrow, as usual. So I hope to see you all back again. I'm gonna go grab a much needed bit of shut-eye. So 9 a.m. same time as yesterday, as today. Top 4. Alright, I think I'm going to call it. Peace and love. Thanks so much for watching. This is Lone Fox from the BrewLab, signing out.